Tell me when. And we are live.
Great, thank you very much. Well, welcome everybody to the April 23rd, 2021 meeting of the Board of Directors of the 22nd DAA. This is a strategic planning workshop that we have planned, and I'm just so delighted. It is the first time that we have been able to meet in person. We are socially distanced in this room. 7 of us are together, 2 of us are on Zoom, but it is really delightful to finally have the board back together, and this is really terrific. Donna, can you please call roll?
Sure. President Valdez?
Here.
Vice President Barquette? Here. Vice President Rowland? Here. Director Gelfin?
Here.
Director Mead? She's running late, actually. Director Mosier?
Here.
Director Nejabat? He was going to be zooming in.
Yep.
Here.
Okay.
I just heard him.
Okay.
We need to turn
And
up the
then
Mac volume a little bit.
Director Schenk
Here by Zoom,
Okay.
I hope.
and Director Slayman.
Here.
Well, great.
We just turned it up.
Once again, welcome everybody. What we are going to do is we're going to have public comment, and that is just general public comment from the members of the community signed up for that item. We also have then strategic planning session, and we have folks that are signed up for that specific item. What we're going to do when we get to that item, just so you know, I am going to call those people who would like to be heard now, rather than having to wait until the end of the day for their opportunity to speak to the board. If you would like to defer your time and speak at the end of the day, you're able to do that, and I will open that item back up for that purpose. So having said that, we have a number of members of the public signed up for public comment. Therefore, I'm going to limit the time to 2 minutes. Going on to item 3, public comment. The first member of the public signed up for this item is Martha Sullivan.
You're in the meeting, Martha, *6. Martha, you're in the meeting, *6. One more time, Martha, you're in the meeting, *6 to unmute yourself. Would you like to come back to her?
Yes. We will go back to Ms. Sullivan. Next is Elizabeth Jacobelli.
*6, there you go.
Hi, this is Elizabeth Jacobelli. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. I'm calling in. The surest way to end the slaughter of tens of thousands of racehorses after they are no longer used in the industry is to stop live horse racing. I'm going to quote something from the Daily Gazette from April 21st, 2021. It's thoroughbreds deserve a nice post-race track life. Dr. Patty Hogan is one of the most prominent equine veterinarians in the U.S. She runs a surgical clinic in New Jersey, testified before Congress in favor of anti-horse slaughter bill in 2006, and works closely with the New York Thoroughbreds Horsemen Association. After offering pro bono treatment of retiring racehorses who come through NYTHA's Take of the Lead program. This is not a charity, she says, it's an obligation. This is particularly cogent point when considering the numbers Dr. Hogan cited with regard to horse slaughter for human consumption. Despite laws banning it in the U.S., horses still make their way to abattoirs in Canada and Mexico, while full crops these days number around 20,000 per year. 10,000 to 12,000 off the track thoroughbreds are banned across borders to be slaughtered. So like I say again, the surest way to end slaughter of tens of thousands of racehorses after they're of no use to the industry is to stop live horse racing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Tracy Martinez.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good morning to everyone. My name is Tracy Martinez, and I'm a council member for Del Mar. Mayor Gasterlin and I are the housing liaisons for our city. As many cities struggled to achieve their assigned RHNA numbers, we are particularly challenged due to the size of our small city, surrounded by neighboring jurisdictions and very little vacant land. Our goal is to protect our fragile north and south bluffs, wetlands, and lagoon, which are all jeopardized if we cannot achieve our housing mandate. Our goal is to work with the fairgrounds on our aligned workforce housing goals for the good of everybody. Del Mar's jobs counts doubled due to the 2,500 seasonal and full-time jobs at the fairgrounds. This doubled our housing allocation from the state. As we strive to build housing close to jobs and make them affordable to local workers, we ask the Fairgrounds Board to support 54 affordable housing to be built on the fairgrounds property. 54 units represents 30% of our 175 allocated housing units and half of our 113 affordable unit allocation. The fairgrounds occupies 330 acres in Del Mar, which is 25% of our city's land area. We seek to work with the fairgrounds to designate 10 of these acres for housing development as a long-term solution for equitable housing in a community environment tied to local neighborhoods. We believe this could house fairgrounds employees and help achieve Del Mar's state-mandated RHNA housing allocation. The fairgrounds is a state property. Fairground jobs are state jobs, fully half of Del Mar's jobs. The housing assignment is a state mandate. Let's work together and turn this into a win-win solution for all, for the people who work here and live here now and in the future, for the fairgrounds, and for our region. The mayor and I look forward to meeting with you in the near future to discuss how to accomplish this goal together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, I've been working on this one. Next is Casey Vafiatis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Casey Vafiatis, and you said that very well. Thank you. My family and I moved to Del Mar in 1969. We currently own the Stratford Square building, and I am also currently the chair of the Del Mar Village Association. As you guys meet today, you have lots of options and opportunities and challenges, I think. But as a business owner in Del Mar, I would like us to take a minute and keep things in perspective. The Del Mar Racetrack has been here since the 1930s. It's an iconic venue that is part of the fabric of San Diego. It offers thousands of jobs statewide and brings an economic impact to our community that can't be overlooked. As a business owner and actually landlord to many businesses, and also through the DMVA, I speak to so many business owners, and the racing season is what gets them through the year. It is the crown jewel for them, as I say. And then this year with the Breeders' Cup coming back, that is just such an incredible economic impact to our community. Sorry about that. Since the inception of the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club, thousands, actually millions, close to $1 billion of dollars have been raised for the state, for local communities, the city of Del Mar, for charities, and for equine research. And I don't believe those factors can be overlooked. I think it's really important that you keep horse racing in Del Mar. It is what makes our little town so much more special and more different than every other seaside community on the coast of California. So that being said, I really hope that you will keep horse racing in Del Mar forever, because we love it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kathy Hopstetter.
Kathy is not in the queue.
Okay. Next is Ramin Rezafar.
Stand by. He's going to be joined. There he is. Ramir, you're in the meeting. Promote him. Ramin, you are in the strategic planning meeting. You're in the meeting, sir. Go ahead. Public comment. Your mic is muted or not engaged.
Ramin, if you go to the top left and go to Zoom and go down to preferences under audio and microphone, make sure something is selected.
We could move to Deborah Terry if you'd like.
Okay, let's go to Deborah Terry.
Deborah, you are in the meeting. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Go ahead, Deborah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hated to have to say that. Deborah Terry, and I haven't been on a Zoom meeting before with you or anyone actually. So I might be all over the place on this, and I'm late to the understanding of what the DAA even is. I had to look it up. So you're the State of California District Agricultural Association, which I don't really understand how it pertains to the fairgrounds, but whatever. Anyway, I really am a native San Diego who grew up at the Del Mar Fair. Took my daughter, take my granddaughter now. I am embarrassed to say I used to attend the horse races once a season. And well, I did that until I recognized the fact I was supporting truly the last of the blood sports still legal. And hearing people talk about valuing money over lives of horses just embarrassed me this morning. But to the strategic plan, my understanding of a strategic plan is different than what I was reading. It sounds like you really value amenities, tennis and golf and community and having a great time. And I think we're really past that. That's valuable land. I heard somebody say it's like 30% of what Del Mar has. You got to use that. I drive past that and there's nothing there. And it's, I don't understand that. So what is your clear mission? What is your vision statement? What is your timeline? What is your strategy? I'm not seeing any of that, except it's a feel-good place for people. I don't get that. I also don't get how you're letting Del Mar off the hook for building low-income housing, affordable housing. It looks like an 8-year cycle.
Your time is up. I'm sorry.
Next, thank you very much. Next is Oscar de la Torre.
He is not in the queue.
Doug O'Neill.
Also not in the queue.
Carla Eccles Hayes.
You're in the meeting, Carla. You are in the meeting, Carla, and you just muted yourself. We can't hear you, Carla. Carla. Oscar De La Torre has joined the queue now, if you want to call him while we work on Carla.
Okay, Oscar De La Torre.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you all very much. Good morning, board members, Strategic Planning Committee. Just want to acknowledge the good work that you all are doing in planning for the future of the fairgrounds at Del Mar. As you look forward, to a brighter future for the fairgrounds, I wanted to call in just to advocate for the workers. As we all know, Del Mar employs several thousand people each racing season. And there are more than 1,000 workers alone living in the backstretch. These are people that work very hard, to keep the horses in the best shape possible. And also to make sure that live horse racing continues to provide the revenues for the county and for the region and for various small businesses. To say that there's a lot of families that depend on horse racing is a fact. It has been brought to my attention that the city of Del Mar has a low income housing quota mandated by the state of California. And this is happening for every municipality. Every city will have to meet their what they call the RENA numbers to ensure that we address the affordable housing crisis in the state of California. I know that affordable housing is an important amenity, something that we need to provide. There's something, we need to keep our communities diverse. And it's my understanding that if we have backstretch workers living at Del Mar year round, that quota could be satisfied for the city of Del Mar by making the important improvements to ensure that housing is more adequate and meets the conditions for this RENA quota. It's about 1,000 workers living.
Oscar, your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So we're going to go back to, you want to go back to Ramin?
Let's try Maureen, yeah.
Ramin Rezafar?
Thank you for taking my call. I have a quick question. Is this meeting about the horse park or the Del Mar Fair and horse racing? Because all the comments I've been hearing was mainly about the horse racing, whether it's good or bad. And we are 19 houses across the street from the horse park, hence our interest. This is called Santa Fe Downs Community. So I appreciate the clarification about the agenda for this meeting and what it's going to encompass.
We will be talking about a strategic plan, and this is public comment where members of the public can talk about any topic they'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we want to go on to Carla or Martha, or is Doug O'Neill around?
Doug O'Neill is not in there. Carla, you're in the queue. Go ahead and try again. And you're unmuted. We still cannot hear you. We can go to Martha if you want to backtrack to her.
Okay, Martha Sullivan.
Martha, you are in the strategic planning meeting, *6 to unmute.
Hello, this is Martha. Sorry for the earlier glitch. I guess I forgot to hit the #6. I wanted to speak to the homegrown fun theme of the San Diego County Fair this year, and the fact that I hope it's going to include, one of the major components of homegrown fun, which is legal recreational marijuana, which was passed by California voters over 4 years ago. Almost 4 years ago, Governor Jerry Brown passed signed a bill allowing cannabis on state fairgrounds. It's been over 3 years since the DAA said it would develop its marijuana policy in the next 2 to 3 months. And the Del Mar City Council said education-only events at the fairgrounds are okay. Because, of course, the city of Del Mar is still back in the 20th century and hasn't caught up with legal marijuana. And currently, the San Diego County Board of Supervisors is amending its zoning ordinance to allow for retail, cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and testing of marijuana in our county. And in fact, it's holding a public meeting tonight to take input on its social equity component of this effort, which is in recognition of the harm and negative impact that our past war on drugs had primarily on people of color, and trying to rectify that going forward and making sure there's equity and access. So I suggest that our 2021 county
Ms. Sullivan, your
fair.
time is up.
Thank you. One last try for Carl Eccles Hayes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Finally. Sorry, guys, I had to use another computer. So I read through very quickly some of the comments that all of you made in preparation for strategic planning. And I think it's great that you guys are actually thinking about what the new mission is going to be. And I really applaud a lot of you for your love of this particular large, complicated, and very beautiful place. Because the fairgrounds is a special place. I grew up going to the fair because my grandmother always lived here. And I've been to a lot of other fairs, Alameda County, Cal Expo. I actually think I like fairs. And I really love Horse Park as well, because that's kind of my vision of what a fairgrounds is supposed to be. It's not about pavement. It's about public gardens. Like Alameda County has a wonderful public garden that's there all year, and lots of green space. I noticed a couple of you talked about having educational events that are year-round. And the other thing is, from an economic perspective, I think that your cash flow is a little bit on the lumpy side. You have big events, and then they are over. And then you have big events, and then they're over. And it'd be really wonderful if all of you could figure out some ways to really sustain and build permanent type exhibiting that everybody could enjoy. And then, of course, there's Horse Park, which all of you know I'm very fond of. And they do make money, those shows. They make about double what the board packages show because of all of the a la carte items. And there's huge pent up demand this year for horse shows and dog shows, because I'm in both. And what we're seeing is it's very difficult to get into horse shows and dog shows this year. And I think it's going to be even more next year. And that really is part of something that I think your agricultural, that could really contribute
Ms. Hayes,
to
your time is up.
agricultural mission. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last member of the public signed up for the public comment item on our agenda. So we're going to move on over to the strategic planning session, item 4. Like I said before, we are going to take some public comment here on strategic planning. Typically, we have our reports first and then we have public comment after that. But we might be on this item till close to 4 o'clock. And so you're welcome to wait until we're done with our discussion for your public comment, but I'm also going to allow you the opportunity to speak now. You elect either now or later. And I suspect that many of you have signed up for both public comment and strategic planning, and you might have already addressed the strategic planning items. If so, you can bypass. But first up is Martha Sullivan. Would you like to speak now or wait?
Hello
ahead, Martha.
again. I'm going to go ahead and speak now. I am going to stay on and listen in on your meeting because I think it'll be a very interesting and instructive. But you've heard me say this before, and I'm going to emphasize it now. This fairgrounds needs to be focused on environmentally sustainable activities at this state-owned and operated venue. And horse racing is certainly not environmentally sustainable. It's a huge, huge consumer of water. It's also a huge polluter of water, witnessing your water treatment, huge project there. With the mega drought facing the West and specifically California, that's actually been going on for the last 2 decades, and it's projected to continue due to climate change. As a strategic plan, this board and the staff of this fairgrounds needs to be an effective agent for the state of California's efforts to conserve water and also respond to climate change. So you need to be making the transition away from live horse racing, and you can certainly switch over to virtual horse racing, which has been adopted in several states and in the UK, and provide a venue for gambling without all the negative consequences of live horse racing, which we see and hear about continually. It's time to move forward. Just because something's been
Sullivan, your time
around
is
since
up.
1930.
Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Jacobelli. Would you like to speak now or wait to the end?
Hi, this is Elizabeth Jacobelli. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, talking about strategic planning, I would like the Del Mar Fairgrounds, the state-owned and operated for the benefit of San Diego residents, could be the next Balboa Park of North San Diego County with arts, culture, nature, science, and recreation. Instead, it's been driven to the brink of bankruptcy by gambling on live horse racing, benefiting large corporations which operate the gambling platforms. Because this gambling has declined 50% since 2003, and only 1% of the adults versus the 99% that don't average age 63 gamble on or live horse races at least once per month. The Jockey Club. Revenues from horse racing to the Del Mar Fairgrounds have declined steadily since at least 2015, as reported by KPBS. 2020 horse racing revenues all went toward paying the $3.2 million annual bond debt service, mostly for renovations to the racetrack grandstand in the 90s and to build a failed satellite wagering parlor soon after. The Orange County Fairgrounds, which does host live horse racing, had $50 million in reserves last year to weather the COVID shutdown. Del Mar didn't because its cash had to cover the shortfalls in revenues from horse racing since at least 2015. So 60% of Del Mar Fairgrounds staff were laid off last fall, and local equestrian uses have been canceled at fairgrounds for 1% of the U.S. adults who bet on live horse races. Average age equals 63. Is this okay, San Diego County? Is this okay with you? I don't know. I'm hearing people on here putting profits before humanity, before people's
Ms.
jobs.
Jacobelli, your time is up.
Thank you. Next is Kathy Hobstetter. Would you like to speak now or wait?
She is not in the queue.
Next is Ramin Rezafar. Would you like to speak now or wait?
*6 to unmute yourself. Ramin. Oscar is in the queue if you'd like to call on him.
Okay, next is Oscar de la Torre.
Yes, good morning again. Thank you for the opportunity to expand on my comments. Just want to reiterate that if anybody, deserves the opportunity to take horse racing and, into the future, is the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club. I mean, just look at the facts regarding, that it's been recognized as the safest racetrack in the United States for 3 years in a row. So the data speaks for itself. And I think it's important for us to modernize the facilities for workers so that they have, the adequate facilities, housing facilities, and so that the city of Del Mar can meet its affordable housing quotas, as the state is forcing every municipality to make its contribution to affordable housing. There's one more thing to think about in terms of the impact of the local economy. Many small businesses that we've talked to benefit from horse racing. They are excited about live horse racing returning and spectators returning in the summer because a lot of businesses have been hurting, and many workers we know depend on horse racing, but it's also the economic impact, the multiplier effect, of all the small businesses that benefit. There's one last thing that I want to offer as well. There's talk about sports wagering. There's bills moving through the legislature to allow for sports wagering at facilities, to expand that, to bring in more revenue. And I think there's an opportunity there for Del Mar, to not be left behind, to ensure that they can take advantage of that legislative change that will be coming. So there's definitely an opportunity to expand, through horse racing, but also sports wagering in general. And I think that's a positive. It's a positive for the state, and it's a positive for the region as well. And many small businesses will benefit, employing a lot of workers. A lot of families will benefit from those changes. Thank you.
Ms. De La Torre, your time is up.
Thank you. Next is Doug O'Neill.
You're in the meeting, Doug.
Whoop,
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Great. Good morning, you guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. Just wanted to, I'm sure you guys are probably tired of hearing that, but just wanted to thank all you for all your work in securing a successful future for the Del Mar Fairgrounds. I have been a trainer in Southern California for over 30 years, and I'm calling in just to remind everyone that horse racing provides great jobs, sustaining many families for their livelihood, and thousands of small businesses, and also much needed revenue that supports vital services at all levels of government. That being said, I think it's safe to say that the success of horse racing bolsters the success of Del Mar Fairgrounds and the regional economy of San Diego County. As you are planning the future of the fairgrounds, I hope that we can continue our partnership and collective success. There have been rumors that Del Mar Racetrack might become a year-round training facility. Let me tell you, as a trainer who might train more horses than anyone in the state, I would definitely move my horses and be stabled at Del Mar year round. And I know a number of other trainers who would do the same. Why, you may ask? I am sure all of you have had a chance to read the report from the Jockey Club's equine injury database showing that Del Mar exemplifies the effectiveness of our horse safety reform effort in California. Del Mar was identified as the safest racetrack for horses in the country for the third consecutive year. As a trainer in this industry, I couldn't be more proud of our collective effort to place the safety of our horses first, and the results speak for themselves. We are committed to sustaining and building from this success, and I have seen how the culture of horse racing has shifted in positive ways. We are now leading the country in horse safety reform, and Del Mar is a huge part of this accomplishment. A year-round training facility at Del Mar would be
Mr. O'Neill,
extremely
your time
popular.
is up.
Thank you very much. Next is Carl Eccles Hayes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So I just think that the one thing I want to emphasize is how much all of us appreciate the agricultural mission. As land is disappearing in this state, and it's harder and harder for kids and adults to enjoy animals and plants and public gardens and all kinds of really disappearing skills as rural land is used for other purposes. What I'm hoping is that the fairgrounds in your plan can really get back to basics on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Laura DeMarco.
You're in the meeting, Laura. *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Laura DeMarco, and I'm a fourth-generation Californian and third-generation San Diegan whose family's been enjoying going to the fair and the racing since it opened in the 30s. And a couple of things. First of all, we talk about the health and safety of spectators and the horses. Let's also focus on the health and safety of the workers that make this all possible. I would encourage you to implement the 2008 master plan, specifically on page 6 and page 18, to build the grooms dormitory, those 48 units, to be able to qualify for affordable housing. In addition to that, especially as you're contemplating turning this into year-round training, to also improve the facilities for all the other workers as well. As Oscar de la Torre shared with you, you have over 1,200 workers there. Right now, they're living in what I would call state-sponsored slums. They are not decent. It's not decent housing, and it's not right that the state is not providing good housing for these workers that are. My family is part Mexican. I have a family member that has worked in the backstretch. He shared pictures with me. It's not decent housing. Secondly, I shared with you horse park revenues would be over $2 million if you included stabling in 2020. Profitability is over 40% in the margins for horse shows. For the last 10 years, revenues would have been $2 to $3 million. And so this is a very viable facility that should get a commitment for a TSO to be able to reopen, as well as work with a well-capitalized, experienced
DeMarco, your time
operator
is up.
who.
Thank you. Going back to Ramin Rezafar, last call.
*6 remain. *6, you're in the meeting. *6. Rimmon, you are in the strategic planning meeting. Last call, Rimmon, *6 to unmute yourself.
Should we move on?
Yes.
Okay, Kathy Hofstetter on. She's the last member. Is she off?
Stand by. No, she is not in the queue.
Okay, that concludes our portion of the public comment on strategic planning. I'm going to pass it on over to our chair of our strategic planning committee, Director Pierre Slayman.
Thank you, President Valdez. I have to say I'm excited to be here with everybody today. First, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the board, our staff, and those who are joining us for this specific purpose of strategic planning. I think that it really underscores how important this is to all of us, and really looking forward at the long-term, what we're going to do with this community jewel that we have here and make it the most that it can be for the community. I want to kind of just state what this meeting is and what this meeting isn't for those who are in the public, and even for the purpose of us here at the board. We are not making decisions today. That is not what we're here to do. We are not developing a master plan or components of it yet. What we are doing is we are reevaluating our values, our mission, and we're going to be starting the process of developing a lens to evaluate all the opportunities that we have in front of us. We have a lot of opportunities today, and we will continue to have many opportunities in the future. We need to have a mechanism that is a filter or a lens for those opportunities that ensures that we make those decisions in alignment with the values and mission that we are here to enforce and develop. This meeting is not the climactic moment of the strategic planning process. This is, in fact, a long process, and one that is not just comprised of decisions made here at the board level, but by a lot of input from our community all around. And together we bring that here, we synthesize it, we put ideas out there, we get feedback, and this will all roll into that lens that will eventually be used to develop that master plan ultimately. So with that said, I would like to introduce Becky, who is our strategic planning facilitator, who has a lot of experience with fairs and also with leadership coaching. I won't steal your thunder, Becky. I'll pass it over to you.
About today. I too want to thank you. It's a big commitment. You are busy people. You have professions and families and lots of obligations. So to commit this amount of time in a single day is truly wonderful. And I realize that for two of the board members, this is the first time you've actually been physically together. So hopefully, as many of you stated in the pre-planning interviews, this is a time for some bonding, some camaraderie, some learning to have a good discussion with one another, and set some direction. So, okay. I will introduce myself a little bit later, but I wanted to start. There we go. Your staff is really good at training me. So, no, seriously. And as Pierre said, this is a process, actually, it's a process that started a little bit with staff. I've been working several times with staff on some of these conversations and issues and getting to know them. And that's an important contributor to this process as well. But why are we here? All right, you have lived this first bullet point. The future is not what it used to be. And uncertainty, unpredictability, the impacts of the indecision of others. I mean, that's all that really is happening right now. And you've had to live through this. And as such, you know, many of you said, you can't rely on how you've done things in the past. We can honor the past, we can learn from the past, but we're gonna have to build and live in a world that's a little bit different. And also your business model that you're so used to has just been completely disrupted. So these are huge seismic shifts that have come about to deal with. And you also know that the cavalry is not coming to save you, right? You've lived this one too. It really is up to us to save ourselves. There we go. If I say next slide. Yep. Okay. See, they're training me well. So as Pierre was talking, the strategic planning process is a series of well thought out decisions, things that are being investigated, researched. It's also something that continues, it's ongoing and needs to be updated on a regular basis. We're not gonna reach a finite conclusion today. We're gonna get a lot done, but it's a process. And it also requires looking at every aspect of the operations. The pandemic really has offered an opportunity, and I'm hearing this from fairs all throughout the state. How we have always done things has been disrupted. So now let's take a look at, okay, what is truly meeting our mission? What truly is efficient about how we're doing things? And are there changes that can take place in this time slot where we've been, disrupted? And can we rebuild in a different way that makes for just even a better organization and a better contribution? So truly, all of you have said, you've lived through a very stressful test on the organization. You're coming out stronger, and amid this crisis, there is opportunity. And I think we're going to be talking a lot about today. Next slide, please. Oh my
Your clicker should be fine now, sorry.
The voice of God from behind. Okay. Yeah, I can tell some stories about them and their contribution in some of the staff meetings, but that's another thing. So it's just the beginning. You have even been in preparation for today. It's a chance for us to rise above the day-to-day operations and take a 30,000-foot view. And so for the people in the audience who are watching this is more of a discussion time period. It is a way to share ideas for the board to really think through some items, but truly any policy that's going to change, any program that's going to change, it will all come back through a regular vetting process for review and approval by the board. But that's not what we're doing today. What we hope by the end is that there will be a sense of direction that will be set today, which will then lead to the development of strategic goals and action plans, et cetera. You have a strategic planning committee on your board, which means you are committed to this process. All right, so part of what we, next slide, please. Oh no, got it. We're gonna do an icebreaker. We're gonna do, have a little bit of fun, and we're going to introduce ourselves. Part of the process is to go around the room, and everyone gets to contribute. And today we're going to introduce ourselves by answering these questions. Your name, your profession, how many years involved in the Del Mar Fairgrounds? And I'm talking about childhood forward. If you were a child protege at the fairgrounds. And then here's the fun. Would you share an experience that you had at the Del Mar Fairgrounds in which you were very grateful that no one took a picture of you at that moment? And the saying, dancing like no one is watching? That's the kind of idea. Something you did, something you experienced, but you're very grateful. And I will start. So Becky Bailey Finley, I am most recently retired from California Fair Services Authority, which is a statewide joint powers authority that does self-insurance pooling for the fairs. I grew up just dreaming about being a self-insurance pool executive.
Everyone does.
Yeah, everyone, yeah. But what truly I gained from that experience is being able to be in touch literally with every fair in the state. And there's about 75 of you from the Oregon border to the Mexican border to as far west and east. And my job before that is I was the CEO of the Orange County Fair, the second happiest place on earth. Is Mr. Shank listening?
I'm listening. We'll just say we'll agree to disagree.
Yeah. And I was there. I grew up there. My father was a vocational high school agriculture teacher, and he moved to Fullerton. We moved to Fullerton in 1959. So as he started his teaching career, and the fair manager at the time called all the ag teachers together and said, I'm tired of hearing you complain. I'm sure you're shocked to hear that ag teachers complain. And I'm tired of it. And so you need to pick someone from your group to become the livestock supervisor of the Orange County Fair. My father was not at the meeting, and he became, in 1959, the livestock supervisor of the Orange County Fair, which meant we grew up, Mom would shove us in the car with him, and we'd run around the fairgrounds. And that was a lifetime commitment on his part, as well as our family, and it became mine as well in my career. So to my, the moment, so I have 3 children, all of them born practically at the fairgrounds, but I was 8 months pregnant with my third in, what would that have been, 1990. And one night, gratefully nobody videoed this, but one night, the CEO at the time, another supervisor, and I myself got in a cart, and we started at one end of the food lineup and stopped literally at every food stand and got food and ate it as we went along, and then ended up in the director's office or boardroom where there was even more leftover food, and we ate that. And we ate so much. In the middle of the night, I woke up and thought I was in labor. Now, it was my third child. I know what labor feels like. And we were so sick from what we had done. And luckily, no one saw us do that. So anyway, that's my start. And now, who would like to start? Pierre.
I will happily volunteer or volunteer.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. My name is Pierre. I am a farmer. I started a company in my dorm room in college about 12 or 13 years ago. And my dream was to combine robotics and technology with agriculture. And that's what I've been doing. An embarrassing moment for me.
Oh, how long? You've been involved with the fairgrounds?
Oh,
a
I'm
long
sorry.
time.
Yeah. Boy, I lose track now. Maybe about 6 years, 6 or so years.
And as a child?
Oh, well, this is a community staple for me. So since I was probably brought to the fair, as early as I could walk. One of the times for me here, I would say embarrassing, is I was walking around the fair with my family, and everyone was thinking, well, I'm sure you've ridden every ride here. And I hadn't yet. There's some that scared me, and I was pressured into getting on to one that I was trying to act a little macho, and got on that ride and really regret it. I hope no one saw my face as I was flying up and down, and then got down, and yeah, so there's some pretty hardcore stuff that rides that we have here.
Yeah, very good. Richard, we'll just keep going this way.
Okay, I'm Richard Valdez. I am a litigator, an attorney by day.
You're forgiven. No, I'm sorry.
I know, no jokes. I have been on the board for 6.5 years, but I, like Pierre, came to the fair as soon as I could walk, which was probably a couple decades before Pierre. It's been part of my life experience to be part of the fairgrounds and horse racing as well when I was in college and throughout my entire life. So it has been a huge part of my existence. Well, I'm going to choose. We had Kool and the Gang performing on, I think, the last Saturday of the fair. And I know that Director Schenck was there. And there was a number of us there, and it was a great crowd. And they started singing Celebration. And everybody got so excited, and we were all dancing and carrying on, and it was just a wonderful moment among many that I've had. But that was super fun, and I know I danced terribly, and I'm very, very happy that nobody captured it on any video.
Well,
what do you mean nobody captured it on video? What are you talking about?
I've got one of you as well.
Carlene.
Okay, I'm Carlene Moore, and I'm the CEO here, and really, I think as everyone knows, it's been my career and my passion in terms of fairs. Directly involved with Del Mar has really only been the last couple of years, but at the same time, it feels there are things that are very familiar because of just being in the industry for so long and having worked with folks from Del Mar and just what Del Mar has meant to the entire industry as well. So while I've only been here for a couple of years, for me, the embarrassing moment was actually, I think it was 2014 or 2015. And during the San Diego County Fair, we hosted the WFA open house. And with that, the ProDev, or the Professional Development Committee, which I was chair of at the time. And what became very obvious for me was apparently I was the only person who had never been to the Del Mar Fairgrounds before, because I was so lost. And I was supposed to be, I mean, I was just absolutely fascinated with the fair and all that was going on, but I couldn't follow a map. I was popping up in places that I don't know, I perhaps shouldn't have been. I'm not really sure. Walking through doors, just not looking, just trying to get to the meeting, which turned out to be on the very top floor of the grandstand. So I think I've been in every room of the grandstand along my journey to find that, and finally arriving about 25 minutes into that meeting. But I'm just sure I was the only person at that point as I looked around, and everybody's having fun and a good time, and they're singing and dancing at stages and things. And I just looked like that tourist who had just been, handed a map in a foreign language and just dropped somewhere and just really trying to make my way around. So, and I'm still that way. Still occasionally have to ask, I'm sorry, what is that gate we're talking about right now? So anyhow.
Very good. Melinda.
Good morning. Melinda Carmichael, Chief Business Development Officer here at the Del Mar Fairgrounds. I've been with the organization since 2019. My background is in business leadership and human resources management. And a fond memory and or embarrassing things that I would not want to get captured is probably a culmination of what's already been said, from eating deep fried things on a stick to dancing when you're out in the crowds and enjoying the fond entertainment that we've had in the past. Yeah, that's probably the things you just don't want on video. And the screaming on the rides. I've been on the rides going, and you don't want your face on that picture. So,
how many years, Melinda?
How many years?
I know how many years you've worked here, but before that?
For more than a decade,
Yeah.
probably since the early 2000s. Attending the fair. Yeah.
Great. Joyce.
I'm Joyce Rowland, and my profession is retired, and I like that actually. being on great boards. But before that, I was a human resources executive for longer than I care to think about. In terms of the Del Mar Fairgrounds, I've been on the board for about a year now. One of my first actions was to be involved with the board, and canceling the fair last year was not an auspicious beginning, but I think things are definitely looking up. In terms of my actual experience, I think I did not grow up in San Diego. I'm sorry. I love LA. Still do. Come on. LA is a great place. So, but I have been involved with the fairgrounds for about 30 years because I've come to dog shows at the fairgrounds and at the horse park. And in terms of experiences, there are probably many, and I'll try to pick one that's not as embarrassing as some of the ones I've heard about today. And I think it was about 17 years ago when we wanted to hold a national specialty dog show at the horse park. And the horse park manager at the time, I was trying to talk them into allowing us to have herding, the normal things like agility and conformation, obedience, rally, but also herding. And they assured me there was no place at the horse park where we could have herding with sheep and cattle. And as I was leaving the grounds dejected, I looked at the parking lot and said, oh, we can. I turned around, went back and said, how about if we build 2 herding arenas in your parking lot? And the horse park manager thought that was okay. And so my vision is of me and a bunch of other folks actually constructing 2 100 by 200 foot herding arenas in the parking lot of the horse park. We were quite sunburned, even though it was coastal. There were, I'm sure, many moments where I should not have been videoed, and glad that I was not videoed doing that particular job. I'm not sure it was fun, but it was definitely an experience.
Very good. Don.
Yeah, I'm Don Mosier. I'm a retired scientist, physician scientist at Scripps Research. I grew up on a farm in southern Indiana, and my brother and I helped run that farm because my maternal grandfather had polio. So we helped my grandmother run a dairy farm until I was in high school. So I had some early agricultural experience. I then went to med school and graduate school and moved to Del Mar in 1985. We have 3 sons who grew up here, and my earliest experience at the fair is bringing our sons to events here. They loved it, and they also, when they were a little older in school, had art projects that were submitted. So we had to go to the art exhibit every year to see how our sons were doing. Some of them eventually got a blue ribbon, some of them didn't. But it's been a long experience. I joined the board in October of 2018, so I've been here 2.5 years. The most interesting and embarrassing experience I recall was during one of the fishing shows, the Fred Hall Fishing Show. There was an exhibit of truck campers. This was when our sons were about 5 and 7. And one of these truck campers has this little overhead bunk that was very tight. And one of our sons managed to get up there and hide himself. And so we were looking into all these campers. We couldn't find our son. And after about 15 minutes, he started howling. And we went back and found him. But he had actually zipped himself into this little overhead bunk, thinking it was a great place to hide out. Nobody filmed that.
No. And you didn't buy it?
Actually, we did buy not that one, but a similar one,
Yeah.
yes.
Good. So let's go to, because we're kind of in a circle, and Director Schenk, will go to you. There you
Well,
are.
thank you. So going back to the original question, I'm Fred Schenk. I'm an attorney. I do, like Richard, I do civil litigation, but primarily class action, mass tort litigation. My first experience with the fair was in the early 1980s. My brother-in-law was a member of the fair board, appointed by Jerry Brown when Governor Brown was first elected governor. And so I had the opportunity to spend time here. I was living in Los Angeles, but would come down during the summer and other times of the year, of course, but to visit and to come to the fair with my my sister and my brother-in-law and their family. And that really was the genesis of my love for the San Diego County Fair. As a young child living in Allentown, Pennsylvania, I used to attend the Greater Allentown County Fair, which I have to say the word greater an oxymoron, because there was nothing great about the greater Allentown County Fair, certainly not compared to the San Diego County Fair. But my personal involvement began in 2003 when I was appointed to the Fair Board by then Governor Davis. I served for a few years until Governor Schwarzenegger took over. I was then, as we say in the legal arena, I was thanked and excused from duty, and was reinvited back by Governor Brown about 10 years ago. And I proudly served along with Lisa Barquette in those 2 tours of duty, and it's been very rewarding. So I'm going to share actually 2 experiences. One that nobody can ever match, and I assure you, it was the most embarrassing. But I'm going to start with my second one first, and then finish with that one. In 2019, the theme was awesome, and I was the Cowardly Lion in our. When we introduced the fair at the ribbon cutting, we dress in character, and I was asked to be the Cowardly Lion. I did that, and then someone convinced me to, because we had a cartoon of the Cowardly Lion on Crazy Mouse ride, and I'm not a big fan of rides. I was convinced to go over there and do the ride before it even opened. So I know they had tested it, obviously, but I was the first person but I did it in costume, and people gathered around watching, this person in character in the Cowardly Lion costume riding Crazy Mouse, so that they could photograph it to duplicate it for whatever, moment that they would want it for later. But I was riding Crazy Mouse as the Cowardly Lion, and I assure you I was cowardly. But that's not the most embarrassing moment. Some of you may remember when we had the horse show some years ago. Tim Fennell and I opened up the show by riding out and as the Frisco Kid and Cisco, Pancho and the Cisco Kid, and we had this team, and I rode on a horse that was supposed to be a very tame horse, and we had there were thousands of people in attendance, and we had practiced this with the lights on, but when we were doing this in the actual show, we're riding out, it's dark, and we're reading from a teleprompter. We had our routine that we did, and we introduced it. And Tim's line to me was, now ride like the wind, and they turned on the lights. Well, nobody had told this horse. Nobody told this horse that that's what's going to happen. And when Tim says, ride like the wind, that's exactly what my horse began to do. And it started to gallop. And I'm telling you, I'm in the Cisco, with the hat and and everything starts flying, and this horse takes off, and they're chasing after me, and I stayed on the horse. And I told you nobody could match this. This was so embarrassing. Unfortunately, Richard, unlike your groovy dance steps, this was in fact captured on video, and it's on YouTube, but it's a private YouTube. I will only share it with those who ask.
Oh, we're asking.
Yeah.
Forget it.
As a matter of public record, everyone is asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Let's show it now. Yeah, let's show it now.
Well, and I'm
I
also
took one for the team. Truly, in the rear end, I took one for the team.
I'm hearing a theme too. You seem to like costumes.
I was president and at the first one when the horse event occurred, and so I had to do that one. But no, the reason I did the Cowardly Lion is because I was the only one who could say something about I got courage, and so they thought that was good. And anyway, that's why I got the Cowardly Lion. All right.
Very
Anyway, I'm
good.
done.
Thank you.
Sure.
Director Najabat. Najabat. Sorry, thank you.
No worries.
Sam.
Good morning, everybody. Sam Nedrabat, born and raised San Diegan. Like some of you, also an attorney by trade. Currently working for the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. So helping companies come to California and or keeping them here. Yeah, like, you know, during my childhood, family lived in La Mesa. So it was always an event coming to the fair as a child. We'll cherish many of those moments. As far as an embarrassing moment goes, sadly, none besides screaming on some rides, which fortunately there's no footage of that, but nothing I can't make up for within the next few years. So
What's your favorite ride?
that's a good one. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of rides, so I won't be naming one in particular, but who knows? We'll see.
All right, very good. Katie.
Hi, I'm Katie Mueller, and I'm the Chief Business Services Officer for the Fairgrounds. I've worked here for 22 years. I was also born and raised in San Diego, and before I had the privilege of working here, I was a 4-H and FFA kid. So I would come every summer for a week. It was a family tradition, family vacation. My dad also was born and raised in San Diego County, and he was in 4-H as well and spent his summers here as well, showing animals. But probably the most embarrassing thing that I have to share, I have many moments, I'm sure, but was when I was headed for the junior livestock auction, which is kind of the culmination of your week at the fair. And I had a pig at the time that I was prodding up to the auction stand. And right before I reached the auction stand, where you get up in front of, you know, hundreds of people looking at you, ready to bid on your animal, the pig unloaded its bowels all over me. And I still had to plod on up there on stage in front of everybody with, you know, covered with all kinds of fun stuff while they auctioned my pig. So that was a moment that I was glad that people didn't have cell phones back then to videotape or take pictures of. But
and also, when you show, you're in all white.
Yes, very true. Yeah. So yeah.
But did you get a good price?
I believe so. You know what? The price, those are so fuzzy to me, but the memories are really what stick with you about all of the fun and the camaraderie and what a tradition this is for so many people.
Kathleen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kathleen Mead, and I have been served on the Fairgrounds Board for 6 years. My experience with the board began in 1990, or with the Fairgrounds began in 1994, where my family moved here from Denver, Colorado, by way of Los Angeles. So we've been involved with the Fairgrounds since our neighbor said, "Oh, you're new to San Diego, you've got to go to the fair." And we came every year. I've come here every year since. I absolutely, those of you who know me, I absolutely have no embarrassing moments because I always dance like nobody's looking, and I always sing loudly, and I'm not embarrassed about it at all. But what I can say is a memory, and I'm hoping somebody has a photograph of it. I think it was 25 years ago. My children, we brought them to the fairgrounds for their first concert.
Oh.
And my children also dance wildly and sing loudly. And our first concert, their first concert, was Salt and Pepper here at the fairgrounds. And we come every year. And my husband has made it a tradition to bring each child to a concert of their own and have their individual time. And so if anybody has a photo of us at Salt and Pepper or a video, I'll take it.
Cute. That's great. Lisa.
Lisa Barquette, and my profession. So I went to law school, and in my first year, won moot court. So my trial professor encouraged me to go to the DA's office. And so I started at the DA's office, actually my first year of law school in the summer, right the summer afterwards, and stayed until I graduated. I had moved up the ranks. I was in LA Central. I went to the hardcore gang unit and wrote most of the death penalty briefs at that time. I enjoyed my experience immensely. I had gotten married also in my 3rd year. And my husband had a project that was down in San Diego. And he said, it looks like you're going to have to apply for a transfer to San Diego because we're going to be moving. And so I was up for it. I said, great. San Diego, I've been going since I was a little girl. And so we moved down here and I found out I was pregnant. And I decided that I would not apply and just stay home and be a mom. Well, then I ended up having 3 children in 4 years. So I decided that this type of law was probably not good for me to practice with the family. And I had had a real estate license since I was in college. So I activated that and went to work for Prudential. And that was a great thing to do where I had time to, schedule with the kids and work in real estate for about 6 years. Then I retired because I ended up going on a lot of boards. That became crazy for me, where there was a kids' school boards or universities, et cetera. It just excelled from there, arts boards too. And so going back to how long I've been involved in the fairgrounds, actively on the board since 2002 under Gray Davis. That started it. I, like Fred, was removed for probably about 8 months under Governor Schwarzenegger, but then Brown came in and boom, I was right back on. So Fred and I have had a great, ride. Honestly, it's been a tremendous experience and a tremendous honor. But the history, I used to come here in the summers. My parents rented a home with another family, and I probably since 7 or 8 years old, we came to the fair, and we also came to the racetrack. My parents had a turf club table. And my funniest experience goes back to my childhood, because it was in the days of going to the racetrack when it was very glamorous. I used to see Lucille Ball as a little kid, Desi Arnaz, James Cagney. I mean, Fred Astaire, you name it, they were here. It was just quite, and everyone got dressed up. And so I get to wear my party dress. And so it was so exciting. And the movie Brian Song had come out this particular summer with James Caan. And my sisters, I have 2 older sisters that we all swooned over James Caan. And I was maybe 10 years old at this point. And unbeknownst to us, my father saw him in the betting line. And he went up to him and said, would you do me a favor? I have 3 daughters and they just love you. And would you go up and say hi? And so he said, of course. And he was actually seated like right near us. I'd say 1 or 2 tables away from us. But we hadn't noticed him, but my father did. So all of a sudden I feel an arm around me. And that was my dad. My dad would always come up and he'd make a bet for us and, give us a ticket. And so I, of course, assumed it was my dad. And I was holding my glass of water and I look up and it's James Caan. He goes, hello, Lisa. And I went like this. I just turned my glass over and everyone is like, oh my gosh, between the water and James Caan, it was the moment I will never forget. And he sat at the table with us for quite some time. And, it was just a memory that you think, wow, how lucky was I that day? Yeah. I was a winner.
How cool and suave you were.
Yeah, very cool.
I know. That's right. That's great.
So, but love this area. Very grateful to have lived in San Diego now for over 36 years. And I love all the people we've worked with, the history here. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Good. Last but not least.
I'm Michael Gelfand. I am in the real estate investment management business. My company, I've got several hundred investors that I represent, and we kind of focus on water-oriented RV parks, campgrounds that typically have marinas and restaurants and entertainment and that sort of thing associated with it. I have been on the board for 1 year. I literally started as that pandemic started. like one of our speakers, I don't, or one of the public speakers earlier who was talking about opportunity in disaster. Maybe it was you, Becky. I definitely looked at it that way. I think it's very easy to think if things aren't broke, broken, why fix them? And I think we can acknowledge at this point that things have been broken. So that does present great opportunity. So I'm really thrilled to be here, thrilled to be on the Strategic Planning Committee. I've been coming to the Del Mar Fair since I was 6 years old. I was brought up in Los Angeles, but we'd come down every summer, spend a couple weeks. And at 6 years old, I remember being at my first Del Mar Fair, and I think it was that same crazy mouse ride that was there at the time that scared the hell out of me and sent me on a path of never going on a roller coaster until my wife, I was probably approaching 40, said, "You've never been on a roller coaster," and finally took me on a whole bunch of them. But in any event, probably, well, I want to clarify that the last thing you asked us to talk about is not an embarrassing moment, but something we wouldn't want photographed. So a couple of years ago, I was here for Kaboo, and I was watching, I guess it was Tom Petty's last show here before he passed away. And I had something that I smoked the city of Del Mar would not approve of. And so, not embarrassed, but a photograph probably wouldn't have been.
What a way to end. Wow, very good. Thank you for your bravery. Thank you for sharing. And I can say, just having spoken with each of you and then having read your surveys as well, you are very committed people. And one of the public has recognized that as well. You love this place. And so we're about to have some good discussion today. So oh, thank you. Did I do that or did you? I did. Okay.
Moving right along.
You're magic.
You have in front of you a notebook, and in this notebook is, and those of you at home have the printout of this PowerPoint so that you can see it more closely, so you can take notes, whatever, so you can correct me if I go off path, which that can happen. But also in this notebook, and maybe you'll create a strategic planning notebook where you start to collect this, but there are your pre-planning interview notes are here, the survey responses of all the board members compiled together. And then there's also a document that I put together after speaking to each of you because you're all kind of saying the same thing. And so it was to prepare some concepts that are out there in the planning world and about community and community planning, about place, and whether it's Zocalo or the Third Place or Sacred Place, that document is in here as well. And it isn't to try and direct your language. I just found such an interesting common thread amongst our conversations together that it reminded me of these existing concepts, kind of affirms what you're saying from a community planning point of view. So also because I know of you, there's rules. All right, and here's our rules. The first rule is honor and dignity, and being able to have a conversation. The goal today is to be able to have an open conversation. An open conversation can happen if there's trust. And so in order to help build that trust, if we would all pledge that we're going to honor and respect and show dignity to each other, and most importantly, not use someone's contribution or thoughts against them outside of this room, right? That we're in a very public setting, but if we can have a good open conversation and there's that kind of trust involved, I think we'll be good. Now, strategic planning has also sometimes a bad reputation about going through a process and then it gets put on a shelf. So today we're really going to try and focus on action And so that this becomes a living, breathing, dynamic process for you and is not shelved away with a bunch of platitudes. We're going to ask that everyone contribute. This round robin process is a style that I use, and I will also be making notes of the contributions that are made, and we'll put them up on the wall, and then I'll use those to make the notes and the report at the end of this session. Listening for understanding. There's one person on the board who thrives on the fact that not everybody is going to have the same idea, right? He'll tell you who he is later. But there is a great learning and there's great opportunity in diversity of thought. And having diversity of thought is what makes us grow and be better and innovative and creative and moving forward. So we want to encourage, and that each of us will listen and listen carefully to the other, and not always feel like we have to dominate the conversation as well. The next rule is to focus, and if you can, turn off your phones, or if you do need to make a call, if you do need to do something, feel free to step away and take care of it. I don't want to totally stress you out and monopolize, but while we're sitting here, can we focus and be courteous to one another in that regard? As Carlene said, just housekeeping, I think there's coffee behind us, right? And there's restrooms behind you back there. And so if you need to just stand up, we'll take breaks. I'm not good at that, so somebody may need to signal me, and we will eat a lunch. I do know there's food coming, and there's cookies or something. All right. And you've got candy on your desk. And the last one is Pareto, the Pareto principle. And Pareto was a 18th century maybe economist in Italy. And he's the one who kind of looked around his world and saw that 80% of the wealth was held by 20% of the people. And so that 80-20 ratio is what he, oh yeah, I guess I have control again. What he noticed, and that 80-20, I mean, it's, you might be on boards or you might be on a school organization where 80% of the work gets done by 20% of the people. And at Orange County Fair, which is the second happiest place on earth, we used to get criticized all the time for having nothing new. It's always the same. You don't do anything new. But God forbid you move one food stand to a new location and you would think the whole world was falling apart, right? The comments we would get. So we found that if we would stick to 80% tradition and introduce new by about 20%, that was something our public could handle. And what it means for us today, though, is we want to focus on the 20%. Not the fairgrounds and your complexity of your organization, you've got tons and tons of weeds. We want to rise above those and focus on the very, very vital 20% and ignore the trivial many. All right? And I think we will do just fine with that. All right, we're going to start. And then after this, we'll probably take a break. I'm trying.
About lunch. Are we going to work through lunch or have a lunch break?
We will work through lunch. We'll probably have a break, though, as you get your food and settle down. And then as people start to finish, I'll pick up again. Thank you. Are you hungry now? Or? No. Okay. Just wondering what okay.
The importance.
All right. We're going to talk about, I would like for you to share what your expectations are, what you hope gets accomplished today. And I'm going to write these down, but I had already written, and you can follow along in your board packet, from the notes and from the survey results and stuff. I picked a few. This seemed to be a common thread amongst you, and I would like and hope that you will add to this. But the first one is the strategic planning process can help continue to build consensus amongst the board, developing a united front and a team approach. We need to build consensus on the purpose and the identity of the Del Mar Fairgrounds. As we deal with recovery of the Del Mar Fairgrounds financially, we need to plan for the short term and the long term. To thoroughly understand the finances and the many layers of the Del Mar Fairgrounds business in order to set a direction for continued success. Strategic planning is the confirmation and affirmation of core beliefs about the Del Mar Fairgrounds. And strategic planning offers a meeting of the minds, building consensus, and blending individual views in the service of the greater good. What do you hope? What are your words may be up there, or your thoughts, but what do you hope is accomplished today? And Michael, do you want to start on that one?
Okay. I kind of start from the end point and work my way backwards. So to me, the end of this whole process is essentially a new master plan for the whole DAA. And a master plan that takes into consideration all of our concerns and values. And to be able to implement a new master plan, we're going to have first figured out what the components are, what actually is going to be happening here. What are the land uses, and how are we interfacing with the wetlands next door and the community of Del Mar and the city of San Diego and local communities? How are we interfacing with our constituents? All of those elements have to be built into the master plan. And so going back, to essentially where we are now, I think we have to, as Pierre has talked about, we have to have a lens through which we prioritize all of those, the future of the fairgrounds. And so really what I hope happens today is that we move in that direction, that we start clarifying not only our general values, but the values that are going to ultimately lead to the decision-making process that determines the future of the fairgrounds.
Very good. Thanks. Pierre?
Echoing and building off of what Michael just said, I would like to see two things come out of here at minimum: to reevaluate and commit to our mission and values.
Okay. Was that the two things? Oh,
Yes, the mission and the values are
got
the
it.
two things.
Got it. Richard?
I think I pretty much echo what Pierre said and want to clarify about Michael's comment. When I think of master plan, I think of more of a land use document. And I'm wondering whether I'd like to broaden it to a more of a business-like plan to encompass what, and then with that, to echo Pierre, a real discussion and consensus on what is our mission, what are our values, and how do we prioritize those, along with a discussion of really two of the questions that you asked in your survey, or the committee asked, was how will we know if we're successful? And the other one was the second question on achievement. I can't remember. So I wanted to talk about those just a little bit because, hold on, it was, do we have a defined and clearly articulated agreement as to what constitutes effective organizational performance? And I think that I answered no, and some said yes, and it seemed as though there was that one felt fuzzy to me. And so I'd like to be able to define what is success, what is effective organizational performance, so we have a consensus around the table as to what that means.
Okay.
Find success.
All right. These are little ones. Okay, Carlene.
Are we just working our way around? It's
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
I can wait my turn.
No,
I
no.
didn't think we were.
Go.
I didn't think, okay.
Go ahead.
Volunteer, are you
Go
kidding?
for it, yeah. Great,
Every
great.
day over here,
Thank
yeah,
you.
go that way.
Just push it back. Yeah, you're very structured. You go in order.
I do. It loosens up after time. If we're ready
Good.
to loosen
Well, we're
up.
going to loosen up,
Got it.
starting right now.
Perfect.
Are you going to be dancing now?
Yeah. You know, my perspective, and one of my comments is actually up there, is very different. And so whoever that person on the board who hoped we didn't all think the same thing, here it goes. I'm the person who actually said, and I would have put a then in there that says, from the recovery, we need to think about the short term, and then I would have said, and then long term. I really think that we've come through 18 months or so of severe trauma at this fairgrounds, and it ain't over yet. And candidly, I think that we really ought to be focusing on the next 1 to 3 years and how we're going to come out of the out of what has happened to us in the best way, and how we can really get back to the kind of footing we had before we start thinking about 5 to 10 to 20 to 30 years out. So I'm hoping that we can come to some consensus about thinking about the short term first, as it's going to be a platform from which we can launch to the long term.
Good. Next. Melinda.
So for me, I believe that vision, mission, values, those are the basis of the foundation of an organization, and it gives us a good direction and roadmap to build our organization and move forward. And so for me, very important is to, and I think Pierre said it well, is create a lens for which we operate and make decisions. So by having that basic foundation, we can look at those things and use that to, steer our organization in the right direction of where we want to head. So for me, that's what's most important to come out of today.
Arlene? Everyone was looking at you. You
Oh,
didn't
they
raise your
were?
hand.
Making a note.
Back in order.
Yeah. So we see who the outliers are, but that's okay. No.
In terms of what I really hope to accomplish, and one thing I really appreciated in the question is that it wasn't just about today's strategic planning session, but you had it listed as plural, the strategic planning session. And I think, going back to this being a process, but I do think that and there are some very foundational elements to it. Yes, mission and values being a part of that, really that the purpose of all that we do, the organizational structure. And so just having these conversations around it. And that's part of what's so great about a day like today, where there is more of the structure of conversation as compared to our typical board meetings, where it's information and it's reports and it's action. And so I think just this conversation, but really coming away from today specifically with a sense of direction, that commonality that we all have of where we're headed, but really what is the underlying belly of us as an organization. Yes, I think that's going to help even with just some of the general order of business and things that we have to do as we work to define this lens, and the various filters that get used with that. We have there's so many ideas about what the fairgrounds can be, and some of them are very long-term and some are short-term. And right now it's sort of like, how do we even take that in at this point and process that and continue to move forward and not just get caught up in the day-to-day survival that we've been in for this period of time.
I guess I'll go. Becky looked at me, so I guess I'm going.
And you made eye contact.
I did, that the fundamental.
I was trying to avoid, no.
So I guess I would start by saying that given it's my first in-person meeting, I think Michael, yours as well, that I think what we're doing here today is in a way very fundamental and profound. It's the first time we've been together kind of looking eye to eye and thinking about these issues. So one of my great hopes is that we will actually be able to calendar more of these meetings into our busy schedules. And I know that has not been a simple task. Schedules are often the most difficult task among people who are quite busy. So I really hope that we get to the point where we see the value of what happens today in the interaction, and that we do more of this. I think that everything that's been written in terms of expectations and has been kind of followed up with it's fantastic, but it's huge. it's only, 300 plus acres, but the impact that, that the DAA and the fairgrounds has on the local community is large. So it's an awesome and an important task. And I think we have to spend the time to do it right. But, we can't spend forever. I mean, there really has to be something drawing us to a thoughtful, at least interim point where we feel like we've accomplished something that we can build on. Because I agree, it can't be sitting on a shelf somewhere. It has to be a document that is vibrant and growing and developing, and it's more of a roadmap to head in a direction as opposed to a definitive, we're going to do this and then we're going to do this. It has to be somewhere that sends us in a good direction. I think there are a lot of paradoxes and tensions that we have to deal with. When I look at some of the comments, there's affordability and accessibility versus financial and economic imperatives. And we have to do both to do anything what I think is close to what our mission is in terms of serving a broad community. It has to be, some aspects have to be affordable, otherwise they're not accessible. I think we have the issues of heritage to deal with. We are a DAA, agriculture is in that. So there is that heritage aspect of it, but there's also what's the sustainable future aspect of what we need to do. There are major themes in society that I think play out here around equity, diversity, and inclusion. And one of the things that I do know about getting community input is there will be diversity, and we're set for inclusion. There will not be mass agreement. And so at some point in time, we have to take all of that input and say, okay, where does that lead us? And hopefully through that, there will be a thread of the community seeing their input into the future. But I think we have to be pretty open-minded about it. But we also can't be so open-minded that we, our brains fall out and we never get anything done. So I think that it's, an awesome task. And I think there's a lot of ability to be excited about it. But at some point in time, we have to figure out what the path is so that we can get started down it.
Very good. Lots of words, lots of stuff. Don, go ahead. Oh.
Yes. I like the 80%, 20% plan because I think we have an obligation to our long-term patrons to continue the tradition of the fair and horse racing and try to make sure that both of those are successful. And those are elemental challenges, but I like to focus on how we can best serve our communities. And I think we have some real challenges. The big existential challenge for me is how we adapt to climate change. I helped write the climate action plan for the city of Del Mar, and we are starting to implement that now with community choice energy going online next month. But to me, that's a big opportunity because we can do things, host year-round events that show better agriculture. Current agriculture uses way too much water. We've got Pierre. We've got an expert on the board who can help us, revolutionize how we grow our crops. We can do year-round recreation. Youth recreation is a big need. We found that out during the pandemic. We can do more of that to serve our community. And when you get the kids engaged, you get the parents engaged. So it's a big step towards, I think, future success. So I'm hoping that we can have, a big array of potential actions that come out of the strategic planning thing, and then we're going to have to pare them down to what we can do. But I'd like to see a lot of options, a lot of innovation, and a response to some of the big challenges that all the cities along the coast are going to have to adapt to, and that the whole county is going to have to adapt to. So that's my goal. I'd like to defer making those hard choices about what we can do to a subsequent step.
Very good.
Should I go? I'm in Zoom land here.
Yes.
All right. So I was really appreciative, Becky, of the way we did the intro, where we all went around and were asked, some of our recollections of the fair, when our first recollections, because we are a just, we were 9 or 10 people talking about that. And you multiply that by the literally millions of people who could be asked that question, and each individual would give his or her own experience and joy in so many different ways and so many different reflections of their fair experience. What I would hope that we can accomplish today, we are caregivers. We have a fixed term. We have the responsibility for not just those that are coming onto the fairground property today, but future generations. As we were speaking about our experiences, some of us 20, 30 years earlier, there were fair board members then who probably didn't do what we're doing now, but had the responsibility for making sure that as the caregivers at that moment, that they provided and preserved this property and its legacy for future generations, for those of us who could be sitting here today and expressing what we hope to accomplish. But having said that, we have to be good neighbors. We have to be good citizens. We have to make sure that we reflect. And so many of the people that spoke, I really enjoyed hearing your comments, because I agree, we need to be reflective of how this property represents a changing demographics in our immediate and expanded community. I dare say, 20, 30 years ago, we didn't have the kinds of innovative events during the fair that we do have today. And I'm proud of that, and I'm excited about that. And I'm glad that we were innovative in doing that some years back. But I think we need to be the ones planning now for the next 20, 30 years. And I agree with Director Mead that we have to be focusing on the immediate. We have to make sure that we survive the next 18 months to 3 years. But let's also contemplate how we can have those sitting at this table 20, 30 years from now, being able to say what their experiences were in 2021, 2022, when they were young, and how it evolved over the next 20, 30 years. And that will be incumbent on us to make those changes, to be good, as I said, good neighbors to, Del Mar and Solana Beach and the outlying communities. We've made great progress, I believe, in that regard, from the time that I first joined the board back in the early 2000s, when there wasn't that kind of relationship. Here today, we're starting to have a conversation about working with the city of Del Mar on low-income housing. My goodness, we never would have had that conversation. Of course, there wasn't the obligation, but we never would have been able to have such conversations when Lisa and I first joined this board. So I think we need to plan well. We need to be good caretakers of this property for the years that we're sitting on this board, and make sure that its longevity is many years into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, would you like to share anything else? Any expectations?
He may or may not be on the
He
call.
may
He's
not.
going to be in and out.
He was, okay. Well, if you're listening and you want to contribute, let us know. Katie?
Yeah, so much of what my thoughts have already been conveyed, but even though we began this process a year ago, I feel like it's more timely than ever that we are continuing and moving forward with it, because we've undergone such a metamorphosis in such a short period of time. And just as a staff member, the direction and priorities that we set through this process, through creating a new mission statement or establishing values, is really going to help us as staff members to execute those goals and get us all on the same page about what the goals actually are. And there's just a ton of opportunity in front of us, and the challenge is really deciding which to choose and not, as Don already conveyed. So I'm just really thankful to participate in the process, and thank you for including us.
Thank you. Anyone else have a thought that isn't up here yet?
Yeah.
Oh, Lisa, how could I forget?
No.
You wouldn't let me forget, right? Would you?
No, I was gonna raise my hand, don't worry.
I wanted to say I love all the comments and ditto on everyone who spoke. Especially the 20%, I think is very important. We need to define that 20%. And we need to define what they want. We need to know that base. Very important. Engagement, I completely agree, because if you start with the younger ones, the parents follow through, the grandparents follow through. It's a natural progression of those that we will be able to attract. The next thing I do want to talk about, though, we have to talk about divided loyalties. We have to remember when Fred and I, we go way back from when the fair was called the Del Mar Fair. And there was great controversy about that because it lent itself to having a name that everybody just expected was part of Del Mar. And there was a little bit of this underlying, outrage. Well, how about us? It's really the San Diego County Fair. And that's why it changed. It changed because people felt excluded just by the name, which was very interesting. Even though nobody was excluded, it had that exclusionary point to it. So when we changed the San Diego County Fair, that really broadened things. And that's what we have to remember, because we have to be careful with divided loyalties. It is a San Diego County Fair. We are governed by the governor. We set, we're expected to follow his mandates. We have to look at it from this all the way down. And so I would like more definition in terms of that. So we're all on the same base. We build consensus and we develop a united front and, a team approach to this. We need more local buy-in from the politicians, our local politicians. They should be advocating for us always. Advocating for the people. I do not see this happening. In fact, I think and Fred, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we were stronger in that many moons ago. And it's lost. Somehow it's lost its way. So we need to figure that out as directors, because I think that's one of our duties that we've somehow now lost. We haven't focused on. And they could be so instrumental. And really, they should look at the Del Mar Fairgrounds as their diamond too. And say, hey, I need help with my grassroots here. We should be holding things. I did put in my comments, we should be, our facilities should be at a lower rate. That's how you reach the masses. And people should be able to come here and have somewhere they can go and, to do whatever they're doing. And so we need to just think that whole area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else have a thought that is not up here yet? Or thought of something else? All right. Would you like to take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Coffee's hit? All right. 5-minute break. I'm going to reorganize just a little bit. I got to get the feel of the room. And we'll come right back.
You were smart. Brought your own blanket. I know.
Okay. You guys gonna freak if I put this on the TV? Okay. No, you don't have enough.
Did we ever get that?
We're gonna be all the way around the room when this is over.
Did we ever get that meeting? Did the password works? Did it happen?
These,
Okay. I thought I didn't miss it, but I thought, well, no. Yeah.
Katie, so the next I'm gonna do, the next is like the past. So let's put all, if I hand the, let's start over there.
Yeah,
I don't.
I get that.
Maybe.
As soon as you. That's fine. I just thought maybe.
Maybe even just here.
But I
don't know. And maybe, well, maybe on the frame up above.
Check 1, 2.
Or maybe Melinda helps you. Do you need a step stool?
Just a reminder, everyone, that the microphones are still live in the Zoom area. Microphones are still live, and we're still live in the Zoom meeting.
Oh, wait, hold on. Are we back live yet? Yeah,
Okay.
they'll give us the go. Okay.
And we're live.
And we're live. Okay, great. People are moving back to their seats, and thanks for taking a short break, and we will have another break here shortly. But in the time we have before our lunch, I'd like for us to spend some time assessing the past performance of the Del Mar Fairgrounds. Next slide, please.
Almost there.
There we go. And setting the time frame of pre-pandemic. Let's just hold the pandemic year and 18 months or so aside for the moment. But from your experience, as an attendee, as a board member, as awareness in the community, et cetera, in the past, what has gone well? What has worked at the San Diego County Fair, Del Mar Fairgrounds, the whole organization? What has worked? Lisa.
Okay, so when I came on the board back in 2002, it was a nonpartisan board. So we actually had Republicans and Democrats. And we worked well together. We could build consensus. We developed a united front. And we had a team approach of how things were going to move. Not that every board meeting went smoothly, but we definitely felt we could voice our opinions. We put politics aside, what party we were, and we concentrated on what was important for the fairgrounds, the community, in line with the governor's office. And there was a lot of camaraderie. When everyone came to the functions, that was the other thing I noticed. We all came, whether it was the fair or what was going on, like, to buy our Christmas tree or to Holiday of Lights, the racetrack. We were all present, available. We'd all say, let's meet up. It was, I don't know, there was something different about it. And yet we all came from different parties.
Good. What else has worked well in the past? Pre-2019.
Are you talking about this from just specifically the board?
No, fairgrounds, the organization.
Well, I'm happy to jump in and say that I think it all pretty much worked.
May I speak? It's hard for me to see if someone is being asked to talk, but may I?
We'll do you next.
He can't
Oh,
see them talking. No, the
I'm
camera.
sorry, I just couldn't hear that, and I apologize. I did not mean to interrupt. It's
Okay.
hard for me to hear, and so that's why I spoke up. I thought there was silence. I apologize.
No worries. So Kathleen will start. She'll
No
speak up.
apology. I think that from my experience, both as a community member, hearing from the community, and certainly as a board member, I thought we've done pretty much everything well. I really like when you talked about the 80-20, because my experience has been that we really have preserved the 80%, the big events, the fair, the races. We've preserved the smaller events that the community brings to us. I like the public-private partnership. I like that we don't do all of our own programming, that a lot of the programming comes from the community. And I think that the recipe works very, very well. But I also will say that in the past, certainly 6 years that I've been on the board, maybe before, there's always something new that was introduced, whether it was our partnership with KABOO and we became the festival location, or we began looking at e-gaming competitions. We had that at the last fair, very small, but certainly hopes that it would become bigger. So I think that it really has gone very well. And I do like thinking about the fact that we don't have to blow up the past to be able to introduce new things. in a measured and way that the community can actually accept.
Good. Okay, Director Schenk.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting, Director Mead. I apologize to you for that. So, it's interesting. I share Lisa's recollections, and they were similar to mine. There was camaraderie. In fact, we would even celebrate, life cycle events. We would go out for dinner when somebody was, leaving the board, and we would have, if somebody had a birthday, we would go out after the meeting. And so it was really, there was that camaraderie, and I really appreciated that. And the last year and a half or year, certainly we haven't even met one another, let alone be able to celebrate together. I tell you what also worked really well was, we're all volunteers, but my goodness, the staff that we had were, they certainly weren't doing it for the high income that, they could have been earning doing other jobs. And certainly the vast majority could have earned more doing other jobs, but it was their dedication, their commitment to the 22nd DAA. The staff has been so loyal and dedicated to making sure that our mission statement was carried out. And I was really so proud of the hard work over these many years. I'll tell you what could have been better. And I think it's probably.
Can I get you to hold that thought?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, write it, make a note of it so you don't forget. But we're gonna do what could be better in just a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's
no.
okay. That's all right. Anything else?
No. I was going to move on to the could have been better. So no, those are the things that I'm recalling.
Good. Thank you so much. Don.
Yeah, I just wanted to share my perspective on the period 2012 to 2016 when I was on the Del Mar Council and City Council, and I was also their liaison to Community Relations Committee. And in the period when I was first on council, 2008, 2012, we had a very difficult relationship with the Fair Board. Part of it was around the potential purchase of the fairgrounds during Governor Schwarzenegger's time in office, and then that all got canceled and went away, but it generated some ill feelings between the city and the Fairgrounds Board. But from 2012 to 2016, we had a different board composition, and we had a different Community Relations Committee composition, and different people from Del Mar and Solana Beach on that committee. And I think we ended up that period being able to work together, respect each other. It was just a huge improvement from the 2008, 2012 era. So I think that really brought productive conversations with Del Mar and Solana Beach and even the county back to the board. And I think that was a big improvement, and it's continued to this day. And I want to echo some things that Lisa said. It's really important to have local electeds on your side. And that wasn't the case, a decade ago. I think it can be the case now. We've got a lot of newly electeds, and we need to shepherd them into the fold. But I think there's an opportunity there. But we're in a much better place than we were in 2012.
Yes.
I'm going to use a word in the middle of a kind of diagram in my head, and that's passion. I think that passion on both the board, but I'm going to focus specifically on staff side. I think that stemming from that passion comes a level of creativity and innovation that I've seen that always blows me away. From the themes that are come up with the fair and all of these cool ideas that get generated, but then that get executed flawlessly, at least from the outside. Running a business myself, from the inside, all you see is 1 million problems, but you get it done, and you have this. So, from us here, we can see all the things that we could do better. But I know that the community sees this well orchestrated, very well done, very amazing fair, and all the other auxiliary events that we do as well. And that really comes from the passion and ability to execute from staff. So leave it at that, and we'll get to what could do better later.
Yeah, right. Richard.
I think we did a lot very well before the pandemic. I don't think you can survive the crisis we survived without fundamentally being strong. I think we would have died if we didn't do core things well. I think when you get to know the organization, you know how you can do things better, which is going to be our next discussion. But our fair is phenomenal. Fifth largest in North America, 1.5, 1.6 million people a year. We do that phenomenally well. Our staff's ability to, on the dime, carry out an event, become an evacuation center, becoming responsive to the emergency needs of our community. Those we almost take, and I'm going to say this, I don't mean this in disrespect. What I mean is we almost take that for granted, which is a compliment to our staff, I think, but one that we shouldn't forget is our ability to do that. I think there have been challenges with certain things, but I do believe we have camaraderie overall among our board. There have been individual challenges along the way with that, but fundamentally and foundationally, we worked well as a board. We worked well as a staff, as an organization. So I think we did a lot of things really, really, really well that I think we should not forget.
One of you in either something you wrote or something you said to me was surprised in the crisis management side of it, that it's almost like the same passion, the staff passion to do what's right and to do it with enthusiasm and dedication happens even on the crisis side, when it's not really their event, they're just facilitating and responding. Yeah.
So I'll go.
Yeah, Joyce.
So I think I've only been on the board for a year. And as I've mentioned before, my first meeting, we canceled the fair last year. But since then, what really comes to mind, it really kind of captures a lot of what has already been said, but it's that attribute of resilience. It's like, okay, whatever gets thrown at us, we're going to find a way through it. And it may be from the community, it may be political, it may just be working harder and drawing in other resources, but that aspect of resilience is pretty amazing, and flexibility. And just sheer hard work with great resource constraints. I think if you just look at the vaccination superstation, I think I was told that there were 6,700 vaccinations.
6,007.
6,007, sorry, but I'm sure it'll rise. Over 6,000 vaccinations yesterday. And looking at the crowd outside today, I think it's probably going to be something like that as well. 5,000. Okay, well, that's good as well. But that, was done on I don't want to say a shoestring, but it was with a very small staff dedicated to having not only an adequate experience for the volunteers and those who are actually getting the vaccinations, but to have a really efficient, well-run, well-managed experience with an impact on the surrounding community that was minimized. And so I think that there is that whole core, that whole theme of resilience, hard work, just getting it done, whatever the circumstances are. And you see that play out in a lot of emergency situations. I live in this area. I see what happens when fires have occurred to the east, with all of the trailers coming from the east with horses and other livestock, and people landing at the fairgrounds and at the horse park. And then the community coming to help those people care for the animals. So it's just an amazing experience to see that we have this relatively low density space within a higher density environment that I think has great value for the community.
Who hasn't gone yet? Oh, Michael.
Yeah, I think we've really done a lot well. The top thing to me is frankly the response to the pandemic. First of all, I think, the necessary layoffs of staff was handled in a very compassionate way as much as possible. I think, it was unfortunate, but it really was done well. I think staff's ability to manage the money that, that we, are lacking has been phenomenal. The responsiveness in terms of planning, planning the homegrown for this year and the accommodation of the vaccinations, all of that. It's just amazing what you've been able to accomplish with minimal staff and under a lot of pressure. Throughout the, 50 years or more, 60 years that I've been coming to the fair and just been a patron here, there's always been a reputation that this is a great place to come to. Walt Disney created Disneyland because he took his kids to it was probably a county fair, and he thought it was just so dirty and disgusting, he didn't want his kids to be there. And so he sort of created Disneyland on that, notion that it would be clean and safe and whatever. Well, I think this place has always had that feeling of, it's a safe place that you can bring the whole family. And I think that's been consistent for the 60 years I've been coming here. The fair itself, I think, has worked well over the years. We talked about 80-20. I think there's been enough embracing of the past and also just enough innovation over the years that it's kept it fresh. The expansion of the wetland area that took place a few years ago and the relationship between the operations of the property and the adjacent wetlands, I think has gone well. The response to the Regional Water Quality Control Board's requirements related to horse racing and water quality, getting that whole project built and operational, I think has been fantastic. And then I think working well all these years has been the exhibits and trade shows and things like Kaboo, I think have just been fantastic. I mean, with the possible exception of gun shows. But otherwise, I just think this has been a community resource mass gathering place that has worked and really served the public.
Good. Arlene? Hold on.
So as a patron, I think the what stands out in my mind is the tradition and the experience that the fairgrounds has given to many. I mean, I can think of my own family memories and I think for anything that really lodges a memory in someone, it's that emotion that it brings out. We remember our memories are stemmed back to things that happened, whether it made you very happy or made you very sad. Those things rise to the top in your memories. And so for me, this is a long-standing family tradition where I've brought my grandchildren and my children, and we've experienced that. And not just at the fair, but at multiple events throughout the year, through horse racing. We've done it all, and it's been a great experience. And one of the things that stands out as a person that's, I have 30 plus years in retail and hospitality, that service component is such an important component to any business that interacts with the public and offers a service, right? You go to places where you get the best service. You can pretty much buy a lot of things anywhere, but you go and you shop where you have that great service. And the fairgrounds has that great service. I'm very proud to be a part of that because when we look at staff and what they provide, or as you've experienced the fairgrounds, you go through and you always find that great customer service that is helpful and people looking to serve. And I think that's a great aspect in our business that we've done very well.
Thank you. Katie.
One thing that stands out to me when you ask what we've done well, and Michael kind of touched on it a little bit, is that we always have been considered a leader in our industry. Fairs, not just throughout California, but the entire nation kind of look to us to set an example. They look to us for innovation. We've won many, many, many awards over the years for different various programs. We were one of the first to introduce a Hispanic marketing program back in '97, I think. We've been a leader in recycling and conservation and dedication to the environment. So those are things I think we can be really proud of and build on.
So one thing that I was thinking is, especially in hearing thoughts, but that has worked very well for us has been that flexibility. It's been stated in different ways, resiliency, the ability to adapt and things like that. But I think when you look just at the history of everything about the fairgrounds, it's been that flexibility. And it is one of the things that also I think makes us uniquely qualified for those emergency types of response, is that it's just inherent in our nature. But with that, I also, it's been a history truly of engaged boards that are focused on the organization, and having worked in this industry for a long time, and in an industry where, you have boards that are, whether it's appointed by the governor, whether it's appointed by supervisors, whether it's elected out of memberships and things like that. You oftentimes, and I think for those who have served on other boards as well, you oftentimes hear about just the dynamics of the board, because that really has a lot to do with the success overall of an organization. And so I think when I look back on it in terms of history and just the progress that's been made and that flexibility, a key component of it has been that engagement and focus on the organization, and not the individual perhaps competing interests of the individuals that make up the board. So sort of that one voice. Other things that I think have really worked well for us has also been with that, and that, again, flexibility and resiliency of staff and engaged boards, has been the investment in facilities. Seen a lot of fairgrounds. And there is a reason why we get talked about. We're not just a crown jewel in San Diego County. I mean, truly, we're a crown jewel within the industry as well. And it's been from that investment in the facilities and the awareness of environmental impacts, and the continuing investment in that as well, and just being good stewards of this land.
Millions and millions and millions invested.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Even beyond, I mean, it's been a culture for a long time.
Right.
Okay, any other thoughts of that maybe didn't get mentioned? Okay. Director Schrank, would you like to start with what could have been better? Oops, unmute.
Thank you. All right. So what I think could have been better is a couple of things that come to mind. I think we could have been more transparent with the direction and the leadership of the 22nd DAA. I know the community. I've read it. I've heard it. I've seen it. From a myriad of different places and sources, that there's been this apparent secrecy of things taking place within the 22nd DAA. I know that that's not how things operate, but I also know that because of restrictions on us being able to communicate because of Bagley Keene, there are things that we cannot do outside of board meetings. And so unfortunately, unlike elected officials who can go and, meet with their constituents and have a town hall, we don't have really the ability to do certain things that we might like to be able to do. And so there is this appearance that we are, we do things closeted, and we don't act in a transparent way. And yet we take direction from council, and we have to, and that's the proper way to do things. But nonetheless, there is that perception, and it's unfortunate. And I know that we're always striving to share information as best we can. But I also think that the transparency issue had been in the past present between staff and the board. Sometimes we weren't sharing information amongst ourselves adequately, and that led to some lack of information when it would have been valuable to have in preparation for board meetings. And I think we're getting better at that. I know we're getting better at that, and that's really vital so that we can make decisions and take action based on good, solid information that we need. I think some of the other things that we could have done better is giving direction back to our staff as a board and to the executive staff of the 22nd DAA. And I think in all, I think we're better at communicating. I know we are better at communicating with each other, not just amongst the board, but with our staff. The other thing that I think we could have done better is also working with our community neighbors. And I've spoken about that earlier, and as did Dawn. When I first joined the board, we had a less than stellar relationship with our neighbors. And I know that was not something that any members of I shouldn't speak for others. It certainly wasn't something that I wanted to have happen. And I was delighted when, Lee Haydu and Don were appointed to the board, because we finally had representation from our neighbors. We've done well in having the governor appoint members of the community from a larger swath of the community, but I thought it was important to have engagement from those who are directly impacted by many of the decisions that we made, and I was happy to see that, but it took some time, and so that was a part of the evolution of things that could have been better earlier when I first joined. Then lastly, I want to talk about the physical plant, because I think that could have been better. We inherited the physical plant that we have, and it is, I believe, woefully under. It's less. The quality of many of the buildings is, I don't want to say it's uninhabitable, because it's not that at all, but it's certainly not up to the caliber of buildings that would be deserving of a 22nd DAA that has millions of people coming through the doors. And I know we're certainly making improvements with Surfside, and that's important, but there are other buildings on the property that I think are woefully inadequate, and they still are. And we could have done better, and we need to do better in making sure that as we move forward in creating a master plan for the use of the property, that we have buildings and structures that meet our needs in every way. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead.
Lisa.
I agree with, everything Fred said. I want to just lend some light. Many of the governors were hesitant to appoint city officials in the past, because of their loyalties to their cities, their individual cities. It was a huge concern, you know, because they had developed bonds and they had voters, and, you know, it was just a huge issue about, you know, keeping that line, not crossing that line. So, so that's what, you know, Fred, you and I saw that many times over.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was a huge issue.
Yes.
So I wanted to just, you know, add to that, but I think where we could do better and is with misinformation. There's a lot of misinformation out there regarding the fairgrounds. And we are not allowed to address it in public meetings as directors. But I think we could do better communicating it on our website, or possibly, you know, with the newspapers. You know, we need a voice to, because otherwise they continue to get out there and we're still hearing about them many, many years down the road. So it's an issue with misinformation, but I know that's going on a larger scale in the world. So, but if we could somehow wrap our arms around that, I think it would help us immensely.
Yep. Michael.
I think what could have been better for me all falls under the heading of business planning. For example, I don't know, it was Carla Hayes, one of the speakers from the public earlier, talked about the lumpiness of our revenue stream. You know, we've basically got, you know, a big peak when horse racing revenues come in, food and beverage, et cetera, and another peak when the fair happens. But the rest of the year, it's, you know, it's not adequate. If we could have focused more on evening out those peaks and having a steadier year-round revenue flow, we would have been better off. And the fact that we didn't accumulate reserves to be prepared for the pandemic, I think was a shame. I think the loss of Kaboo, frankly, was a shame. I think that kind of thing here at the fair is extraordinarily appropriate. Horse Park, you know, we could have planned better so that we didn't have to shut it down. In terms of our past planning efforts, as a business person, a business like this, I think we could dramatically increase our revenues if we did one thing, and that's have a sign by the freeway. And, you know, I would move heaven and earth to make that happen. It just would have a profoundly positive effect on the revenue streams here. And then as Fred mentioned, the exhibit hall obsolescence and how that kind of evolved over the years is a shame. I think we have plenty of opportunities in the future to solve that one, but we could have done better there.
You know, I think you could answer this question from two different angles. There's the mechanics of operations, all the things that we could do better on that end, including, you know, the mechanics of how we operate as the board and interface and that kind of thing. But I think that's the 80%. I'm gonna answer it from the strategic perspective. On my opinion, of course, you know, I think we've looked at master planning or strategic planning in the past as, for example, if we developed a 20-year plan, we would embark on this 20-year plan and revisit it at the end of the 20 years. And I don't think that's the way it should happen. I think that should be a sliding scale where we develop, and that's, again, comes down to the concept of the lens, where there's continuously new opportunities. And if you, in isolation, you know, think about what do I do with this opportunity without revisiting the whole thing, you end up with a mosaic of stuff going on. So that said, I think that the concept of if we can kind of calibrate ourselves to be thinking always 20 years out, and every year you revisit it and make slight adjustments, you would be addressing the lumpiness, you'd be addressing decreasing businesses here and increasing business, we would constantly be vigilant and making these course corrections as opposed to major course corrections at some later time, which is where we are today. So I think it's great that we're here and we are doing this. This is phenomenal. I hope that we can develop a discipline that succeeds this board and will be continued in practice. That is what will really have a 20, 30-year term. It will outlive everything, everyone who may be here right now. So.
Absolutely. You might still be here, but most of us won't be. Richard.
I'm not going to, I don't mean to sound flip, but what could we improve on? Everything.
Yeah.
You can improve on everything. And to Pierre's point, that's the 80% that we were already doing. And I think that we could have looked at, are we being as efficient as we should be? Are we capitalizing on all of the things that we could with the things that we're doing? But also, how might we be able to diversify and enlarge in a proactive way? I think we tended to be more reactive than proactive. And I think that is now a shift that the organization has made, and a commitment towards that has been made, I think. I think we could have been leaner and meaner, but I also think that the dynamic between the board and the staff could have been improved upon on both ends so that we kind of work together for how can we maximize on going forward, and the board setting, some priorities and some goals and the, staff implementing them and becoming a, stronger organization for that. Again, I think we're really improving on that. And I think that we will be better and better going forward, but I think we could have been better.
A trap that fairs fall into, right, is seasonal planning.
Right.
Right. You finish one fair, you start planning the next. You finish one horse race meet. It's a real trap, and we've all had to deal with it. And that's, you said proactive, reactive. It's also in my mind seasonal.
Yeah. That's good.
Don. Joyce. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Don and Joyce had hands up.
Whomever. Wrestle for it.
Joyce goes.
Knock down, drag out, fight on. Who gets to go first? So I certainly agree with many of the things, or all the things that have been said. And I think that, and it captures a little bit of, Becky, what you were talking about in terms of being seasonal. I think that one of the things that we could do even better is to institutionalize, in the most positive sense, the things that need to happen on an ongoing basis as a board. So strategic planning shouldn't be a once every 5 or 10-year event. It should be something that is part of an annual calendar. You talk about it at least every year, about how you're doing on your plan after it's already in place, where you're going with it, where does it need to be tweaked. So it needs to be part of a routine, if you will, so that whether we're here or not, there's some future board that sees a connection with what's been done in the past and can change it, upgrade it, morph it. So it feels very organic to what the board is supposed to be doing. And I think that speaks to that whole issue of what are the responsibilities of the board from a governance perspective, and how do we make sure that those things are concretized in a way that outlives our tenure. And I think that's a big part of the foundations that we need to set, so that all this work that gets done eventually, has value in the future, but that doesn't become stale. I think that's really important. And I think that there is a lot of room for getting better around what are board responsibilities and what are staff or management's responsibilities. I see some intermingling that I think is, while it's all been very well intentioned and probably even necessary, just because everyone needed to, pull above their weight class, if you will. over the long term, it can be kind of confusing as to what's a board role and what's a staff role. And so I think over time, we need to address that. And I think that to the extent that the board begins to focus even more deeply on governance responsibilities, it will happen naturally because there's enough work to do there that you don't have to be playing in this arena. I think the other thing that's really, it's been pointed out, but is really fundamental to allowing that to happen is the flow of communication. Because, being a new board member is sort of like, I don't know, what's that? And there's the winks and the nods about, oh, yes, we know all about that. Well, I don't. So even more communication from staff to the board about what's going on and, a little bit of the backstory of it, why this matters, I think is really important. I've seen some of that begin to happen and I'm very appreciative of that. But I think it's something that we need to do even more of. And I feel the same way relative to the community and the ability of staff, not the board, but staff to really help develop and sustain and grow the relationships with especially the surrounding communities and then community in the broader sense. But that whole issue of the misinformation that gets repeated so often that people begin to believe certain things are true. You just can't let that happen in a vacuum. And I think that nothing good happens in silence. In silence, people begin to make up what they believe to be true or wish to be true, but in fact, not true. Or at least they need more information to be able to assess their position and maybe modify it, maybe not. There are some strongly held beliefs that can't be penetrated. But I think that everything gets a little bit better when there's more information, accurate information rather than less. On kind of a smaller scale, I want to go back to the worker housing issue because I think we've all toured that and kind of what I've been told is that, well, this is kind of like what backstretch facilities are like, in the industry. And I take it in, I appreciate that. But if we are really, looking at being world-class, how do we find the funding to be able to do something that's world-class in that space? Because it decidedly is not. And so I think that's what we are this jewel. And how do we prioritize and manage and find the financial resources to be able to do some of that work that everyone can see is not what we want. But we just don't have the ability to do something about it yet. So that just kind of looms large for me. And what else? The whole could have gone better. Financial planning for Black Swan events. Okay, our whole world could have done better in that space. Yeah. So I don't have a significant critique generally of not having been ready for a pandemic. I think the only big business that I saw that had pandemic insurance was Wimbledon last year. Amazingly, somewhere along the line, they bought pandemic insurance. Who knew? We did not have that, and most did not. On the other hand, just from a good financial, plan perspective, it would have been good to have more resources going into it. I think Orange County was lucky for some reasons that, we're familiar with, and that doesn't necessarily get communicated broadly, but it wasn't all just that they did such a fantastic job. They had some other help. But we could have been better in that space. We could have been less.
They had an excellent past CEO.
Yes. Oh, I forgot about that, Becky.
An excellent business planning.
Excellent business planning, of course. I agree with the lumpiness and the seasonality of what we do. I think that there were just huge opportunities for filling in some of those valleys of where there weren't a lot of events going on. But I also knew that would take resources to do. And so, where would those resources have come from? But I think everyone believes, especially in retrospect, that we could have done an even better job there. Gee, go figure. I think this issue of having some events that are definitely market priced to be able to support a large range of kind of, less high ticket, more community based events is a big deal. It's that affordable side of it. So I think that making sure, and I think we've done some of that, but making sure that's part of what we build into it would be, put us in an even better space. That's enough.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on some unique perspectives I have because I was involved in the attempt of Del Mar to buy the fairgrounds, and we had an in-depth financial analysis at that time. This is a 2010 era. And our potential bond holders said that we should not purchase the fairgrounds because there's no way the income that they generate will meet their debt obligations. And that there was no sustainable business plan. We're now talking about a business plan, but at that era, there was no, the board had not presented any business plan. They did develop a master plan that had a hotel, a lot of big space, and that was challenged in a CEQA lawsuit because they developed this master plan without any input from the surrounding neighbors, including the city of San Diego and the county of San Diego. So it was a master plan that was developed by the fairgrounds without the kind of community input that you would normally expect. And because of that, and because the traffic impacts and the environmental impacts were ignored in that master plan, the local cities won that CEQA lawsuit. And the master plan was significantly reduced. So the point of that is there was a lack of long-term financial planning back in that era. There was a lack of taking in community input before you did any long-term planning. And I remember when I first came on the board, I had a long meeting with Steve Shoemaker talking about how you develop a successful business plan. And I'd never been involved in an organization that depended on any kind of public income that didn't have a business plan, but I couldn't discern one here at Fairgrounds. So I'm delighted that we're now talking about that. And of course, the pandemic forces us to talk about it in a more meaningful way. But I think there were a lot of missed opportunities in the past. And it is a challenge. I mean, we really need year-round events and year-round income. So this seasonal income is like our energy load. You know, it's huge in June and July, and it goes down to very low levels the rest of the year. Those June and July peaks cost us $2 million. I mean, we got to fix those kind of problems. And that's the whole purpose of being here. You know, let's have strategic plans that address both short-term issues, but these longer-term issues, and let's get to a place where we have a solid financial footing where each new event we add generates enough income to be supporting. Because historically, we've added events that have lost money, not gained money. So, you know, this is just sound financial planning, but it's been difficult because of the complexity of the operations here. And there are certain events that I love, our kids love. We always go to the fishing show, we go to the hot rod show. And the only thing I object to those is you have to pay a lot for parking. So you walk in and you have to pay a ton of money for a beer. So
you're advocating for free beer?
No, I'm advocating that if you have 3 kids that drink beer and it's $12 a piece, you know, you run out of money.
You let your, is that why the kids hid from you? You were letting them drink beer? No, that
No,
was.
my wallet always comes back empty every time I go to the fairgrounds, no matter how much money I have.
Yeah,
when
it's
I walk
true.
in, when I walk out, it's empty.
That's
Then it's working.
Who else?
I haven't gone yet, and
Okay.
I really had thought that wasn't going to comment on this one because I've just listened and everybody's comments are so true. And the only thing that I want to add, and I agree with almost every comment that's been made, is that's what we can be better at, is really understanding as a board that all these truths coexist. That yes, we do seasonal work because big events take almost a year to plan a big event. And sometimes the lulls create space for our staff to be able to plan the big events and to work the big events. And that's the beauty of the public-private partnership, is that in that space where there are the lulls, the community comes in and they fill up that space. All of these things take resources, and we don't have unlimited resources. And everything that we talk about, whether it is the infrastructure of the facility or it is the very nature of our work, all these things happen, and we get to sit back and judge that and recognize that there's great complexity in it. And then we get to walk away and say, staff, make it so. And I just look at it and I think that the best thing that we can do is to continue to recognize that this is, yes, one big business plan with a whole bunch of little mini business plans that build up and come up and cascade either from the biggest business plan or create the big business plan. But the complexity of the organization is what I think we can do a better job of both understanding and communicating externally.
Becky, if I could say one more thing also
Sure,
that I just
sure.
want to add. One of the things that could have been better during the pandemic, I feel, is that the rules should have been lightened up from the governmental standpoint right away. We needed to be able to do things quickly, and we needed to be able to get revenue moving at a faster pace for us. I think we were hindered by the controls, the process, and, you know, especially during these times when we had a bird in the hand, and now that bird's gone. They get frustrated with the process. They're, you know, they look at it like, you know, this is going nowhere. I think that's a real issue. It gives us a bad name. And they see us more as government taking their time, not really as a
Right.
business, you know, group that's trying to make great business decisions
Right.
for the current times.
All right. Well, I had a couple things as well, and I echo some of the comments, which is the financial, I don't want to say leadership, but actually looking and assessing our business from that business eye and making sure that things pan out, not just doing them because we've always done them. And I think, Dawn, you mentioned that, and Pierre. And we've, as leaders, come across many items that have been a loss for us. And so we need to reassess that. And I think we're doing that now, which is great. One of the other components that I recognized internally when I got here was the communication, which ties into transparency, not just external, but also internally, because we had staff that didn't know what was going on. And so increasing that communication. And I think we've made some significant strides in that by having regular meetings with staff and, you know, continuing to communicate outward. So both internally and externally. And then thirdly, I think the one thing that hasn't been mentioned that I see as an opportunity for us that we haven't really, we've started to embark on, that is the use of technology. There's so many things that we could use. We are very old school in how we operate, and so much that our financials were on Excel spreadsheets at some point. So getting new financial systems in place, which we're in the process of doing, is excellent, so that hopefully at next board meeting, we'll have some great financials that are true and accurate, so and reliable. But having that information, using technology, even with when we do events, using some technology to monitor the capacity levels and those things, now that we're in a changed environment, for the safety of our patrons, making sure that we have social distancing and not too much capacity of the events. So I think we really need to embark and really look at technology as we build in the other aspects as well.
One thing that I was just gonna add or kind of reiterate what everyone said, you know, in the past, things weren't really planned strategically, and, you know, everybody's referred to the lumps in the cash flow and that kind of thing. And I think we took for granted too much that we had the fair as a cash cow and we had the races as a cash cow, and everything else in between just sort of happened. There wasn't any strategy to it. There wasn't any analysis. you know, to make sure that those things made sense. And the other thing I think we learned from this pandemic is that we are so event reliant, whether it's the fair or our interim events or that kind of thing. And we really need to look at how we can diversify our business model into all types of things so that we're not just reliant on one thing or another.
So I promised that, because I'm sitting here going, "Oh, that was said, that was said." So I promise these really are some of my independent thoughts, but it doesn't necessarily, but in terms of, you know, what could have been better, it's just another way of saying it though. And that's, and my biggest, there are several things, but what I kind of combined that into was what could have been done was really creating a culture of strategic thinking. You know, we talk a lot about like strategic planning, and I think one of the things that is that plans get made, they get done, and oftentimes they get shut, but it's really the strategic thinking. How does the you know, the impact of a decision that's being made and the understanding of the financial situation, you know, impact that, and what are those, the long term, versus so many decisions having been made in isolation because it was reactionary, it was in the moment, it was seasonal, you know, things of that. But I really think that creating that, and with that is also the cultivating relationships within the community. I think that has been a challenge, you know, when you look back at our history, and it really became obvious with the pandemic and not having those relationships. And whether that was with, you know, the support of our, you know, elected officials and kind of our, you know, civic leaders, and or with other organizations and things as well. Because so much of what we have also talked about is just, you know, what we mean in the community. And then, you know, just, you know, such a historic, you know, event like this occurs, and it's like we were on an island by ourselves, and it's because we had created that island. And so I also see where, you know, we have a history of wanting the public to participate in what we have to offer. We want them to come to the fair, we want them to come to the race, we want them to come to the events. But what are we as an organization doing to be involved in the public and in the community, and again, with other organizations and things like that? So I think that's part of that, you know, what we could have done better, looking back on it.
Okay. Any other thoughts? No?
Well, there's
Oh.
one other thing I'd like to say. When I started on the board a year ago, we had Tim Fennell, who was running the place. And he had been here something like, I don't know, 26 years or something? Almost 30 years. There are positives and negatives when you have someone, you know, who's a CEO running a business for that kind of length of time. The positive is they know everything that's going on, the history, you know, and in an autocracy, that kind of experience and tenure is fantastic. In this kind of a setting, it can be more complex. And so the relationship between the board and the CEO is an interesting one. We recently actually provided some feedback to Carlene, and it was a wonderful thing that we were able to do that. You know, the notion of institutionalizing certain board activities, I think, is fantastic. And one of those ought to be an annual performance review of management. And, you know, those kinds of things, I think, could have been better in the past. So it's something to maybe think about for the future.
Right.
Now I feel compelled to just correct any misinformation because in the past, we did have performance reviews.
And
with
it's in our
CDF.
board packet, that one that
Good.
CDFA passes out to each of you.
Yeah.
It's in there that, yeah, it's required actually, according to.
Was
yeah.
was that feedback? Michael, read your material.
It's just in the board packet, so I know. And it did happen. We did have annual
Yeah,
reviews.
thank you for, yeah, thank you
Yeah,
for the
we did.
clarification. We did.
Yeah,
And
you
we have.
probably didn't hit one.
I wasn't
It's
here.
his first, it was his first. But I think
He's
that.
just been here a year. He
Yeah,
just-
but
I've only been here a year.
But I think to your point is, I think that there was a goodness to that, you know, and it felt like there was a lot of participation, and so I think it felt good. So I think saying that makes a lot of sense. Let's do more of that.
Right.
Yes.
And it does, why have it
Dig
be an,
deeper.
why have it be an annual event? It can be an ongoing event. I
That's
mean,
right.
I think we all know that the best feedback is feedback that's given all the time.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah,
Well,
so.
I think it goes thematically with our real commitment of communication. And I
Right.
think that on all levels, with each other, with staff, with our community, and transparency, that is a byproduct of the communication. So I think we're doing that on a lot of different levels, and I think that's a very healthy thing for the organization.
Well, as important as transparency is, when it comes to a performance review scenario, you know, being anonymous, it might actually help in that. You know, if I was going to, a year from now, give feedback to Carlene, I might be freer if I was giving it anonymously.
Well, the performance evaluation of is personnel, which would be is always in a closed session unless the CEO elects not to do it that way.
No, I understand that. I
So
understand
it would
that.
be-
But even if I literally
Identity.
wrote something down, gave it to you, and you presented everybody's written comments without Carlene knowing where they came from.
Perhaps a
we all
360-degree
Might be
process.
freer.
And Michael, that's the format we've used in the past,
Yeah.
and I
Oh.
suspect we would use in the future.
Perfect. Okay. Never mind.
That's
Lunch
what
is-
today is about, though,
Yeah,
too,
learn.
right?
We're new, Michael, we're
Lunch
new.
break's about 10 to 15 minutes away.
Okay, good. Anything else of what could have, yes, Don?
No, I appreciate everything everybody said, and I'm really happy the board's moving in this direction. In past boards I've been on, I've been really concerned when the board got too active providing direction to staff, because you want to set some long-term goals, provide some guidance, which is what we're trying to do. But when you start getting involved in making up deficiencies in staff, you're going down a really dangerous path. And I think, you know, I've seen a little bit of that in the past couple of years. I think Carlene's doing a great job. We've already told her that, so that's not news. But just keep that in mind in the future, that, you know, you want to give staff the opportunity to develop and exercise all their abilities. And if you have to step in and start correcting things as a board, you've got a potential problem that needs to be addressed right away.
I absolutely, I'm sorry.
I love what you're saying. I'm going to throw a crazy idea out there. What if staff gives the board feedback?
Ooh.
That's not acceptable.
I think knowing like, hey, you're micromanaging me would be an interesting barometer for, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it would be a indicator of one way or another, something needs to be worked on.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, and whether it takes the form of staff kind of working with the board leadership to say,
Right.
hey, these are the things that we're seeing. This is not working for us. What can we do to correct that? That level of feedback, information,
and-
communication
yeah.
needs to happen. And I think from that governance perspective, one of the things that, you know, we could probably do a good job of around institutionalizing is, how do we think we're doing as a board? I mean, that's one of the fundamentals of a good board, is that you are at least doing some sort of self-assessment. And if it can be enhanced by getting some feedback from staff, that, I think that's fantastic. That would be highly unusual in my experience, but I think it's interesting and a good idea.
I think it's a great idea. I'd take it maybe one meta step further. There's feedback from the board to staff, and then from staff to the board, but then we ought to look at the interaction between staff and the board, and how that is going in general. Because, you know, this is my first year on the board, and it's been kind of a learning process to figure out, well, how much are the committees doing and responsible for versus staff. And, I'm kind of feeling it out, but it's a good thing to actually talk about explicitly at some point, maybe annually.
I just want to echo that I really feel that feedback from the team, from staff is good for us so that we can make sure that what we're doing, the best thing that we're doing is really supporting staff in the operations of the fairgrounds. I will say that the last year notwithstanding, because as Joyce pointed out earlier, it was a different year and it was essentially all hands on deck. But my 6 years and serving on a variety of committees on this board is that I feel like the process works very well. The committees are staffed by staff. And what often happens at the committees is that staff brings us ideas. They share information. We take that in. We give input. And hopefully we come out of this pandemic with that same model of staff using the committees for feedback and information, and we can move back to what I think we're more used to. I can't echo Don's and Joyce's comments any better. There are very clear roles for board and oversight and staff for management. And I think that the better we can get at understanding that, and with staff giving us feedback when we slip into management roles, is very good for all of us.
Better yet, even a step further, the staff has been great with writing reports and making recommendations.
Yes.
And that's after they've done their thorough research, and that's the way it should work. We're seeing trends change, and so I think trends are changing. I think it's all good, and that's what we have to be open to.
And candidly, even with this strategic planning process, while as Katie pointed out, we've been at it for a better part of a year. We started before the pandemic. I've often wondered why it wasn't coming from staff to us as opposed to the process being board led. And, the truth of the matter is we've got a lot of information now. We've got a lot of public information. We've got a lot of input. And now it may be really necessarily time to give back to the staff and say, you've got a lot of stuff to work with. Come back to us.
I actually think that there's been a pretty dramatic shift over the last couple of years in a better understanding of board versus staff roles and the adherence to that. And I think that that's going to be one of the things that I think will be very strong in going forward. In my experience, when I was a newer board member, I observed things that I would actually go, whoa, why is a board member doing that? That is a staff function. And I think that the lines were very blurry for too long. I think that they are less blurry now, but I do believe that there needs to be a really strong understanding among the board as to what is setting policy and what is that's the board function and what is the staff function, and when does a board member kind of overstep. And I think we have a really strong board with a commitment to that and a real understanding of that. But I do think having the conversation, and I'm not sure if it's here or whether we have, I've thought about, and we just got completely sidetracked for the last year and a half. I wanted to have kind of somebody come and present to the board that discussion, because I think it's really essential for the foundation of the organization to have that understanding and a commitment from the board that they're not going to overstep and get in the weeds.
Right. It's part of the complexity also, because the board needs to self-discipline itself, right? I mean, you can't expect the CEO who you hire to also discipline you, but then also, well, I guess you could, and she probably does in a way that you don't even know she's doing it, but there's also the state. And often your staff is caught between the state telling them, no, you have to do it this way, and the board saying, no, we want to do it this way. Right. And you're the ones that hire the CEO and then on down. But yet the state has a role oh, I got on the platform, didn't I? The state has a role in telling her or your CEO how to do their job and what they're supposed to do, how the staff is supposed to do their job. And it's a very interesting tightrope to walk for all of you.
And often good communication can help clarify that.
Yeah.
And I think that's, I think that's been a huge theme.
Yeah.
And we need to continue to be even better.
But I think I agree with that
Yeah.
completely. And I really think that having the staff communicate to the CEO, who then communicates to the board leadership, and particularly the president,
Right.
who's then communicating to the board.
Right.
That I do not believe was a strong
Dynamic
suit
in the past.
in the past. I do see that as now shifting, and I think that is just going to make the organization so much stronger. Carlene and I speak all the time, and so I know she's speaking from her staff. I'm speaking from the board. We then discuss. I'll have of course with Bagley Keene.
Right.
I'm talking with whoever is on that committee.
Right.
And then it goes from there.
Right.
So
Right. Good.
it's very healthy.
Yep. Okay, I want to do something really fast and then we're going to let you get lunch, but I want to speed along just a little bit. We're going now to assessing. Next slide, please. We're going now to looking at current conditions. And I want to stop and you spoke about the complexity of the organization and the puzzle pieces, right? So can we articulate what those puzzle pieces are? Don't shout out yet. Am I on? Next slide, please. That's it. Okay, so one business, one puzzle piece. Okay, can we list what are your, because you talked about needing it to be decisions and strategic planning, considering the whole. So what I've written is, what are your business units? What are your business activities? You have
Land. The fair.
Huh?
The fair.
The fair.
San Diego County Fair. That is
Interim events.
Events,
Racing.
horse racing.
We have the lessees, like the operation of the golf and tennis and
Swimming, is it swimming?
Swimming,
And
yeah.
the RV park.
the RV park
and horse park.
and horse.
Would that be facility rentals?
Kind
You
of
know,
goes into a little bit different nature.
So and how's that, correct me if I'm wrong, how I see this differently is, here's the annual fair, annual horse racing, but horse park and your lessees are year round. They're not necessarily event driven.
Right.
They may host events, but they're not in their relationship with the fair. They're not event driven. But you do have, we call them interim events when really they're just events, event rentals, right? That's a fair term that's gone way back. Do you have any other business units?
Did you put down the RV park?
That's under lessees.
Isn't?
Really?
No, it's actually,
Or
I think
actually, it isn't a
so.
lessee, isn't it?
I would probably put it as a,
You guys manage
one of
it?
those potential, well, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, possibly you'll. RV park?
That would be year round.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Well, okay, we can come back to that. So anyway, I've got them up there. Is there anything else, Carlene?
No, actually, I was starting to think of like, there are other pieces to our puzzle that are external.
Oh, yeah, no,
forces.
I'm
Oh,
getting
sorry,
there.
yeah, that's what was popping in my head with my
Patience.
hand.
Have we lost Fred?
Is
Please lost.
food and beverage a separate thing that sold to those things, or you count them into those?
Or is that part of this?
It's part of it, it's part of the fair, it's part of horse racing, it's part of events.
But we've done some things that were, over the last year that were not part of that, where we actually had standalone food event.
But that would put that, I guess, into the category of
What is
events.
that?
Well, wait,
Are you
maybe,
talking
maybe
about
not.
Premier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Premier contract in essence?
The premier concept.
You're really, I think, breaking out events produced by outsiders versus
Right.
in-house
Yes.
produced events.
That-
And that is an important
That is the
distinction.
difference.
Right, but the food and beverage is the component of both of those things.
Right.
Or all three if you have reason.
Okay, I'm writing self-promoted events where.
Self-produced or
Yes,
not promote.
well, it is. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do some events, you have event rentals. You do have kind of, in the fair industry, you have a kind of a different relationship with your food and beverage
Yeah.
than others. Okay, you've got all these. So that's one piece of the puzzle. So then the other puzzle piece is, what are the community needs, community concerns that influence your decision-making with these puzzle
So
pieces?
emergency response would be a big part of that.
Emergency response.
Land use.
Noise.
Traffic and noise have been the big historic concerns of neighboring.
You have enough pages?
Coastal.
Yes.
Coastal
Coastal
environmental.
impact.
Yeah,
Coastal environmental.
I'm coming to that. Those
Don,
are,
has lighting been an issue?
it can be.
It was in the master plan with a rooftop soccer field lighting. It went away because of the coastal commission.
Right.
And then you have outside agencies or,
Oh, going back to, but I think also a community concern is affordability of, you know, and I think that covers a lot of things, whether it's affordability of facilities or particular events or things like that.
okay,
Well, that kind of goes to diversity access. You know, you could see horse racing and horse park as being activities that are for wealthier people to some extent. You know, where theoretically the fair is open to everybody.
So I think also in that category are the sustainability and environmental impacts, and you get some of that with what's already been mentioned, but there's definitely that piece of
Within
it
the
separately.
community.
sorry.
Oops, sorry.
Need some help.
Okay, so the puzzle pieces so far that we have are Jesus. Business units, community concerns, emergency traffic noise, lighting, affordability, diverse access,
And
diversity.
then, environmental.
Yeah.
Right, and sustainability.
Sustainability.
You, oh. Sorry. Terrible. Environmental.
I don't know how to say it, but people have different opinions as to what types of events we should have at all, like whether they're family friendly or not. There's difference in opinions as to what is or isn't.
Yep, public opinion. All right. So then you also have outside regulatory,
Yes.
and they are,
Well, Coastal Commission, Water Quality Control, Regional Water Quality Control Board are the primary.
Keep going.
CDFA.
Yeah,
CDFA.
Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah.
Well,
The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the San Diego River is a national waterway, even though it's not very
I
navigable
was gonna
now,
say.
it once was,
And could be again.
right? So I think if you were
Sandag,
doing permitting, you'd have to go
so
through
many,
5 or
yeah.
6 agencies.
Yeah,
Yeah, Sandag. for
yeah,
sure.
coastal, yeah. we said coastal.
DGS.
Yep.
yep,
I mean, there's the state aspect of kind of as an industry that we have as well.
Governor's office.
You know, food and ag, right, the governor's
CDFA.
office.
I guess with the marijuana issue, we would be bound by the city of Del Mar, aren't we?
Yeah, that's a history I don't have any history on, so.
That's one of those, without getting into the weeds of it, has been a very, because of the vagueness of so much of it, this is an issue that the industry has been wrestling with throughout the state of California, because it's actually not clear
So I think that would be a state.
in
and
terms of
perhaps
jurisdiction.
with
but-
respect to us, it might be city.
Right.
The surrounding city as well.
I don't think Michael cares, though.
Good for you, Mike.
Mhm. Okay, so Coastal Commission, Regional Water Quality Board, CDFA, California Department of Food and Agriculture, okay. The AG's office, you can't choose who your lawyers are. You have a good one, though. You have I can speak to that. US Army Corps of Engineers, DGS, Department of General Services for the state, Governor's Office, the cannabis, whoever, we don't know who, but somebody has jurisdiction. Certainly, it's implied that it's the city of Del Mar, or you're letting them.
I think that that's a good list, especially the bigger ones. I mean, there's a lot we could, as Dawn said, well, you could keep going when you get into also just, there are regulatory aspects with, county health.
So maybe,
As we all learned
Yeah.
this year, public
deal.
health separately from county environmental health.
Yeah.
That was, something
the
that
health
was really
So at this
new.
point, CDC.
Yeah, and
CDC, yes.
the County of San Diego, we haven't
Fire
really,
marshal.
yeah, we haven't really talked about all of the, emergency response kind of
Right.
relationships, but.
But there's also, hazmat and like county hazmat, some of the regulatory stuff that we were dealing with in thinking of 2019, Cal OSHA.
so maybe you want to shed some light on where you're going with this.
It's more of a
Kelly
ooh,
Jarvis.
Awareness.
See, now, it's more of an awareness. It's the complexity and the layers of your organization. I put insurance on there. Isn't insurance starting to dictate what you can do and not do?
You can add SANDAG to that,
SANDAG.
SANDAG. They basically control the vehicular and
Oh.
rail access and egress. And those kinds of things.
So for the business units to be compatible with one another, right? There is some of that to be said. And you want to, I've heard you talk about needing to spread your revenue sources, what's going to be, looking at this long list and the complexity of the organization and who's involved. You can't really do much of anything without the public having an opinion about it, which is fine. You're a community organization. You have all these regulatories that you have to deal with as well. You're a public business. You're not a privately owned business. So there's a governmental aspect to what you do. And yet you want to be able to take existing or even unheard of yet business opportunities and business units and grow them. So this is just really an awareness. It also, and I'll use the example of, I'll give you two weed examples, not cannabis, in the weed. And that is, we evolved as an event center. We have buildings just like you, and they would be rented out, and then we had policies, and we had rental fees, blah, blah, blah. There would be a local Southern California bird show association, nonprofit, that, wanted to have a bird show, but they didn't want to rent the big hall for 2 days because they didn't have enough money. So they would move in at 5 a.m. on their day. They'd set up their event, open their event, and then move out by midnight. So they would only have to pay 1 day rental. But that took that building off the market for that whole weekend. Well, and it really took it more because it cost us a whole lot of money to clean up after the birds, because the birds get out and they don't leave with their owners as they're supposed to. So as we went back into assessment, and while we knew this was culturally a positive community activity, we also, its compatibility with the organization being able to grow the event offerings, it was a limitation. So how do you respectfully help the Bird Association either grow to where they're taking the entire weekend and better effective use of the property, or find another location? The other, and I'll use Carlene's fair, previous fair, most of us all had RV parks. And I certainly know at Orange County, we had RV parking, but it was like an ugly stepsister. We didn't really want to manage it. No, the staff, it wasn't sexy enough to rise to their level of attention. It just wasn't cool. And yet when, and Carlene's Fair Board was, at that time, was kind of in the same, the RV park was a hassle. And yet, when they did the analysis, they realized that because of Calistoga had become a tourist destination and occupancy of all the hotels was at 80% year round, that little RV park with a few little, she remodeled the bathroom using Home Depot and her husband. But the few little, that thing became the gold mine. That thing pumped revenue like nobody's business. And that helped support some of those other activities that don't necessarily carry their own weight. It was a conscientious decision of the board. But knowing what your puzzle pieces are and how they fit together and how they feed, how they address all these other outside influences that are going to come to bear, and then how they also address your strategic business needs and it isn't just your business needs. There's probably some activities that you're going to want to do because it's your community response. It's your community gift back to the community. I have no idea what, we built Centennial Farm. That makes absolutely no money. Costs at least $1 million a year to operate. But that was a strategic decision as a commitment to education and agriculture. And we used other sources of income to support that. So that's the blending, and that's where we're headed, as we're headed into understanding the lens. And then, but I just, Carlene and I am talking is in terms of understanding the complexity of the organization. Kathleen, you talked about that a lot with me privately. As you start to pull back those layers, it takes thought, analysis, research, and understanding the relationship between what you've got, what you want to have, and then these groups over here that also have an influence of what you do.
And Becky, could I just add one more thing to that? Sure. I think it's really important that we take ourselves out of that decision, what we like,
Right.
what we want to see.
Right.
Or what I should say, what I want to see, what I want to do.
Right.
Because you'll never come to a united front.
Yeah.
And a consensus if you don't take yourself out of that decision-making.
Right.
And it's really what the community wants.
Right.
And all these things combined.
Right.
It's not about you.
Right, right, right. Okay. Let's take a break now and get our lunches. Remember that your microphones are on, and my microphone is on, so it picks up the noises. So don't chew right into the microphone or wrestle your paper. Why don't you get your lunches and get started and take a little break, and then in about 10 minutes, we'll start discussing again so we can make some good progress.
There are actually on off
All right. You know, I forgot to tell you. Oh, now I sound like I'm echoing. I was keeping track of your involvement years with, and you have over 480 years of experience sitting in this room. 480 years of experience with the San Diego County Fair, the Del Mar Fairgrounds. That's a lot. I would say the expertise is in the room. All right. You don't feel a day over 60? Yeah.
Yeah.
Medicare. At least we got our shots first, right? We got vaccinated ahead of everyone else. Okay, thank you. All right, we're staying in the mode of current conditions. I feel like I need to get closer to you. So,
Should I come help with that?
no, thank you though. It was very complex moving. An assessment of current conditions, all right? Current, not past, current conditions. And we're going to start with strengths. I mean, this is really basic stuff. What do you see are the strengths of this organization?
Location.
Fantastic location, yeah.
Yep. Yep. Location, location, location.
I think the size of the footprint of it, it's the location and it's also large.
How many acres? 360, did I hear? 380?
360, yeah.
So 320?
Surf and turf.
No, 420,
No.
right? It's 360
What's the
and
number
60? Yeah, 360
Is this
here.
how misinformation starts?
No, 360 here and 63 over there, actually.
Oh, so 420.
Yeah.
No, it's under 400.
Right?
I will actually look it up for you
Total?
because, yes.
With horsepower?
Almost.
Yes, because it's been, I think, yes, over
Us.
time, because keep in mind, then there's servants, so that, like, all three numbers, you see it reported set, and then got combined, and then I think we added horse park and surf and turf back on.
You are,
We're in the
you are
400s.
correct, Lisa, with what.
Got it.
Yeah, we've always been told that. Like,
Should we put it
damn.
on our website?
So
Yeah.
let's just talk about another element. Joyce, you brought it up earlier. Somebody else brought it up in their interview, but it's a open space in a dense area. You see that, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you see that as a strength?
I do. I mean, I think I likened it, you've got Central Park in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
And the city is more livable by virtue of having that space.
Can we put that on a postcard or?
Okay.
Put that on the
Here it
website?
is.
That was great. Can you?
It
keep
is.
that?
That's a good, yeah.
The Central Park of San Diego?
Sure.
We've got Balboa Park and now we've got Central.
Of North County, anyway.
Third happiest place in
Yeah.
California.
And moving up.
Okay, what else is a strength?
No.
Nope. Mhm.
On behalf of the staff, we say thank you.
Think history?
Leadership across the board, and throughout the years, board leadership.
Becky, I said history.
Mhm. History, longevity. I know I've said this too. You're probably one of the oldest institutions in the region. You know, you're not a shopping mall, and there's only one of you. You're only one
Right.
fairgrounds, and
We're
you're
unique.
in your area. You're unique. What else? Brand. Loved. Got it. You don't know what to call yourself, but you are a loved brand.
Beloved.
Beloved.
We are 324 acres total.
Oh.
212 proper, 64, all these approximate, 64 at Horse Park, and 48 surf turf dirt parking lots, not including wetlands. So that's from our engineers.
My helper has gone to sleep.
Harper and
Huh?
Bird should be combined.
She's busy doing real work. What else is a strength?
Michael, your microphone is still off.
The multi-generational nature of our constituents and customers, patrons.
Mhm.
Our proximity to I-5 and potential rail seasonal platform.
That's coming.
Upcoming as soon as somebody pays for it.
Like so many things.
I'd
Be on
say,
our opportunities list.
Yeah, we'll save that one, but that's okay.
yeah, I would say as yet unexploited resources, natural resources. Our proximity to the wetlands, which we have there, but there's no connection to it at the moment, and the beach, which there's also no connection to, but they're there, as an
You're forgetting the
opportunity.
path to nowhere.
Yeah.
And we know you mean exploit in the most positive sense. Create
Yeah,
a connection with,
truly,
right?
truly.
Yeah.
Oh, weather.
Yes. Tehama.
It is cold.
Yeah.
It is cold in here.
It's warm back there.
Bakersfield.
You go back there.
Pardon?
It's warm back there when you go back there to get
Yeah.
your food. There's a warm spot.
Oh.
You get cold.
Maybe the screen is, all right.
Blocking the heat.
Blocking the heat. Well, this will keep you awake though. Anything else that are strengths?
You have an on-site fire department.
Oh.
It's actually part of Del Mar, but it's right there.
Yeah.
I think the diversity of the campus too. So we have facilities for all kinds of needs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would consider where we're sitting in and the racetrack a strength.
Yep.
We have the best water treatment plant in San Diego County.
Possibly the state of
Not
California.
the most expensive.
Well, but to that end, you are known, believe it or not, and you may not think you're doing enough, but you are known as being a leader in environmental, mitigating environmental impacts. And fairgrounds tend, they're usually old and they're worried about not buildings having leaky roofs and stuff like that, so.
But we have those too.
Yes. All right. Yeah, you just did a full roof repair, didn't you? You may need to help her, Melinda. You could also put it under this one here next to Richard. That'll give us reason to look at Richard. Yep, there you go. What else?
A lot of parking.
A lot?
Well, except during fair.
We have parking, but.
Well, no, other than the fair, we have a lot of parking.
Okay.
Open space.
Open space.
I think especially as looking at current conditions and in terms of just the world and the willingness of gathering again, it's going to be more so the outside and open space that we have to offer.
Yep.
Nobody said being in the city of Del Mar is a strength yet.
Should I write that down?
Location. It was location.
Oh, yeah.
Location,
Sort of summed it up.
location. You got it.
Being a state agency? No, never mind.
We moved weaknesses.
What? What'd you say?
Weaknesses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Okay, so we'll leave this for strengths. We can always add to it. Which invariably that's going to happen. Weaknesses, current. Yep. You know what? That usually is the first thing on every fair board's list. Yeah.
Maybe it's not as bad as some.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Who said that? Joyce? Oh, yeah, she knows. She's a fair traveler. She's been to places, fairgrounds in places that you might not even know exist. Do you know Turlock exists? On TV?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you do.
I do. Mhm.
How about Hayfork?
Mhm.
Huh?
How about Hayfork or
Yeah,
Blythe?
I don't, yeah.
Been there too?
Mhm.
Okay,
And
aging
Blythe.
infrastructure as a weakness. Parking at fair time.
Lumpy
The-
revenue.
The access
Mm.
to the fairgrounds.
Mhm.
You know, when we are talking about, especially when we're talking about, you know, events and things like
You're talking
that.
about vehicular.
Yeah,
I got it.
access.
Yes. But well, you could add to that now, even the pedestrian or like cycling or things like that, because when you put all those vehicles out there, I don't like to ride my bike on the
Yeah.
streets.
You're used to cute little Calistoga.
I was.
Old
Ride around with
technology.
flip-flops.
Somebody else said something, oh, lumpy
Revenue.
revenue streams. And that is that is a true financial term.
Oh. News to me.
Say that
Yeah.
again.
Old technology,
Pardon?
old technology.
Oh, yes.
Just think of all those generations of technology you'll be able to skip over, though.
Yeah. Green sheets, you don't have to.
I think I call this a challenge, weakness, but the Coastal Commission, the limit obligations and the limitations. Yeah, regulatory.
Well, and then I know we kind of joked about there for a moment, but I think it falls in some ways under both strengths and weaknesses or challenges, and that is the state agency. There's also some strength to that as well.
Right.
But then there's challenges with it too.
I'm going to put state association, right?
State affiliation.
Affiliation, thank you, because.
That's the governor's words.
Well, yeah, and it plays out. Bagley Keene is a perfect example.
Right.
It's a strength in terms of public input and in the process and transparency. It's a weakness in the sense that it creates really weird constraints for the board.
That's our style.
I think dependence on horse racing in the long term is a weakness. In the shorter term, who knows, but Breeders' Cup keeps coming back every 3 years. It may not be a weakness, but I think as a long-term strategy, it is.
Yeah, well, and that segues into, I think, one of our biggest weaknesses, and that's our debt.
I might put a question mark after horse racing only insofar as I think that's a discussion point, whether it's a weakness, whether it's a challenge, what it is.
Okay.
The weakness side of it is the public opposition that exists related to horse racing.
But it actually fits all categories if you think about it.
Yes, there's opportunities around it,
yes,
there's threats
yes,
around it.
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like the state agency thing. But it is there. And there are, I mean, because with that, there are facility challenges due to horse racing as well. Facility layout challenges that, you know, dedication of facilities, again, not an assessment of good, bad, or otherwise at this point, but that's where it is a
Well,
challenge.
what a lot of people have always said to me is the infield would be a great sports stadium. That's all I keep hearing about.
Right.
Yeah.
Till you block the view of seeing the horses race
Exactly.
around.
Well, yeah, well, no, that's it. Get rid of Del Mar.
Oh, right.
So we could have a big sports, yeah.
I got the solution for that.
I think one of our weaknesses was the dependence on events for 90% of our revenue.
So it's
you
not
would-
only the lumpiness of it, it's the kind of the.
Right, so when we're
misweighting,
talking
yeah.
about, yeah, you know,
No base
kind of
load.
business planning and things
Yeah.
like that going forward is not to put all the stock into events as we have, but, you know, if we're really going to spread that out, we might need to look to diversify into other aspects or
And you would
leases
throw
instead of
into that
operation.
the fair, horse racing, the
Mhm.
small events, just the event
Events in
related.
general. Yes. Right. And I think before we would have thought of ourselves as being diversified. I think a lot of, and this isn't just us, but because we had horse racing, we had the fair, we have, you know, year-round events, we're diversified. And then as we all learned in this pandemic,
Yeah.
mass gatherings, I mean, that's a new term, I really think, for all of us. And so just, yeah, so it's that dependency on mass gatherings and.
That's a huge one.
Mhm.
Yep.
Lack of county support. We perform services, and we get no revenue or reimbursement.
Lack of county financial support.
Yes, and we have to pay for our services through them.
Yeah.
We're in the process of negotiating our sheriff's contract, for example. And yet we fill such a vital role.
Sure,
to
the reserve
county.
capacity, you know, for which
Mhm.
there is no charge.
Mhm.
I think a challenge is we're, you know, self-sustaining.
Pardon?
Self-sustaining,
That's a weakness. You are not.
I think it's a challenge.
Oh, it's a challenge.
I mean, you don't have the word challenge in there, but I would
Okay.
say this.
He's
would be
renaming your
weakness or
category.
challenge.
Yes, we're gonna go with, this is a Scott.
I like that.
Mhm.
Salary limitations.
That's a huge
Excellent.
problem.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
What is?
Salary limitations. And, you know, again, looking at weaknesses as challenges, I was given a tour of the facility, Joyce and I, a year ago. And we walked through this building, the grandstands. And I was told, I think that there are 11 restaurants in this building. And they're open 2 or 3 months of the year. You know, we got tremendously underutilized capacity here. And, you know, the challenge of figuring out how to exploit in a good way those resources.
Enhance.
Enhance, yeah.
Okay. What was yours again, Richard? Because I got distracted by raising my
Self-sustaining.
salary.
Self-sufficiency.
Oh, yeah.
Self-sustaining, self-sufficient. No, California.
Along the lines of the salaries is, as self-sustaining as we are, we can't pay employee commissions. So in terms of some of the sales aspect of the work to be done out there, you can't do commissions on that, such as that attraction of events and things like
That's
that.
a challenge.
Right, you know, performance bonuses, things of that nature, which is obviously somewhat tied to the state agency aspect of it.
Yeah, and that's a really good distinction because on the one hand, you have a salary structure that may not be all that appealing to the sorts of people you need to bring in. Because a lot of it is backloaded with pension. And while that appeals to certain people, there are other people where it's not very common in the marketplace these days. And so they're used to seeing more dollars up front, whether it's salary or bonuses or commissions. And unless they're flashing those things at people, they don't value on, you know, maybe they should, but they don't value the benefits on the back end as much. So that makes it a difficult competitive situation.
Yeah, and I guess I would just say that, like many things, that's a double-edged sword. You know, we talked about some of the things like horse racing that can be on every one of these categories. I would actually say that that's an advantage to a lot of people to have that backloaded pension opportunity that a lot of people don't understand and recognize, and we don't talk about. We talk about it as a negative, but there's some real positives to family members who really look at that back-ended pension and say
That's a great opportunity for my family. long
I
term.
think the
You wanna add that?
downside is the lack of flexibility, because it is, and believe me, I've been there for decades trying to sell it. And it's a very difficult, competitive type of structure, because it doesn't work for a lot of people.
Right.
Who are very, and you can't educate them out of it. I will tell you that it's almost impossible to do.
And I think that when we talk about that, those people are not people who need to be in these jobs. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, is we all take jobs with certain compensation and certain benefit structures, and not all of them work for everybody. But I think to put this in that category alone, as a negative is probably inappropriate.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge, and that's why I like the renaming of the category as opposed to weakness, because it's a challenge. You have to be able to operate with it and around it, but it's absolutely a challenge. And there are people whose skill sets we do need, for whom it is hard for us to get, I can imagine, because that is not the common way that those jobs are structured, those opportunities are structured. So sometimes you're finding people who, yes, will take the job, but it's not ideal.
So we added it to the strengths. It's way down below where you can't see it.
Yeah, okay,
And
Like, as a strength being pension-based,
yes.
that can be appealing to some, and it's a challenge not necessarily to
and
others.
the other challenge with all of this is that you don't have local control. This is all set for you by someone else. Yeah.
Okay, so from a long-term planning standpoint, one of our biggest weaknesses or challenges, I think, is that we're in a floodplain. And we're subject to sea level rise, and those things can constrain us phenomenally, and add to the potential cost of anything we want to do in huge ways.
Well, we're in the 100-year one too.
Yeah, except the new flood zone, we're in a 20-year flood zone now. Not a 100-year flood zone.
Wow.
100-year, FEMA rule is 100 years where you can't build, but the current prediction is we're in a 20-year
Oh,
flood
that's
zone.
great.
Have we reached out to the Netherlands yet?
Canals, other
Well,
challenges.
along those lines,
Yeah.
we also are subject to liquefaction.
Yeah.
It's gonna flood in 20.
So even if we could just build at ground level, the buildings would potentially sink in an earthquake. So almost any way you slice it, new structures would almost have to be built on pilings.
So we have a location.
Yeah.
It's the other side of
It's
location.
an opportunity. And
Location,
it's a
challenge.
challenge.
Yeah, location is now a challenge.
And if some want to interpret that as Del Mar, they could, as a location challenge. I'm teasing.
Yes?
We haven't talked about the opportunities for fishing.
Change that to, no, change it to.
Location.
That's opportunity.
Just cross it out, just so I remember.
We could have
We need
rowing.
to
educate. Are we done with,
Being silly.
We need a marina, actually. now.
There you go.
are we done with challenges?
I don't know, maybe I said, but facility layout.
Okay. It's kind of up there, but not, I said in relation to existing uses.
Yes, in terms of, yes, we have parking, but it's at like this end, and some of those facilities are that end. And so the constant move that we're having to do based on the event that we're having creates unique challenges and things as well. Yeah, so literally the facility layout.
Well, and its size, while it's an opportunity, is also difficulty from an employee standpoint and a guest standpoint. Getting from the parking lot to the Crazy Mouse is a long walk.
I got lost.
Well, if you got a 5-year-old grandchild like I do, he's either going to be on your back or it's a challenge. And for employees to get from one side of the property to another, it's got to be tough.
You got that sky ride.
But that's actually a really good point too, because in terms of servicing, so from a staff standpoint, servicing like events and things like that, we don't have a kind of a perimeter, so to speak, like service road. So in essence, in order to service our events and our activities, it's going through the middle of it. next time you're at Disneyland, point out the number of times you see someone emptying the trash. It's never.
Or driving a cart.
Right, because it's underground. The trash goes down. Doesn't come out of the top of it.
The gopher approach to
Yes.
handling trash.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't that
everything's
fascinating?
underground there. All the service.
There's a whole because there's on stage and then there's backstage. So, but it does create, carts going through. I feel bad when a cart has to go through the fair and you've got patrons that are walking, they're carrying their grandkids. It's hot, they're on the asphalt and things like that. And then, here comes a staff person on a cart. Sometimes it's not full, it doesn't have other people. They might be going to pick someone up or things like that. I tend to not drive a cart during an event because I feel guilty for the people that are walking and plus to experience it that way. But yet we have to in order to service the event. So
if next time you're at Cal Expo, because I know you're all dying to go, they're an example of a fair that has a road that goes completely around the perimeter. And so if you're a food stand here, you can drive your truck to a point and then cart stuff in easily. You don't have to go where the public is.
Your
And that's-
garbage isn't out.
Most of fairgrounds don't have that, but that's what she's talking about. Or your trash being sucked below. Now that's how, you've already gone there, haven't you? You're already planning that out.
Our vast system of conveyor belts.
Is Cal Expo the state fair?
Yes,
Sacramento.
well,
Is that in Sacramento?
by name only.
Pretty
Yes.
Where they allow marijuana shows, but
For a little while, and then they weren't allowed to because the city of Sacramento gets to approve that.
Oh,
So
really?
there's some back and forth. That's why I said it's a whole can of worms we can.
Yeah, okay.
You're bigger than most state. You're probably bigger than all the state fairs.
Love them. That's,
Yeah.
and
I've been to
Minnesota.
Texas. I was gonna say, I've been to Texas.
But how do they
And the great
count?
get together in Minnesota.
They have a football game that comes in the middle of it.
Yeah,
That's cheating.
That's cheating.
Yeah, that's cheating. Or they counting both
Good
legs,
planning,
in and outs, I don't know. Anyway.
You are
Okay,
right
any
next
other,
to a really environmental sensitive area, which is sort of a weakness and an opportunity.
yes. Thank you for bringing us back on track. Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you. Opportunities, this is always the fun one.
Sports wagering.
Sports wagering.
Esports.
Esports,
A sports team, actually.
sports team, and then I thought you guys were saying something else.
Esports.
Esports.
Gaming.
Oh,
Esports sounds more professional.
video gaming.
Yes.
So I've got a long list.
I know you do. I was waiting.
We'll just put you in the back and you can write them
Yeah,
on the paper.
it'll take me 15 minutes.
Give
but-
him the wall. Give him the
So-
wall.
Opportunities, the new train station
Yeah,
stop.
the platform.
here.
Platform.
The platform, the connection to the beach that could come out of that whole process. The expansion of wetlands, not only the 20 acres that's called for currently, but the potential to actually expand wetlands into the property and make it, where we have restaurants and things that overlook the wetlands, where it becomes an educational resource and an entertainment resource. You were talking about Mission Bay and the flooding potential here, and this could be a new Mission Bay. Well, the reality is by actually pulling the water in, there are all kinds of opportunities that could come from that. The opportunity for a formal botanical garden that extends throughout the property, that merges with the agricultural, educational components. There's an opportunity for landscape art There's an opportunity for architecture, not only of buildings, but of the land planning that facilitates human interaction and connection. There's an opportunity for more guest accommodations, which can help with the lumpy revenue stream. And that could be an RV park expansion. It could be a hotel project. There's an opportunity for an agricultural demonstration farm, animal and agricultural education facility, craft brewery. On the entertainment side of things, we're soon going to be opening, this 1,500 person venue, the center, which is phenomenal. But we have the opportunity for ongoing live entertainment production at larger levels. So in the arena, with up to 8,000 people, or events like Kaboo with 35,000 people. The sports complex concept, where we are providing year-round opportunities for kids and adults to have athletic activities, but then to also have an athletic activity stadium where rugby, lacrosse, soccer could be accommodated at a professional level. Little League baseball fields, those kinds of things. Another one, which is kind of interesting, I was mentioning the potential for a surf park where you have an artificial wave, where you have real surfboards. This is starting to be technology that is has actually been worked out now in terms of the technical side of it. But this would be an incredibly unique place to have a surf park that would operate year round and be able to teach people to surf, not only because of its proximity to so many people, a dense urban setting, but its proximity to the beach, where you could learn to surf here and, okay, let's just walk across the bridge here and actually be in the ocean. An equestrian stadium and all the potential related to horse shows, skateboard park, bicycle motocross, new state-of-the-art exhibit halls.
I think there's an opportunity in there as for some of this stuff too. Part of our opportunity is not to have to self-fund all of it, but the potential partnership opportunities that exist in terms of bringing some of what we talk about to fruition. I think a good example of that is like at a horse, there's an opportunity to have a really incredible just equestrian show facility, if that's the, where Horse Park remains dedicated. And so some of the opportunity could be to right now we're operating 2 facilities that host horse shows. And sort of going back to the layout of things, and it's what makes the main campus less than ideal for horse shows as compared to some of those things perhaps being able to, if we're gonna have an equestrian facility, to have it really be this equestrian facility. But that leads to, even some of these other things, whether it's, sports and athletic fields and whatnot, but that opportunity for third-party partners.
Yeah, of course, I've already mentioned it, but I think there's a huge opportunity if we can get a sign by the freeway to boost business. And as Carleen mentioned, there's opportunities in our financial structure in the sense that in the context of a new overall business plan and master plan, we can figure out how to finance all of this. It could be that we have a lessee who, for example, develops a hotel and that lessee pays for the construction of new exhibit halls. It could be, that a lot of these things are handled by lessees where it's no cost to us. Another thing on my list of opportunities, I think, is to create a year-round amusement park that is supplemented during the fair, where it's on steroids during the fair, but something that draws people to this property every day of the year that can operate, at the same time the fair is going and horse racing is going, but that could, actually utilize this building in terms of restaurants and all of the facilities more thoroughly and, help with the bump.
Is that your Tivoli Gardens?
Tivoli Gardens is a
Somebody wrote
perfect
that.
example. Yeah, that was
You?
me. Tivoli Gardens is a perfect example. And by the way, Tivoli Gardens is really small.
It is.
But it has botanical gardens, it has a small amusement park, it has concert
Restaurants.
halls and meeting rooms and
Restaurants.
restaurants
yeah.
like crazy. And it's the heart of the city of Copenhagen. And so that same kind of thing could happen here. But all of this, I think, could really work financially. And then you add to it our bonding capability. So
Can I
think
ask
there's
a
huge
question?
opportunity.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
I just have a question about, I appreciate what you laid out. I think I'm just intellectually having a problem as to whether or not those are opportunities or are those the end result, what we might actually implement with the opportunities that we have. So whereas I would think is an opportunity would be, we have open space, what can we do? An opportunity is we have horse park, what can we do? That works better in my brain and I just might not be.
Well, you know how I would, and maybe correct, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but see, everything you listed are like end results, as you said, but it was looking at opportunities that were more year-round and not seasonal,
Right.
Yeah.
right?
And
Yeah,
yeah,
categories of
and
opportunities.
the last thing I would add to that list is the opportunity for employee housing that not only serves employees, but helps with Del Mar's needs in that regard.
My problem with calling them opportunities is it gets us to an end result sooner than I think that we should when we're looking at the broader opportunities. And then with that opportunities, what would we like to do with that? Would we like to explore affordable housing? Would we like to explore an amusement park? For me intellectually, I think that skipped us.
I agree.
So I'm
I
sorry,
hear you.
what is the, but to say that an opportunity is horse park, that to me doesn't go far enough.
I
And
agree.
You're
with-
saying maybe this goes too far. What's in the middle?
I think Joyce, I thought we were talking a little more preliminarily at this moment in time. I think ultimately we get to okay, we have all this space, we have, we only use our facility 2 times a year. We have a recognition that gives an opportunity. What do we want to do with that opportunity as a later slide? I would have envisioned
Yeah,
rather than at this point.
And I guess for me is that I see what you're saying, but I don't mind hearing what's on Michael's mind. As a matter of fact, I've been wondering what was on Michael's mind.
Me
for a
too,
long
me
time.
too.
And seriously, on a serious note, with our restrictions in terms of, Bagley Keene and being open and transparent, I've never been able to hear what was on Michael's mind. And so if this seems to go a little bit too far in that direction, I think it's okay. I feel okay about that because I would rather hear and then say, oh, we need to back up than to not hear.
Yeah, no, I think my only thing with Joyce is whether this moment at 1:48 is the time, or would it have been at, an hour from now? Because I didn't know whether or not we got to an end result sooner than what we were supposed to with the process.
Yeah.
I will say, respecting
like-
both of your perspectives, that I kind of fall back to Pierre's perspective that this process today is really, I think, the ideal outcome is that we start developing a lens through which all those opportunities can be evaluated and prioritized. So,
I have a couple of things that I wanted to add to Michael's great list, and I don't want to get into the weeds, but there are huge opportunities for EV charging stations now with the infrastructure bill likely to pass Congress. And one of the big needs for the whole I-5 corridor is electric truck charging. So if we have solar and a truck charging station and then a Tesla charging station and a restaurant right next door where people can get a 30-minute snack while they charge up, a huge revenue source. And for all those months of the year where we're not using all the energy we generate on campus, then we're using it to charge trucks. And the feds will pay the bill. So those are the kind of opportunities I want to think about. I think they're more like that, but the lens is what's the best use of our land and what gets the year-round financial income stream that we need to exercise our other options. So that's the lens that I want to look at. What are those kind of opportunities where we can get somebody else to pay the bill, we get an income stream, we tap into, a national need. And remember that Governor Newsom said by 2035, only EV cars could be sold in California, and that may get moved to 2030. So we're getting ready for the future, and it's right around the corner.
Well, you got me thinking about another potential opportunity, which is as we shift to not only electric cars, but self-driving cars, the need for parking spaces will probably diminish significantly, which frees up more land for other kinds of guest serving activities.
Pierre. Oh, sorry, Kathleen.
Thank you, Pierre. I think what concerns me about this line of process that we're going down and creating a list are two things. One is we all talked this morning about the importance of gathering community input. And we went through a process when we kicked off the strategic planning process of having several community events where people came to give us their best ideas. And we've not looked at those. We've not categorized as a board or taken that information and said, here are the things that commonly brought up by the community and things that we can consider. So I'm concerned that as a board, we're not taking that extra step to use the process that we've already begun with community input. And then the second concern I have with this process of just listing all of these things is that each of these things are dependent upon us looking at that various variety of footprint. So, to throw out, here's what we could do with something means that we need to take stock of the whole footprint and say what's available to take stock of to put this and what makes it available. So I too, like Richard, as this process was going on, just felt like this is too soon for that. So just want to throw that out. I think we all have to come up with lots of individual ideas, but should we start at the macro before getting to the micro?
Yeah.
I'd love to take a stab at trying to time it because I think I'm agreeing with everyone here, including the list. I would love, and Becky, cut me off.
Pierre, your mic is off.
Cut me off if you're about to get to this. I would love to make the list that we're doing right now of what are the criteria that we want to evaluate those things through. So we will then have an ideation generating session where we'll take all of these ideas, all of the public's ideas, merge them all together, and then you push them through this filter and out will come something that meets environmental criteria, meets entertainment, they're synergistic, all these things. So it would be great if we could get to getting the board's input right now of what are those filters we want to apply. I'm thinking like, if I got a huge list and I start adding filters to it and they start getting down and down and you end up with a list at the end. So yeah, I'd love to maybe, and I don't know if that's about to come up, but definitely I think that's the list we need to throw out here is what are all the things that are important to each of us or in our thoughts, and let's start to sift through those a little bit.
Yeah, and I think part of our process today is sort of leading to that because you could look at everything. And by the way, the generation of that list, from my perspective, I went and looked at the old strategic plan, talked to community members, talked to board members. So 99% of that, they're not my ideas. They're everybody else's. But this notion of how do we evaluate the future is really the issue. And you can look at it from, well, which of these things makes the most money? Which of them do we want to do because it's part of our mission and it may lose money, but we just have to do it. You can look at it from a regulatory standpoint. What's achievable? What just isn't going to happen because the Coastal Commission won't let us. You know, you can look at it from direct community. What's going to actually, what will the city of Del Mar actually like or hate? What will the local, you know, people who live on the hillsides surrounding us want or not want? So there's all these different criteria, all these different lenses through which we should really set up as criteria for looking at the future.
All right. So I'm not discounting any of this. I'm putting this as a separate item for us to come back to. This is a big, and we can brainstorm some of this if as we go through this. There's probably some steps we need to take before that, though. And can we wrap up? No.
Yeah. Oh,
no, I was going to say opportunities instead of. At this point, we are also talking about an opportunity is to take the input from the previous process and fold it in. It's also taking stock of the whole footprint. It's also, these are all very, very exciting ideas that are going to have to go through an evaluation process, and the whole has to be looked at. So are there any other trends or opportunities that you see?
So I think one of the opportunities that we have, and it's part of what we're doing right now, is to really be able to look at things with a new perspective and putting that new perspective that we all have to use. I also think that we have an opportunity to really explode, for lack of a better term, what we do in terms of agriculture and education. The world has, and I'm not even just talking like pandemic, but even pre-pandemic, the world was already, changing. Farm to fork was not a fad. It's a way of life now going forward. The resurgence of knowing and truly and understanding where your food sources, come from, and the importance and the value of that land. And so, whereas much of what we have done previously seems to have been focused more around like the entertaining side of things. And that's a really good thing because it's oftentimes what attracts and brings, but there's this opportunity to teach and educate people along that journey as well. And then the other opportunity that I see is, and it's just very broad, but that is to really be able to increase intrinsically community benefit. So again, a lot of emphasis around economic impact, which is very important. And it is very important that in order to have some of those community benefit pieces, we have a financial picture that supports it. But there's some real opportunity within all of that to, look at, what does the community need and want, and to filter down into those things and those kind of programs and benefits, and how can we intertwine them? Not just, a lot of this we do in the fair, but I think there's a year-round opportunity in our approach as we look at, other events and activities in our facilities to be able to support that.
I know that, I was going to say that, building on that, I know Orange County has had a marketplace for a long time. Started out as a swap meet out of the back of trucks and trunks of cars. And there's a lot of pluses and minuses to that. But it's something that's there, except during the pandemic, every week, except during the fair weekend. It used to be anyway.
Yeah,
used to be, but periodically anyway. And is there something that's like that, that's kind of meets the needs of this local area, that's more farmers market like, that kind of jives what you're saying in terms of farm to fork. One of the community members mentioned full-time stabling. I know that's something that's, at least has to be, I think it's important discussed, explored. And I guess I'm okay with the messiness of being a little bit more detailed now and coming back and saying what we're really doing here and then fleshing it out again. So it's all good.
Brainstorm. Yeah, I just want to say one thing. When I was on the Old Globe board for many, many years, when we assessed what the community wanted, we were looking at audience turnout. And we kept saying, why aren't the audiences coming to the matinees? And the end result was there were too many things to do in San Diego on a beautiful day. People did not want to be indoors, you know, and that's why at night we were fine, but during the days we weren't. And there was an issue. Do we cancel the matinees or do we not cancel the matinees? Because people just wanted to be outdoors and doing stuff. So, I mean, I think when you talk about entertainment, I love the idea. I think we were maybe too entertainment focused. People want to do what's trending and they want to be outdoors. And, you know, I think it's, you know, that sets the tone of what we need to keep, you know, in the back of our mind. What's the trend?
Yeah, and I want to just tag in something that Richard said earlier, which is not to be flippant at all, but when we were talking about what we could do better, Richard's response was everything. We could always do better. There's always an opportunity for us to do better. And now that we're talking about opportunities, I think what we're finding through community input and other ideas that everybody has, our opportunities are endless. And I do think that as we begin to think through what is the filter that we're going to be putting those opportunities through, we'll be able to actually take that endless amount of opportunities and be able to filter them through. And I just think that we could go all day, all week, and every one of us are creative, and so is the community. But to begin by that filter will help us to really recognize that not every opportunity can actually become a reality here at this fairground.
So
I
let's
want to
shift to,
emphasize that we've got some opportunities with other organizations to partner, and I'm on the River Valley Conservancy Board. Coast to Crest Trail goes right past the fairgrounds. They're thinking of putting hiking stations and some kind of overnight accommodations every 10 miles. One could be here, but we've got an organization that does their own fundraising. We're in a wonderful spot and we can, you know, partner with some of these local agencies. We already donate money to the San Diego River Park Joint Powers Authority, which is something different. It's only $20,000 a year, but it's important for them. But there are other organizations that would like use our location or as a starting point. We're right next to a beautiful lagoon, and we have the greatest biologic diversity in the whole United States right here next to us. That's an opportunity.
You know, you got me thinking in terms of the opportunities. Is there any legal constraint, given our status in the state? Could we have an endowment? Why aren't we asking people from the community to, when they die, send us millions of dollars that could benefit the fairground?
That's the problem. It's going to the state.
Well,
I don't know. Did we do that?
But many of our,
Yeah.
there are many DAAs out there that have, in essence, a partner, a foundation. There
Yeah.
is the Fair Foundation, and that is a structure that many started about 10 years ago. So yes, in terms of opportunity, there is an opportunity to create something within that realm.
One thing I want to point out that Don mentioned, which is so important. So during the pandemic, what's everyone doing? Hiking. It's the new thing. I mean.
And
yeah.
RV camping.
Yeah, RV camping and hiking, and what a great way to segue into hiking trails that we could have a partner with. And the young kids love it. My son turned into a hiker, my eldest one, and I couldn't believe it. But yeah.
It'd be,
so-
yeah, you could have a hostel right here.
Okay.
I also worry about our segue. It's 2.
Yeah.
And this is where we are.
that's all right. But
moved it to
what
8.
are the threats to you being able to move forward to?
Flood and sea level
Money.
rise.
Lack of funding.
Money, funding.
High debt load.
Liquefaction.
Being a state agency.
You want me to
And
write that?
I think a threat, we talked earlier about coastal commission, but I personally think even a bigger threat is the litigation model of coast keepers.
Yeah.
That's a big threat.
Well, I think the threat of litigation
Exactly.
generally is an issue in any kind of place of mass gathering. You know, any trip and fall, you know, we have litigation right now relating to animal, you know,
Yeah.
issues. And
Yeah.
so there's all kinds of litigation
I
threats.
think too, domestic terrorism, I hate to say it.
Yeah. Or, well, any kind of terrorism.
Yeah.
Well, you know, another threat is the limited access and egress to the property creates all kinds of problems.
So
It
let's-
wasn't,
oh.
that, you know, that long ago in LA, I think in the mid 90s, where the freeway collapsed, you know, I mean, one little thing like that could wipe us out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of, and also, let's look at, I mean, access is up there as a weakness, and we know that has to be addressed. What are the things that are kind of outside of us? Do you have the threat of competition?
I don't think so.
Generally, no, but in terms of specific operating areas, maybe. Like, for example, when it comes to music venues, live entertainment, there's lots of competition. Indian casinos basically give away their concerts just to get people in to gamble, you know? So there's lots of competition in
Right.
terms of several of
And
those.
you're going
The
to
next
have,
pandemic,
pardon?
the next pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Climate variability.
I think there's an inherent risk that we have in terms of responsibility for the public safety
Yeah.
Yeah.
in everything that we do. That's just, it's a constant that will be there.
Keeping
There's
the
a,
public safe.
Potential threat from Lake Conchas Dam failure. You may not know that they lowered the water level 5 feet because the engineering firm said that the dam will not sustain full level in Lake Conchas. And the next time we have a raining year, like 20 years from now, maybe, if the lake fills up, they've got to spill the water as fast as possible.
Is that like Torrey Pines? The lagoon there?
What's the name of the lake?
Lake Hodges.
Lake Hodges.
Hodges.
Right, but did they do that recently, I guess is my
Yeah,
question.
last year, there's a new edict that they have to keep the water level 5 feet lower.
And having been in the area when the Oroville Dam up north was, you know, leaking and at risk. I mean, that was a huge.
The water issue too, up in Northern California.
The what?
Drought?
The drought issue, water issue.
I can take that.
Yes.
Yes.
Just drought?
Long-term southwestern drought?
Long-term southwest.
Well, not just southwestern.
Well, you have water and power resources that could be threatened in a natural disaster.
Sure.
So
So are we thinking of
fire for sure
threats unique to us or threats
to the region?
To the region, yeah, or.
Well, that affect
Because I think there's
That
a
could
difference.
affect us.
Yeah.
That could affect us.
What would you see as a threat?
Well, I mean, looking at water or power, for example, we're out of power, so is our competition.
Right.
So I think of it from a relative term. Typically, the threats are, what are the outside forces trying to kill you?
Yeah.
That are you as opposed to the others. But of course, they all matter. I mean,
Is there an outside force that's trying to kill you?
I don't know if there's anything trying to kill us, but I mean, I think a threat that we have is just the support at the state level. I mean, last year, you know, when the May revise came out and the language that was in that about changing the relationship with the state affiliated fairgrounds left and still leaves the looming question of what does that mean?
Greater independence.
yeah, I see two ways to solve it. We either get more support or we make ourselves not need support.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think that's what we're identifying here is which one is more in our control.
Yeah.
And if you look at the fairgrounds as a business with multiple revenue sources and which of those revenue sources could be threatened by outside forces, the animal rights concerns about horse racing, just look at it this way. If the state of California decided they didn't want to have horse racing in the state of California anymore, that would take a huge chunk of our revenue away immediately before we could plan to deal with it.
The regulatory.
That's a threat.
Okay. I think we have enough.
Yep.
All right. Now, in creating the lens. Next slide. Am I doing it or are you doing it? Oh, okay. Okay. I think we may be running out of paper.
Really, with all that?
Yeah,
Well, there's a lot hanging around here.
I know. Do you have any more?
Uh-huh. I know there's at least one or two more.
Okay. All right. So we've talked a lot and you have really embraced this concept of creating that lens by which you're going to evaluate or plan for the future. And one of the great quotes from Roy Disney is, "It's not hard to make decisions when you know what your values are." Values are very important, and sometimes it gets over talked about, but it does list your priorities of how you're going to operate as an organization. It does give those the start of those guiding principles. And it's not about having them, it's about how you implement them, how you live them. So every decision you make is guided by values. And it's certainly in an over commoditized market, which we have, it's a way to stand out. And you can think of those organizations, maybe even Pierre's Go Green Agriculture is a good example. Those that have values that are very prominent and you know what they are, it's a way to align and it's a way to see them differently than the competition. They defined your purpose. They also help to engage your employees, your stakeholders, your public. And most importantly, it's the gateway to trust. Trust that your customer has with you, trust that your employees and you have with each other as well. So your staff went through a planning process, and I know you've seen this, it's also in your board packet. They came up with a list of values. They went through a discussion process and a process by which they came up with this, including a refining process away from the bigger group of what was important to them as values. And I know this was presented to you and I wanted to go over it now and for you to comment on it. Are these values that you also embrace? Would you add or subtract? Their value was, well, who of the three of you want to present this? I was there, but you created this.
I can present that because
please
did a lot of the lifting in this.
Yes.
So Becky met with us and we all listed out our senior leadership, the values that everyone thought was important. And we also did a SWOT analysis and several other things. We took these values from all of our leaders and we put them in a large list and we weighted them out. And we came up with what were the core or the top level of values of what our staff felt were important. And above those, or amongst those, there were 4 that were really high, which was the quality of work that we do, integrity, respect, and service, meaning customer service. And then we had a 5th one, which was fun, which was on our list, but didn't come to the very top. But we felt that it was very important for what we do and the experience and what we stand for to bring that back into the fold and that be a living, breathing value so that we continue to have fun with what we do here. And so we tossed these around, we did some brainstorming, we lifted out what each one of those values meant and what were some of quotes that stood up for it and, gave it meaning, some adjectives along the way, just really resourcing those particular pieces of each of those values. And this has been an ongoing piece. And then we put it in a fun FAIRS little acronym so you can remember those values. And at every staff meeting, we break out one of those values. So we presented them all. Was that January? some time back. And each month we've been going through a little exercise. So we built, working on a fun calendar, a spirit committee to start engaging staff and having regular celebrations. The quality piece, we, came up with an action plan and had some exercises with staff, and they each built an item. We gave them random objects and they put together some things, but the emphasis of the exercise was really for them to learn the plan, act, evaluate, and use that process so that we did have the outcome of quality. So these are the 5 things that our staff felt were most important to embrace and live and breathe and work forward. And this is what we presented to them. So I'm really glad.
And I think those, to add to it, I think they not only believed in these values for themselves, but also in terms of what they were offering to the public and to the
Correct.
community,
Yeah.
right?
Yes,
Providing
thank
a
you,
fun
Becky.
time, a celebratory. So thoughts or comments? I mean, which of these values, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. Are these values that you would embrace? Are these values that speak to you as a board member? Are they good descriptions of what, as an organization, you're about?
So, since we have been using it for several months now, I would just looking at one of the challenges is that integrity and respect, they're so close. Like, what are those distinguishing features between them? And as I'm sitting here right now, even just looking at this, I would even say instead of respect is responsibility. And as I think about how we have talked about and all this is hanging on the wall in here, but there's a responsibility that we have to our community. So this is very much from staff's perspective. Which is where I think, a lot of that plays into, and respecting one another and things like that. Respect, and the thought behind that was, respect from the community. But it's almost, you get respect with great integrity. And so, but I know we have responsible listed under that, but it's like, I guess we are talking is that responsibility to our community reflected in this, the responsibility to one another, the responsibility to, the higher powers and the regulatory agencies and things like that. I mean, I love the FAIRS acronym, but.
Go ahead. Good, Lisa.
Okay. I agree with you. I at first looked at that and said, where's responsibility? It was funny when you said that. And then I saw it under integrity and I thought, okay, we've covered it. And then I went to respect. And, when I think of respect, I think of not only respect, but sportsmanship, being a good, having that where, you might not win on this, but you have this great attitude and you're a team player. So I kind of looked at that. The one then that I was thinking of that's missing here to me is leadership. We should be a leader in our community. We should be a leader for San Diego County.
So being a leader is a value.
Yes.
Of value. Okay. Who else? Yeah.
Joyce, you first.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say that under respect, I kind of like that. It's the golden rule under it that I think maybe, and I know I understand what that is about how you treat people. But I think that there are some kind of fundamental concepts that might be helpful if they were articulated, like the whole idea of whether it's employees or the community that we embrace and there's inclusion. It's that participative aspect of it that I think could be fleshed out under respect. And so I prefer respect to putting responsible in again, because responsible you can pull out through any of those, through service, through integrity, through quality. So I just felt that there was an aspect of that is more kind of outreaching and embracing that was missing. And I had a question because I was worked with a set of values at one point in time, which included something like we have fun. And then when I did the work around it and really went out and asked employees, says, no, there's one person having fun and we're not that person. so it's not like we're taking balloons to work here, folks. It's like a good place and it's respectful and it's camaraderie, but it's not what I would say fun. We're not bringing our pets to work and, So my question is, and I get the fair aspect of fun and having people come and have fun, but is it a fun place to work? Is fun a core aspect of who you are as a culture at work? So, and if not, is that something that is aspirational, or is it really who you are? And I think that really thinking about really who you are is important, because you can get a lot of cynicism built around the value if it's not really lived. So, and I have no judgment on it. It may be a really fun place to work, but I would just, and I see the value in terms of what you produce needing to be fun.
We did get a lot of feedback from staff that said this is, and I know when I joined in 2019, before the pandemic hit, it was like, this is a fun place to work. My first week, you're going to love it here, Melinda. It's so fun. We all have so much fun, and there's so much camaraderie and so many things that we do together. And even if it is hard work, it's done in a fun manner. So
that's good. If that's
yeah.
who you are, then that becomes something that you can actually market around as an employer, as you know. But I just want to make sure that it's hard right now.
Excluding the last
It's
18
hard right
months.
now to have-
Remove that part.
It's a different kind of fun.
It's typically what I heard also is staff can put up with some nuisances because they love the fair. They love that work. They love the adrenaline rush. They love seeing
producing
people
fun.
happy. Yeah. And that's a
good
certain.
because that is unique. So if it's real, build on it and keep it.
I think it's real. Oh,
I'll
say it.
follow you, Pierre. Go.
A couple of things that I want to say. First, though, to disclaim my bias in that I am obsessed with core values as a conceptual concept, being something that really drives culture and business. I want to build on what you're saying, Joyce. I totally agree. Core values, to me, they need to be what you literally hire and fire people for. And this is your unwavering, uncompromised set of values. If somebody does not exemplify one of those, they should be fired, shouldn't be part of the organization. And if you're choosing things that exclude a lot of people, then it's not really a core value. And that's something that should be eliminated from the core value. So for example, if we're saying fun is like sporadic, then really it's not a core value. A core value is like, no, this is what you cannot be part of this organization if you don't exemplify these core values. So that's my thought on that. Secondly, I want to be cautious about the board taking a super active role in modifying these. If staff has put the time and energy behind it, I think this is something that the board chooses a CEO who exemplifies the core values and lives those and breathes those into the organization. And if we come and we modify them, but there isn't actual buy-in, like we're saying, oh, I think it should be fun, but really it's not fun. We violated the covenant of what a core value really should be. It needs to truly be, you fire somebody if they don't do that, if they don't exemplify that with authenticity. So for me, all of my employee reviews are pull out the core values and you get the promotion or termination or whatever based on your alignment. So it's just my thought here. I don't know that this is necessarily what we need to use for the lens of how we make decisions. It should certainly play a role in it. But I just wanted to disclaim that as far as changing these where it's artificial to you guys, if you already came up with it and it's not actually your core value.
Well, and I really appreciate that, and I too live and die by core values. They do matter a lot, and I think that's where. And thank you very much. But this discussion is good because it's the affirmation and the confirmation of staff's work. But is there, because even we can, it's like, is there a better word for that? Or is there something that, the board is perceiving is missing from it, but not to just completely.
Agreed. As long as it's ratified by you guys, as opposed to us coming up with it and you sitting there saying, we'll go with it, but I don't really agree with it.
So one thing that came out a lot in your conversation, in the dialogues and the interviews and your surveys, was the idea of being unified and one voice. and, and the consensus. So I'm going to add a different meaning to integrity. And that is when you talk about the integrity of a metal, it's the strength, right? It's how all the pieces come together. Okay, scientists, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't we talking about integrity of metal or integrity of a substance is how it all fits together and holds itself together in a strong position, right? So if you think of integrity in that way too, how the organization comes together, all the parts and the people and the board and the staff and whatever, to build on that strength, that's just another definition of integrity that it certainly was a part of what you value. And I think the staff does too. We just didn't talk about it, that definition.
Thank you. So I guess I'm looking at this and similar to where Pierre is, the question I was going to ask is, from what lens are we talking about the values? Because there's this internal lens that can speak to the culture of the organization and the staff. But as a board, I see our role of responsibility and agree with Pierre. If this is what staff believes and wants to work with, then that's our CEO's responsibility. But are we looking at our values and communicating our values externally? What are the values we're communicating to the community of which we are serving? And so I agree with Pierre. I don't necessarily know that this is our responsibility to look at and evaluate and change staff, but I do think we need to think about our core values for the community. While we were talking, I was looking up, of course, our mission again. And our mission, as I said in my comments, are very broad. It's very broad and very clear. But our values associated with that mission may very well be that step in that lens and that filter that's going to make it easier for us to think about what's the future of the fairgrounds and what stays and what goes and what do we plan long-term for, et cetera. So I don't necessarily know that we shouldn't be considering a value statement that we think about and project out to the community. I just don't know that this is it.
I have a question about how it was developed, because I heard that there was input from employees, but I heard leadership team. Was it just the leadership team, or was it the broader group of employees?
It's been both, and the leadership team meaning, which is our senior staff, meaning our department head leaders, our senior staff leaders. So it was not the three of us.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But my question is,
that's where it started at.
Yeah, values kind of emanate from the whole of the organization, and I just wasn't sure how this related to that broader concept.
So there's been there have been a couple of these in essence building to it, and so there's been a process that started with senior leadership that then has also evolved into full staff and the full staff, all staff input into this process.
So this buy-in from the bottom up as well.
Yes.
Okay. So
I was just, but kind of going back to like Kathleen was just saying, I think that part of bringing this forward is to also not operate with two sets of value statements.
Right.
That the values that we project outward are what staff is, because, going back to that evaluation as well of, performance of, employees, performance of the organization, that it all ties to, as an organization, what are our core values. And that's where, and maybe these aren't quite the right ones and this input, but the approach was not just what do staff, what do I value as an employee, but it was about, and this is staff's input towards the organization's values. So, but I just don't want to wind up with two value statements, because then that's when we get out of sync as a staff and a board.
So one way of looking at this too is to look at these, the 5 key words there, and it perhaps can be communicated. If you say yes, as an organization, we feel that these are values that are core to us, it can be expressed in lots of different ways. You can create a value statement, but it's using the same the same values? And are there, Lisa has said that leadership, being a leader in the community is not up here. And I don't know that we want to rewrite this, but.
So I think the next step to maybe achieve that would be to turn each one of those into an action statement. So for example, when I see, to me, a core value isn't like a word like fun. It's what do you do with fun? Is it we have fun? We make things fun? It's in that we provide fun in that verb. So we need a verb in front of each one of those to really.
Yes.
We have integrity. We show respect, or we are respectful.
Right.
It's extremely different in how you are actioning each one of those things. So that would be where we could turn this into now as an organization. How do we execute each one of
How's
those?
it internal, how's it
Right.
external? The other thing I just ask a question, and it's just a question, is that building a culture we value, and it's the aspect of who's the we in that, and who do you want the we to be? Is the we employees and employees only? Is the we the community? Is the
should
we
be all
the board?
stakeholders.
What's the, or is there? So I just wasn't sure about what you were going for there.
All stakeholders.
I don't think we really,
That's hard.
and
to
honestly,
mention,
I don't
yeah.
think that we really
Can't be all stakeholders.
thought about it that way. Because to me, when I talk we, it's the organization.
It has
That
to be the board.
Yeah,
we
which is
is-
legit, but I just
Yes.
think now.
But I don't think we
Is there a
thought about the
different-
we word.
Yeah.
Well, we did,
So-
we actually did think about the we word. We've talked about who does this impact, and we listed all of our stakeholders and it was anywhere from our patrons to our employees, to our board members, to our vendors. It was a long list, and we
The
Pull
we
it out.
needs to be who you have control over.
Right.
Yeah, it
You,
has to be us.
it's who you can
Internal.
hire or fire is your we.
It's internal.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
you're affecting the stakeholder, which they're on the receiving end of the core
Exactly.
values.
Mhm.
As opposed to, you can't control that stakeholder not exemplifying one of your core values for you.
You could, vendors.
yes.
Vendors you could, but you could fire them and hire them.
Yes.
Right.
So,
That's
so I'm saying
correct.
anyone
Right.
that you can't hire and fire.
And without the input, you can't say that this is a greater value beyond what those people who contribute to it. So I do think you want to be able to limit that we, if that's what we choose.
Yeah.
Be able to say there's a contribution. If there's any criticism in the process, I would just say that it was great that you guys began that. Communication to the team is now we've got to vet this with the board, and we've got to think about broad leadership component of the things we can control.
And that
be
is,
able to-
staff knows that we were bringing this forward to, that it's like, we've done this really great work as staff. Now we need to get the board's input to it as well. And so they're very, aware that this discussion and conversation is taking place.
Thank you.
And one other point on the action items, which is an excellent point. We do have action items and behaviors outlined in the larger presentation and the breakdown of what we've done. So perhaps it's taking out those describing words and putting the action instead of that on the form.
Right.
That would be it.
Yeah.
One of the values of going through this exercise also is learning to, you talked about earlier, having internal communication challenges. And so I think this was an exercise in which that was worked on, and bringing that information to your purview and getting your response and taking that back is just affirming their work and a new direction. All right. Any other thoughts? This is all really good, and I think these are great.
Thank you. One thing about
Yeah.
this, and I like what you were saying about how turning these more into statements that are more fully baked. The A+ quality side of this thing. In our mission statement, it talks about world-class.
Yeah.
And
But the
W doesn't fit in fair.
Where?
Remember, it is very important.
Q didn't fit well either.
But again, in terms of lenses and filters, if we're really behind that notion,
Yeah.
if this is a world-class place, how can we have facilities for the, stabling of
Back
horses and the
stretch, yeah.
people who are serving the horses that are just way below
Inadequate.
livability standards. How can we not have some sort of service road, kind of system to, be able to operate? There's so many different elements where we could be looking at it from a world-class A+ standpoint.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, and I think one of the hard things about values is that some of them, I always feel like you're like, yeah, that's exactly who we are. That's exactly where we are right now. But with some of them, there's always an aspirational pull. It's like Rich was talking about, like, well, no, we can always be better.
Right.
And so I think one of the things I think is really important is that, is to have some aspiration in it, to have some pull in it, not just to be satisfied with where you are now. So you put, you work a little bit of, you're working towards something. So I think if you had something that was A+ quality, and if you wanted to integrate it with the mission, you can put, one of your key words is world-class.
Right.
And it's okay when you're talking to employees to say, or your board, is that some of these are more aspirational than others.
Right.
Some of them are just right there, right now, and some are like, yeah, we've got a ways to go, but that's where we're going.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Becky, you had put control over in there, but I would say control over and responsibility for.
Okay, that's a good change. Thank you, Assistant.
That's right.
Okay, good. We've done that. All right, we've got all these other words. And I'm going to do an exercise with you, but before we do that, I want to look at even this relationship. You've got values, which is how we say we're going to act right now, but it also with an aspirational. Mission is what's your purpose today. Vision is what you're seeing into the future. And then purpose is that concept of what is forever. All right. And I'm going to talk about, I think we're going to spend some time here as we've done a little bit there. You have, right, vision, what the future looks like if the organization is successful, where you're headed. Mission is based on the current, how are you going to make the vision a reality? And purpose explains why. Why do you do these things?
So to clarify, your use of the word mission is not like a mission statement.
Right.
Okay.
Though, we'll get there. I don't think your mission statement is bad. I'm not doing judgment on that. So they're all interrelated. I wanted to show you, this is the code. This is the Fairs and Expositions Code in Food and Agriculture that defines your purpose as a district ag association. And you know what I found this, I brought this forward just because your mission statement reads like it was written 20 years ago. So I thought, well, let's go back and see what the code says. And the code says, here's your following purposes: holding fairs and expositions, and, which is an old word, and exhibitions for the purpose of exhibiting all of the industries and industrial enterprises, resources, and products of every kind or nature of the state with a view towards improving, exploiting, you were right on, encouraging and stimulating them, constructing and maintaining and operating recreation and cultural facilities of general public interest. Does anyone see the word agriculture in there?
Only in the name District
I
Agricultural
know.
Association.
I
That is
was
amazing.
floored when I went back and looked at it.
But
That
the
is amazing.
resources and products of the state, I think, are of every kind.
Yeah.
It's certainly embracing that.
That's
So you
it's subliminal in there. Like, it isn't a
Well,
direct word, but it
and
is
I think it
interesting.
has been the #1 industry in the state, but
Agriculture it's the #1 industry?
I think so.
I don't know, because I think maybe tourism
Could
is
be.
right up there, and we
And the
don't
bankers
really
have
do
some.
anything to,
But if you
you know.
consider the wine industry,
Well, we do tourism. I mean, the fair has a huge tourism aspect, at least locally. right?
Wine industry
Well,
is
but we're not
agriculture,
promoting
but they call it
tourism.
agritourism now.
yeah. Okay, so this is just an FYI.
Yeah.
I used to have a board member at a very dysfunctional fair who every time somebody wanted to do something, he'd whip the code up and say, well, I don't see how we're fitting. So this is just FYI. There's your mission. To manage and promote a world-class, multi-purpose, public assembly facility with an emphasis on agriculture, education, entertainment, and recreation in a fiscally sound and environmentally conscious manner for the benefit of all. It's good, right?
I like it.
I think it's more of a purpose statement than a mission statement.
It's good. It's, I don't see anything wrong with it. Anybody else have any thoughts? Does it inspire you?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
The only comment I would have is based on your slide before and the relative emphasis on agriculture as opposed to other industries that are big in the state of California.
Yeah.
On the inspiring side, to manage and promote a world class means that you are amongst world class. What would make something more inspiring is your aspiration to rank at a certain level of world class, to manage and promote, and then some adjective, highest, or something that we aspire to do but can never really achieve. It's or are always in pursuit of, would crank that up a notch.
Right.
To be the only world
Yeah.
class.
To be the
People would
leader,
really
to
like
set
it
the
then.
standard.
To set the standard.
Yeah.
Right.
Class.
And I want to go back to
I like that.
agriculture, having come from Orange County where, you know, you have competition, you have the beach, you have the mountains, you have, what else? And the zoo.
Legoland.
Legoland, you know, so we had the same, but agriculture is what we could niche in on that was different from Disneyland because they don't promote, they don't.
Is there much agriculture left in Orange County?
No, but that's what helps, does make us distinctive and unique was involving agriculture. Huh? Go ahead.
Those orange
And if I
groves.
was going to suggest any change, I've looked at this a lot over the years, and I just tend to think about mission creep. So if I were to change anything here, I would change world class to best in class, so that we could think about ourselves comparatively with other fairgrounds. Otherwise, we compare ourselves to things like Disneyland, which, you know, that mission creep, I think, makes it less appropriate. So that would be the change.
Okay. Well, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time rewriting the mission statement. And I don't want to spend any time writing a vision statement. I think that can be part of your process, but not today. But I wanted to make note of this before I forget it. Best of class. Thank you.
Wasn't that a dog show movie?
It is. That's why I looked at Joyce and she
It's
didn't look
been
up.
Best in Show. Best in Show.
And by the way, it's a great movie.
This is very funny, although a lot of my friends do not think so. And I said, that's just because that's exactly what you're like.
Aspiration. Okay.
So I guess I have a question though, and that in terms of process and next steps though, are we open to perhaps, and the committee were like discussing and reviewing this? Because for me, when I read it, I read a definition. It's not an inspiring mission statement to me. It's kind of a definition. Some of it is a sort of a definition of who we are. Or if you have to say you're going to do something in a fiscally sound manner, to me, that's also a red flag. I mean, isn't that how, as stewards of public land and funds, that just is intrinsically in there. And so it just isn't.
I know, but the problem is, as stewards of public funds, that has a negative connotation.
That's right.
Believe it or not, because most public funds somehow are getting usurped or moved or, you know, reclassified. And I think this actually sounds better, where we're taking the responsibility as this agricultural district to do it in a fiscally sound, environmentally conscious way for the benefit of all, which goes back to Joyce's inclusion too. To me, that just sounds out inclusion right there.
You know, the problem with fiscally sound is it's such a low criteria. The reality is what we want is to be fiscally self-sustaining.
That's good. I like that. Actually.
Okay. And I think we want to speak to it just simply because of some of the things we've talked about before, which is this sense that the mothership's going to protect our economics. And I think this holds us locally accountable for our own economics.
I have a sense that at the end of the process, we may want to revise this, but right now I can live with it.
Okay.
And
Thank you, Don.
I
Wait,
feel
wait.
I feel the same way. And to kind of speak to another, conversation that often happens is that whole debate about what's a vision, what's a mission, and what's a purpose. If I never, am involved in one of those conversations again, I will be very happy. It's like pick a definition of what each one is and just go with it.
I want to take you through an exercise and I'm going to call, we're not going to call it anything. Let's not define it, because I agree with Joyce on this. All right. If we were going to put in a few words who we are, all right? So, and can be used in a lot of things. So, oops. I want you to spend some time quietly to yourself to recall your very, very best moment at the Del Mar Fairgrounds. Think of what that moment was. How were you inspired? How was it inspirational to you? Did it motivate you in some way? Did it make you feel a certain way? What made it your best moment? Think about what happened in that moment. Think about who was involved. Why was it inspiring? Why was it illuminating? Why was it soul feeding, if you will, exciting, etc. So just jot down an idea. What was that moment that came into your head as I was talking? Be able to describe it briefly, because we are time, maybe it was losing your son in the camper. Your best moment that was inspirational, that you really felt, this is really great. Oh. All right. Gary, you want to go first?
Sure.
Describe your moment.
I'm going to connect with Katie on this one, where when I had first joined the board, we thought about how we could reimagine the agricultural exhibit. And we built what was called the farm scraper, which is basically the future of farming. And seeing it had all these indoor hydroponic systems and LED lights and stuff like that. And seeing children and adults get mind blown as they would walk around, and I'm just walking in that area, seeing people react to this was super rewarding. And you could just see the mental stimulation behind that was really cool.
Yeah. Okay.
And Katie made that happen, so.
So
Here you did.
So what made it inspirational was you used the word mind-blowing. Experience. You said it was.
It was inspirational for me to see it be inspirational for others. That's what was inspirational to me.
Got it. Who's got another one?
I'll go.
Go ahead.
Mine was when we opened the vaccination superstation. It was, being there, and this one I'm going to connect with Richard on, and because we were in that room, being in that space of it actually opening and just seeing, I think the hope that everybody, all of, in essence, like the Scripps employees and, I mean, it was the county, it was Scripps, it was us, it was our staff, it was this leadership, this board, and just seeing all of that come together for a greater good, and really for just sort of this common thread for all of us in, really taking that very active role in our community of getting us back on track. And it was just a different level of that emergency response kind of service that we've had. And, you hear a lot about wildfires and evacuations and things like that. But this was different because it was everyone's. Everyone's been impacted by it.
So Carlene stole mine. I was thinking the same thing because it just the feeling in that hall when we were all in there and the excitement from the volunteers and the positivity. And we have been struggling through this last 18 months to have that positive vibe and those things. It felt really good in there.
Okay. All right. Let's I need these.
My story is very closely related to what you just heard,
Okay.
because both Fred Chink and I were working before this happened with County Supervisor Terry Lawson-Remer and Department of Health to get it done at the Del Mar Fairgrounds. And we weren't sure, so we heard from Carlene that was going to happen.
And
So
this same super
same
center?
vaccine superstation. And I'd been working trying to get Del Mar seniors vaccinated through the fire department, and we hit a logistical roadblock, which this cured. So we got, I think, 34 seniors transported to the Del Mar Fairgrounds to get vaccinated in the first couple of weeks they were open. So.
Okay, so as you're telling these stories, I'm also trying to highlight maybe what are the emotional or the value statements related to this. Inspirational. This was important because it was inspirational to others. It's what Pierre said. You talked about serving the common good, helping everyone, bringing hope and positivity to a bad situation, helping people who didn't have access. Okay, who's got another story?
I have literally dozens of stories I can think of because that's what makes this such a wonderful place to work and such a wonderful community asset. But when you said, what's the first thing that pops in your head? The first thing that popped in my head was we started an oratorical competition at the fair, probably 10, maybe even 15 years ago now. But it was the very first time we'd done it, and nobody really knew what to expect, and we got some people to sign up and that kind of thing, but these kids came out all the way from kindergarten to high school. There was different categories, and they got on stage. The production guys remember this competition because they helped get going, but they get on stage, they've got this little audience watching, and they have nothing, no props, no visuals, nothing, and they just explode with this energy and these amazing speeches that they gave us. I mean, little tiny kids giving these amazing speeches, and I was just so blown away and so proud of providing that opportunity and that experience. And I think first place was a laptop computer or something like that. And it just reminded me of, the fair is a place to provide recognition to the ordinary citizen, because where else would you get recognized for something like that? And just, the pride that their parents had and that these kids had. And it was just one of those, making memories moments, like, this is why we're here. This is our purpose. So.
I can follow up on that one.
Okay.
So I have an adult autistic son, and he loves opportunities to feel like everybody else.
Right.
So he just loves the fair. He loves the games. He loves the rides, even Crazy Mouse, and, stuff that I wouldn't necessarily love. But he just loves it here, and he has limited communication capability. He uses an iPhone, and he can type words, but basically just nouns. And he will literally type Del Mar Fair. He knows when it's happening and he wants to go. So that's
That's what happens, I know.
Letting all people have, would you say fun?
Yeah.
Or, uh-huh,
Well, fun and a sense of community.
uh-huh,
You know.
there you go.
I guess I'll jump in.
Uh-huh.
I was going to say like Katie, but not at all like Katie, because she's been here for 22 years and has had a lot more of experiences at the fairgrounds than me. But similar to what Katie stated, I've had a lot of moments at the fairgrounds that have been really breathtaking. One that came to my mind, and wasn't like a momentous event. It was just a culmination of the feeling. And it was probably the second year we had the speakeasy, and it was at the top of the fair, the grandstand. So it was at night, and I was with friends and my husband, and there were board members up there, and there were staff members up there, and of course there were patrons up there. And it's just an amazing venue, and it's at night, and it's overseen the infield where the kids have their rides, which I recollected on the times when I brought my kids to that area. And there's the ocean on the other side, and there's, out to the east where I grew up. And it was just this amazing culmination of my life. And everything that was, that is important to me. Friends and family and colleagues and this place and San Diego. And I've never had that experience anywhere else. Not to knock the zoo, not to knock Balboa Park, but I had it here. And being part of it on a different level than I ever imagined I would be, just actually adds kind of goosebumps to me.
Family, colleagues. You didn't say it, but the beauty of the scenery, was that?
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. It being night, it was a little different than during the day when, with the ocean, but it was just this electric moment.
Electric. All right. So I want the culmination of the important aspects of my life. Yeah, all in one place. Okay.
So similar to Katie and Richard, I just have way, way too many wonderful experiences at the fairground. Not too many, could never be enough. Many with you, with all of you at, meals and concerts. So I challenged myself to write a haiku about it.
Oh.
And I've got a haiku for you.
Oh, here.
There you go.
Oh. Sights and sounds and tastes of the fairgrounds with all my family and friends.
And tastes of the fairgrounds.
With all my family and friends.
Very creative. All right. Speaking on behalf of Fred, who I know doesn't like to he likes to speak for himself and a lot, right?
At length.
At length, there you go. When he talks about the fair, he talks about the sensory aspect of it. It was interesting hearing him speak of that. Well, I'm not having much luck.
Oh, Henry.
Sometimes it
Oh.
can feel like sensory overload.
Yes.
Yeah, and I can see exactly that, what you're talking about from the speakeasy and
Or maybe.
everything.
And in fact, there's a trend with fairs, this is an aside, just to stall, to create, what do they call them, Carlene?
Sensory rooms, we started that.
Oh, you have one?
Yeah.
And for those who go into sensory overload.
Yeah, we actually have a partnership with a company called Culture City, and they started at NBA stadiums. And they have a room. That was the thing that made me, your story made me think of, is we started 2 years ago working with them. And we have a room and guest services that's for, all kinds of sensory, people with sensory issues, whether it's PTSD or Down syndrome or, autism or whatever, and they can go in a quiet, safe, dimly lit room, or check out a bag that they can experience like fireworks with. They've got headphones and things they can fidget with their hands. And it was developed by a doctor who also has a child that's autistic, and it allows families to be able to feel safe to go visit events and activities because they know they can get away from it if they need to.
That's great.
It's really cool, and we're going to be doing it again for homegrown fun, actually.
Great.
All right. Who hasn't gone yet?
I haven't.
Oh,
I
Lisa.
haven't. So I'm having the same problem because over the years, there's been just so much. And I've been a part of bringing a lot of events here that go back to my college years. I'm, Day at the Races with USC, and that's every year. Trojans in the paddock with the band coming through. The art, yeah. I mean, it's just, and Traveler coming through and the entire band, and our partner who's retiring this year, Alice in Wonderland, when you guys did that whole exhibit. And the guy who led it on the board has an autistic son, and he came and, he said, you made his evening. And it's experiences like those that you cannot, when you're seeing so many people, over 100 people, so happy and thanking you, it's really overwhelming. We've come almost every 4th of July, and like you said, the sensory is amazing. And we always bring other people with us, either family or friends, and they say, this is the most incredible 4th of July show I've ever seen. And they're just awestruck. And I'll never forget that 4th of July, and just hearing those comments about how much, has been brought here. My son exhibited here an American flag through his school. I never knew he was submitting. He never told us. And he ended up getting awarded. It was shown at the Getty Museum.
Oh.
When they had schools throughout California. And the other thing I have to mention is Don Diego, and Fred and I have especially done that for so long. And the inspiring, if you haven't ever done that as a board member, you need to do it, because interviewing, in order to even get an award, you have to either be an employee, so having worked here during the summers, because most of them are going on to college, that's why you're giving the Don Diego Scholarship, or they have exhibited at the fairgrounds. And to see these kids, the 4-H, the FFA kids, it's just, and then they get this award and they're so thrilled, and they're going to incredible colleges. And the ones that go to UC Davis because they want to continue in some type of what is it called? The
Viticulture.
Yeah, viticulture, or the agriculture, because they've been inspired here. And so you're seeing, we're helping the youth move forward in life in a very positive manner. And that says volumes. And then just most recently, you take a whole nother thing, Carlene, and I'm just going to bring this up. I hope you don't mind, Richard and I struggling to get finances from, the state. It's frustrating, but very rewarding at the end when we saw, okay, mission accomplished. And it's all that back, stuff that you have to do. Unfortunately, no one's going to make it easy for you.
No. Okay. Okay, good. We had everyone over here? No.
So I'll go. So there, could be a lot of different kind of scenes that are playing in my head, but one is around being here at the fair with what I call my fair friends. It's different than fair weather friends, but there's a certain group of friends that you would come to the fair with because they like that. They like everything from the booze and the wacky things that are being sold, and sometimes very useful things that are being sold, and the foot massages. I mean, and then who will go with you and sit down and do the midway games because it's great just to be a kid again, and eat a select amount of the food and not that gross amount that we were hearing about earlier. But who will
I mean, now you haven't seen my third child, but do I look like a
yeah, so there's something about it that just carves out this different place where you can kind of, you know, relive experiences and create new experiences. And it's just fun, and a kind of a weight is lifted off your shoulders for a little while. The other aspect of it is just there are always a few things that I want to go back to that I think are just breathtaking. I think the woodworking exhibit that is done, where all the master crafts people come in from, you know, the area, and they for the entire time they're there and they're demonstrating what they do and how they make things, but then you see the beautiful products. It is just incredible, the artistry that's there. And there's something about that that's beautiful and sensual, and I want to buy all sorts of things. I haven't, but I want to. So there's just something that's very world-class and special about that. And then the third thing that kind of came to mind was early morning here in the grandstands and watching American Pharoah do workouts. And there was something incredibly special and iconic about just watching something again that was breathtaking and spectacular and definitely world-class.
You're actually making me, so one of my, Northern California, but one of my absolute favorite exhibits at the State Fair at Cal Expo was the woodworking, the design in wood. And in that instance, it was high schoolers, and it just blew my mind that they could be that talented. But if you haven't been to a lot of other, especially over the past 10, 15, even 20 years, so really almost a couple of decades now, unfortunately, in a lot of communities, those types of exhibits, and they're very just awe-inspiring, there's fewer of them, and some of it is because people aren't going into the trades as much or things like that. And it's just making me think of, that's actually one of the things that makes this fair such an incredible fair and experience, is also just some of that tradition and the fact that it still is carried on in our community, and you know, that attention to craftsmanship and detail. And that's what was coming to mind as you were talking about the woodworking. But it's in so many things, and unfortunately, competitive exhibit programs at other fairs, as we know, is something that they really struggle with maintaining as a fair program.
But just to build on it, just the quantity of what's done at the student level and the professional level, it's amazing. I mean, we talk about this building not getting a lot of, you know, use outside of Forest Station. Well, that's not entirely true, because during the fair, it is like fully utilized. It's amazing.
Okay. Got a lot up here. Not yet. Not yet. Thank you.
Back off, Jack.
No, you know what? Fair staff are always helpful.
Yeah.
Always. Sometimes to a fault. Sometimes they can be
Never.
overly helpful. I'm not speaking of that. But, you know, helping somebody do something that they perhaps shouldn't. Okay. So I've tried to, oh, no, I put it in front of. So if in your book, because I've covered up this screen, I've got all of this up there. By the way, as you were talking, I was thinking of the third place concept where part of it is this place is important because it's familiar, partly because it's equal access. You don't have to be rich. Anybody can come. You can just be yourself, you know, like Norm when he goes to Cheers. Norm, it's a place of belonging. Now managing all that's always very interesting at fair times because the woodcrafters can drive you nuts. Those artists, you know, it's managing passion, but it is a very special place because of those qualities. So if we were to think about then, what is the purpose of what is the reason that Del Mar Fairgrounds exists? Now think about this as you're looking at everyone's stories, and I'm sorry it may be hard for you to see over there. What's the reason for your personal involvement? What makes it meaningful to you? What's the cause that unites us all? What is the fairgrounds championing through its contributions, service, good works, and leading with a purpose? So we've got up here varied experiences. Weight lifted off my shoulders. That's a big descriptor. Tradition in art and craftsmanship, in beauty and excellence. Being inspiration, creating something that is then inspirational to others or educational. Serving the common good, helping everyone, offering hope and positivity in times of crisis. Energy, talent, providing recognition to ordinary citizens or ordinary citizens performing extraordinary things. Letting all people have fun and a sense of community. This is a place for probably very many people. This is a culminating experience for them. In all aspects of their life seem to come together here, whether it's creating happy family memories or perhaps it's even work-related in terms of feeling like you're contributing in an important way. Sights and sounds and tastes, family and friends, creating happy moments, forever memories, inspiring and creating opportunity for children and youth. And then you said mission accomplished. To me, that ties into this as well, you know, recognizing an accomplishment. We did it. We did it as a team. We did it as an individual, whatever. So if you look at all those things, and if we were to try and put this all in just a few words, what might that look like? Now, let me give you some examples. If you can't see it, it's in your book. So the Antelope Valley Fair and Event Center went through a process, and they created a purpose line or a tagline or however you want to say it, but this to them is their purpose. And it's opportunity happens here. All right? That could be an opportunity for a memory. That could be opportunity for fun. It could be opportunity for economics, you know, a business. But opportunity happens here, and that was important to them as a purpose for their community. The Santa Barbara Showgrounds, that's Earl Warren. The Santa Barbara Showgrounds, a place for everyone. To them, that's important because they want to be just more than just an equestrian facility. They want to be an important place for everyone in the community. American Express is we work hard every day to make American Express the world's most respected service brand. That's their purpose. IKEA, and you can see the English interpretation is a little rough, to create a better everyday life for the many people. But the meaning's there, right? Tesla, to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. That's their purpose. They do it in lots of different ways, and they even have a vision that might be different. Then I'm showing you a couple of examples. Chapman University sent out a brochure on their not the master plan, on their strategic plan, but this was the important purpose line, here to inspire achievement. That was cool for a university. The middle one, that company called Go Green Agriculture. Right in the front of his website, why we exist. Go Green Agriculture exists to continuously improve the way food is produced, to make it safe, high quality, sustainable, and more accessible in the galaxy. A lot of thought, right? You told me a lot of thought went into that. And so talk about that a little bit. And if we were to think about what you might want in your purpose statement, why don't you talk about the process you went through to create that?
Oh man, a lot of thought and energy. It was a collective. I brought the team together to talk about what the values were to us, thinking about who we want to affect, at what scope, and what is something that will be true forever. It's something that I actually put as a cover sheet on anything, even a vendor application, an employee form, whatever. Cover sheet with that on it. Because I want to remind ourselves and everyone who's in the organization why we come to work every day. And it's that's the way I think of it. Why do we wake up and show up to this place? What are we all doing here? And it's not for the accounting clerk to enter AP and do that stuff. It's because you're contributing to that. So I would want to think, how we could extrapolate that here is, why do we all come to work every day? Why does staff come to work every day? What is the point of all this?
Can you look up here on some of the things that you've highlighted personally? And can we just brainstorm? We don't have to wordsmith it, but brainstorm. What are those things that are forever true? I think that's a good.
Can I just ask something that's going to drive me crazy if I don't get the answer? Where'd the galaxy part come?
Far, far away.
Because I want to be the first, I want to build the first greenhouse on Mars.
Oh, I love that. Okay.
This is the coolest thing I could think of.
You heard that they just produced oxygen on Mars.
Yeah, and I'm stoked about it.
That would be after Matt Damon.
Yeah, he already beat us. He beat me there, but.
He did.
You maybe look alike though.
Yeah.
What's forever true about the 22nd DAA, Del Mar Fairgrounds, San Diego County Fair, Thoroughbred Rest Meet, blah, blah, blah. This place, what is forever true?
So, this is a place where San Diegans come together. And it's not just a shopping mall, where there's a profit motive. There's inherently not a profit motive. The fair is a perfect example. Obviously, you got to pay to park and pay to get in, but San Diegans are expressing themselves. You got people who are into flowers. You got people who are into woodworking. There's just so many different aspects of people's joy, their interests, their hobbies, their indulgences that are all, on display and for everyone to share in.
To me, it's like when I listened to it, everyone was saying it's really about creating and participating in unique experiences, memorable, unique experiences.
And how you were getting ready to say it, that same thing kind of in a different way?
Yeah, and then make great places.
And I have to say the word, it was in the interview, but I have to say the word sacred because, there's the religious side of sacred, but I think there is a community side of sacred that this place represents for San Diegans and people from outside of San Diego who visit here. And, it operates on lots of levels, but so much of it is reflected in the for all part of our mission statement. But
what else?
In my little box on page 1, I wrote, we promote fun and encourage learning.
And the learning, only because now Michael's got me thinking of Sacred Place. Sorry. The learning is about, there is an aspect of learning a wisdom tradition, if you will. That's where your tradition and your history and your legacy as a community comes in, as well as learning innovation and those new, we're learning about we're going to the galaxy, it's the full spectrum of learning.
Yeah, we're learning new ways. Pierre talked about the display, new ways of doing agriculture. The whole history of fairs was really where people come and share their ways as makers. Right. And I think we're returning to a maker community of sorts, and we always will be. Where do you go to learn?
I'd also say endless opportunities for all. It offers so much that
So if you were to see this as a lens, what would be important? Yeah, Carla.
I guess I would always think of it as being like a cornerstone of the community's culture.
to up here where we list sights, sounds, and tastes, that's all sensory. So, I mean, to the sensory palette or something, there has to be, I know.
Yeah, that's, the other thing that just jumped out at me is that it's an intersection. And it's a connection.
That's it.
To so many different things, whether it's learning, unique experiences, but it's definitely an intersection.
When we say it's for all, I can't help to think it's for all generations.
Right.
Right.
Because you could think all adults, but we really capture the cross section of
Right.
all ages.
Yeah, from a marketing perspective, it's a really good word choice and a good visual too.
It also goes into the intersection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the right time to mention this, but
You
at
want a
some
master
point it's got
plan?
to, no. Yes.
You've
no.
got a few ideas.
You know, you talk about legacy or whatever, there is something about the Del Mar Fair. When I think of it, I think of hats. And
A what?
Open-
Hats.
Opening day.
opening day. I mean, you know, that's a legacy. Somehow we gotta continue
Right,
that.
celebration is, yeah.
So tradition.
Yeah.
Tradition.
Plus, they sell great hats too. at
I
the
know.
fair.
I know. Yeah, they do. They do.
Well, there's some, we're rooted.
Oh.
You know,
You
like we're
Ooh.
rooted, like ROOT, yeah,
oh,
like
oh.
roots, like kind of playing on an.
Is that why we
Good
wear
agriculture.
hats?
Follicle roots, yes.
Some of us, yes.
You have a wonderful time.
But just kind of the rooted in community, you know, when we're talking about like just this connection and the memories and things, and like even when Pierre, when you were saying about, you know, the generational aspect and that being all, what I was thinking was the generational in terms of future and past and all, you know, all that's been and all that's to
Will be.
come as well. So,
Okay,
I like creating memories and opportunities for all.
Good.
memories and opportunity, you said, right? Memories and opportunity.
Yes.
I feel like
Okay.
everything we do here surrounds some form of celebration. We have competition, celebration, all the events tend to be positively oriented, and the type of memories here are all positive memories.
So Casey and the Sunshine should be our house band.
Celebrate good times at the Del Mar, yeah, at the San Diego
Yeah,
County Fair.
Resident entertainment.
Yeah. Should play when people walk
Yeah.
the gates.
So, and you didn't locate this in the galaxy, so, and I'm sorry you can't see it. I'm gonna move this and then you won't be able to see it. So
Depends on how far you move it.
if this is a lens or the beginning of a lens for you, and you're looking at different opportunities, and all the ideas that Michael suggested, does this give you a sense of the beginning of that lens, that forever true, we want to be a place where all San Diegans can come together in celebration, to connect, to intersect, to create memories, to create opportunity? I mean, I'm not wordsmithing this right. Is this a good description of what you see as your purpose? All mashed, if it was mashed together better? Pierre?
I like it.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it seems very, it's not wildly divergent in that it seems to hang together. I don't know how you get it down to, a few words yet, and I know we're not trying to do that in the moment.
Yeah.
But it feels
Thank you.
like it's connected.
Theme emerging.
Right. There's a theme. It doesn't mean that your mission could be tweaked with a few words, but it doesn't say your mission is inappropriate, right? Or not true, but this is your forever purpose. It's probably what, quite honestly, I like that it's forever true, but it also is true because it always has been. Also, for this, as old as you are. Not you personally. I didn't mean to look at you. I'm older than all of you anyway. Well, maybe not everybody. Okay. All right. Now, time check. I think it's 3:30.
3:25.
3:25. Would you want to take a stab quickly at setting direction, and leaving time for public comment?
Do we have I don't think there's any public comment.
Okay.
Yeah, they all went to the beginning.
Okay. So hopefully, and maybe because we've had a lot of all this good thinking and creative thinking and stuff, we can focus down. No. If this is what we are going to be, and you have a mission, and you can create at another time a vision for your long range, but coming to consensus on who you are, I thought was an important, where I took from your words, that was an important aspect for today. And now we need to start looking at, from a 30,000 foot level, what do you think are the priority directions that this organization, in terms of planning, needs to go in? I don't want to write strategic goals. I think that if we can come to consensus on direction, then a strategic planning committee or another group can come back with some draft goals for your review and approval at another time, or we have another meeting like this and we keep going. But let's set direction first and see if we can have consensus on that. So to help you think about that, so this is the lens from a 30,000 foot level, all right? Thinking beyond current performance, luckily, right? And the current capabilities of the organization. What's the direction? It needs to be clear and tangible. Saying be a world-class place is a little nebulous. Let's be a little bit more specific on direction instead of way too high. Compelling, a call to action, something that we're going to feel, yes, not only is this the right direction, but we're inspired to go in this direction. Engaging so that all the board staff and your stakeholders are going to want to be a part of it, and then setting the direction in order to in terms of dealing with all the uncertainties that are still here with us. So how do we dream big? What are the, yes, ma'am.
So Becky, I think we have to stop fooling ourselves and waiting for direction from the government. I mean, the governor's office or politicians, whatever. I think we just need to take the bull by the horn and move forward and start some public-private partnerships. And move forward in that direction. And what do we want from that? Well, we want world-class facilities, right? We know building is a big issue. The infrastructure, what can we do with that? We want to continue the fairgrounds. We want to continue the racetrack right now, possibly have sports betting coming on. It could be as early as 2022 on the ballot or 2023. It could be implemented if it passes by 2024. So we've got some good projections coming in monetarily. And the fair, I mean, we do a great job with the fair. I think we need to clean up a few things regarding the midway that's going on. We get past that and, we just improve on our fair, which we do every year. We're very diversified.
So if this is a direction of looking to public-private partnerships as an opportunity to help deal with failing infrastructure, revenue generating, I put those words in.
No,
You
that's
meant that,
great.
right?
That's exactly right.
Right, and upgrading or improving or building new facilities and grounds.
Exactly.
Okay, here.
I would love to see all of that form an ecosystem of all of those things playing together in a synergistic way, where you have an example, a hotel with a concert venue, they complement. One makes the other one better. So some way to make all the things that we do complementary to each other.
And in that, I'd like to actually go into some type of sporting complex or something, because, sports was where it really is. I mean, when it's come back, people are flocking to sports. When we didn't have sports, they were heavy betting on sports. So it's sports, and San Diego really doesn't have anything when you think about it. Okay, so it would be great if we could nab a professional team here. It really would.
Oh, that's thinking big.
It is.
That'd
Well,
be cool.
let's think out of the box.
I
here.
like it.
But it's, in a way, it's not that big. I mean, we literally have professional sports teams coming to what was our land use committee saying we want to do it. So.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, can I go back here? So in this ecosystem that you're creating and this synergistic, are you looking at event-driven? Are you providing any further direction on this? Is it event-driven? Is it revenue generating? Is it something that will withstand?
It's all the above, I think.
Pandemic?
Yeah.
I mean, right now, I don't want to give any more. I feel like
Okay.
we need to see everything, but it has to come together.
Okay.
It has to be events.
Yeah,
with
it'll be
financial,
premature
yeah.
to say it's event driven because we've precluded all the other
Yeah.
possibilities. We need to be able to see all the possibilities first, but whatever they ultimately come down to, they need to all work together and not have good business ideas in isolation. They need to all be part of one.
Okay.
And I don't want to speak for everyone.
I want a plan that elevates all new buildings. We're in the floodplain, so let's think about raising the bar.
Exactly.
Raising the bar.
Literally.
Raising the floor.
Literally.
You're gonna raise the bar and the floor.
Well, and
Raising the
bar is
Yeah.
a double
Yeah, I
entendre.
know, that's right.
I think within this, one of the things that also would be helpful is to figure out the process by which that's going to happen, just in terms of, as we've talked about, some of the restrictions and guidelines and things that we operate under. And so what is that, short of just everything coming to the full board as a presentation of ideas, but, as we look to establish this direction in this future, and part of that lens being, and is that through committee work, is that, how some of the ideas come to be first vetted?
You sparked an idea in my mind. If we put the lens out to the world and said, we are taking applicants of, if you think you can fit this, the public-private thing, we are looking for an entertainment-oriented, sustainable, et cetera, and let the world come to us. In addition to what we're doing, we don't know what else is out there. We could invite the private sector to propose to us ideas, and we can entertain. They can come and audition.
Right, they could take a day like this all
Yeah,
day.
and just pitch us ideas.
Can we make sure that if we do that, we have at least some criteria that we give them?
Yeah, I'm saying we should publish the criteria ahead
Oh,
of
okay,
time.
okay, good.
And saying,
Like
if you meet
Coastal
this
Commission.
criteria, you need to come prove, show that to us. Yeah.
Right.
Yes,
Definitely with criteria.
Yeah.
Going back to that one, it's sort of those, taking in consideration some of those outside forces as well.
Right.
Kathleen.
I was actually in my typical contraire self, going to say, why give criteria and limit creativity? I just,
Well, because you waste time otherwise. We need
Yeah.
parameters so we can move forward. So for instance, Dustin should be able to tell us the parameters of what can be built and how much can be built and where it can be built. And so we have some parameters and said, here's what we have. What can you do on this property?
We wouldn't necessarily want someone to approach us and say, let's turn the whole place into a mall.
Yeah, because it would be a waste of time. Won't happen.
Kathleen, I was also calling on you. You were stated pretty early on a direction of making sure that we understand what coming out of pandemic means, the 1 to 3 year look.
Oh, there is that. Yeah.
Thank you. Is
I
that a
really-
direction for right now?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I just really look at it and think, I'd like to know what our plan is for the next year and what our contingency plan is if coming out of the pandemic isn't as rosy and timely as we'd like it to be. We're all feeling very positive, but after the summer's gone and when new variants come and, what will we be doing? And I guess I just look at it and think, oh, this is great, but I've got a real concern about our next 12 to 18 months. And I'd absolutely like to see staff come to us with a plan for the next 12 to 18 months.
But I'm sorry. I don't know if mutually exclusive is the right term here. I think they both need to be done. I think that we need to, separate and apart from this discussion, this is a grander discussion of all the possibilities that can be starting now and going longer term. But you're talking, I think the actuality, the possibility of having problems, I think that's a separate question and request of staff, don't you think? Than necessarily getting in the way of this discussion.
Totally, I totally agree with you. And that's why I really was shaking my head yes to Pierre's comment, because I just am thinking pragmatically about, we are down 80%, 60%, somewhere in that number of our staff. And so practically what does staff have the bandwidth to deal with? Is it really coming out of the pandemic over the next 12 to 18 months? And at the same time, this bigger plan versus, I love Pierre's idea about just put it out there and see what happens. And then we can, and I know it's not as proactive, but we can look at that and categorize and respond and see where it fits. But I just I am concerned about all we're expecting from staff.
That makes sense.
Of what's left of our staff.
And I'm going to expand on what you said because of having other conversations. It doesn't feel like long-term planning, but there's an exercise of doing scenario planning. And I know didn't you do that with your budget this year? Yeah, where you had a budget A, B, and C.
Well, where we've been adding to it, yes.
So other organizations have done this as well, when you can't totally predict everything that's going to happen. So what happens if all goes to hell? How are you going to survive and be sustainable? How are you going to grow? How are you going to get back up to full capacity? So it's having a measure, it's kind of a discipline of right now of understanding the organization so well that you know where you can tap into different strengths and deal with the inconsistencies of what we're experiencing and have different scenarios. How do you know when it's time to bring all the staff back? How do you know you want to? Sorry. How do you know you want the staff to come back in the same way? How do you know you want to do the same business activity? Maybe you'll do some analysis that shows your bird shows are not, I don't know if you have bird shows, but the bird show analogy, is this an ineffective revenue stream for you? And are you better not bringing that activity back, but heading in another direction? So it's a more short-term look, but it's almost like foundational to understanding your business. And you do have this opportunity. I don't mean to set direction for you, but you do have an opportunity where you have this big gap. And other fairs are doing the same thing. Well, I don't know if I want to do it that same way anymore. I'm seeing now I can get by with less of this, but I want to put my staffing focus on this over here. So I think.
And I don't want to be too paternalistic, be able to say, Carlene, this is what I'm concerned about. I think it's really important for you to tell us what capacity you have to think through the short term, the scenario planning, and the longer term. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we wouldn't be able to say, well, maybe there's some portion of this we hire out, maybe there's some, but to really understand the capacity of staff, and especially you, Carlene, to manage all of these various components. Without you saying this to us, I really feel like I've got to just throw it up.
Well, I was actually going to say that I really appreciate this discussion right now. And I think that it is very relevant to not just being the long term, but even the sort of short and midterm, because there are so many unknown variables. As much as, even the governor's news of we're opening up California June 15th, but there's still going to be some restrictions. Well, what does that mean? And then as we have recently learned, for example, for the outdoor entertainment, music festivals and things like that, those openings aren't until October, until public health sees how reopening California, looks and stuff. And so we're already where, a lot may have forecasted music festivals are coming back in the fall. Coachella has already said, fall's out for us again. Now we're looking at April, things of that nature. And so I do think there's some validity within this of the that short term, getting some short term perspective around things as well, while we're simultaneously working towards the future as well, and the bigger picture aspects of.
I mean, you have time, right? We have time right now to do this. We have time. If we don't hop on this now, we're going to miss a window of opportunity, because things are eventually going to ramp up. Okay. But right now they're not. So I think as a board, you as a CEO, staff, we need to jump on this. This is our opportunity.
What do you mean this?
The longer term plan?
This plan, the longer term plan.
Okay.
Well, there's some intermediate challenges. The Coastal Commission permit comes up again in 2023, and we may lose the southern third or half of the east overflow parking lot. And we also promised to build a parking garage, which we haven't done. And the temporary train stop was supposed to be done by 2023. That's not going to happen. So when we're doing these sort of intermediate planning, we need to have an option to, what if the Coastal Commission doesn't extend our permit? And how can we take advantage of being next to this great natural resource? So if we plan to do something to take advantage of that, then we have an argument going to the Coastal Commission. Well, we're using this land in a really respectful way, and we're partnering with local organizations that are important to our community. So give us a few more months, a few more years to do our parking plan. But we've got to have some options for those kind of.
Doesn't Dustin handle that with the Coastal Commission? And I'm sure he's well aware. No, the
Yeah,
environmental?
yes, but
He doesn't?
Yeah, he's the staff liaison for it, but this isn't just a Dustin
No,
responsibility.
but I mean, he knows that this is coming up, and
Yes.
it's brought up in committee, I would assume. And then the committee either decides we need to have a lobbyist, right? Help us with this permitting process or not, I would think.
So for the purpose of what we're doing, I think we identify the long range goal, and then we find the way to connect the dots together.
Right.
Yeah.
And so these obstacles certainly exist, and we're going to have to consider them. It doesn't mean that you had asked me, Becky, in our phone call, what are some of my concerns potentially? And one of my thoughts was to kind of go with what you're saying, Kathleen, is if we come up with something so grand and staff says, you guys are so disconnected from reality, it doesn't jive. So, but I think here let's think big, and then we'll find a way to get there. Maybe you have to tone it down, but let's not limit ourselves from how big we're willing to think, just because there's so many short-term things bogging us down.
So I want to go back to Don to make sure that I've captured. I was saying that you were sensing, or you have stated repeatedly a direction of planning environmentally responsible uses. You say it better than I do. So is that a direction you want to put up on the wall?
Yes, because I think there's a big opportunity to partner with organizations that would help fund these improvements. And I think there's a big benefit to avoiding another fight with Coastal Commission.
Right.
Since our
So-
record fighting the Coastal Commission is 0-4.
How do you want to define your directive?
Yeah.
How would you state it?
Yeah, I wrote creating environmentally responsible plan for improvements.
That's fine.
Well,
I
so
mean,
it's
a general goal.
It's an
not
even
enough, isn't it?
bigger issue.
Yeah.
So I was on what was our land use committee. It's kind of merged now with strategic planning. And we were facing not only things like this, which is, you know, these upcoming requirements from Coastal Commission, like where are we going to put this parking lot? What's it going, how big is it going to be? Where's, you know, where's it sitting? And wherever we put it is going to have this humongous impact on any future planning. And so we're way better off if we can do a master plan and then place that parking lot in the right position. So I come at this process from the end of it and work my way backwards. At the end of the process, what I see is a business plan that consists of a physical master plan, like what's here and where is it located, a financial plan, how do we actually get this done? To what extent is it public-private partnerships? Is it financed by us through bonds or whatever? But you know, what's the financial mechanism that can make it happen? What are the governance issues with the board and the organization that make all of that happen? How does all this fit into the ecological, natural environment and the regulatory environment? What can actually get done? You know, what things are just going to be flat out rejected by coastal or other regulatory bodies. So, but we end up with this master business plan. So how do we get there? I think there's a few major steps.
Michael, before you go there, could I
Yeah.
just, and then, so don't lose your thought,
No, I-
because I'm totally with you. But from what I understand, years ago, when we got this approval from the Coastal Commission, we developed a master plan. And similar to what Pierre said earlier, in terms of creating a strategic plan and then revisiting and seeing where we are, I wonder if any of us even know all of the requirements of the current master plan or plan that's with the Coastal Commission. So I guess I think it may be necessary just for me, I'm not sure for everybody else, but sort of to taste stock where we are in terms of what we've either committed to or what we're held accountable to today, so that we have a baseline of understanding of where we are. And from there, then we can say, now, how do we revise this plan towards, as you said, then create that next however many year business plan to support the master
So maybe
plan.
make that into
I-
a directive.
To hear what Don's saying, my first question is, all right, what else is there? I heard two things. Are there other things? I don't know. So I'm totally with you, but I'd love to take stock of where we are today.
And there are a bunch of things. I mean, we have several different organizations coming at us saying, we want to do this on fairgrounds property. We want a competitive sports field. We want a surf, facility. I mean, there's a growing list of people coming at us, and we don't know what's appropriate. We don't know the lens through which yet to evaluate what's appropriate here, and if we do find it appropriate, where to put it physically. So I think in terms of process, really we ought to start with the Strategic Planning Committee taking stock of what happened today and maybe coming back to the board with a preliminary draft of what this lens, what the filter looks like for how we evaluate potential uses of fairgrounds property. From there, we could and probably should have an outside consultant do a financial analysis of all those potential uses. Are they going to cost us money? Are they going to make us money? Are they financeable? If so, how? And then we can take that and filter it through the lens and all of our values. You know, is it mission consistent? You know, is it profitable? Is it possible in a regulatory and political environment? What are the, you know, ecological impacts, and you know, what are the community impacts, et cetera. So we put all these things, once we understand their economic potential, we put them through all these other filters. And from that, we can then go to the business plan stage where we actually hire an architect who could say, well, this is how it could work. This is how access and egress could work. This is how each component of these things fit. And by the way, I think based on my read of the existing strategic planning documents and talking to everyone I could about this, most of the things that people want to have accomplished here probably could fit. We've got a lot of property. You know, we were talking about Tivoli Gardens, that's 20 acres. You know, we've got 320. So I think we have phenomenal,
But
you know,
Michael,
opportunity.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of these groups, and I only know because I've been privy to them because of my role on the board. I think you'd be surprised. I think they're going to put up a hefty $50.
I agree with you.
Yeah, and it, you know, whether we have our consultant or we have a lobbyist that can help us through the process, the most important thing is knowing exactly what we are able to do. And Dustin is probably our foremost expert,
So
I
then
would
that's
think.
what I would put in terms of a direction would be to have an understanding of our limits with
Right.
regard to our current coastal permits.
Exactly.
And to, you know, Kathleen, because then that opens up the conversation of
Exactly.
what are the opportunities or things. And not only just what our limits are, but I think to have an understanding as well of what's the coastal commission's, what are their goals? And are there ways, as we look at things, that we perhaps could be proposing things that actually are complementary to one another, that help to achieve some of those same goals? I mean, oftentimes it's, you know, it's through that process that you wind up with a really great product at the end of the day versus doing it in isolation.
Well, I know when we went to the coastal before, Tim had come to us and said, we need a great lobbyist. And we were fortunate enough to have Scott Peters suggest one, our councilman. And he did, and she was unbelievable. And I would recommend we either go back to a lobbyist or, because I know we've let them all go, obviously.
Well, but
So
then
that's something
it's way
when-
too early. It's way
Well,
too
and-
early.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, no, but down
At a
the
certain
road.
point, yeah.
Yeah, you
The-
need to maybe get that last push
Yeah.
in there.
The reality is the Coastal Commission's mandate is public.
Mhm.
And the Coastal Conservancy, the Coastal Commission, you can read what their priorities are. And I actually had a project in Newport Beach that was approved by the Coastal Commission 2 years ago. Basically a unanimous, you know, approval. And this was a land use, you know, zoning change. The LCP was amended. And the only reason that it happened, and I had lobbyists helping, you know, or Coastal Commission experts, but the only reason it happened was because we started the planning process knowing what the Coastal Commission wanted.
That's what I'm
And
saying. That's
so
what
we can do
need.
the same
We
thing.
need that.
When they say you guys got to build a parking structure in the next
that.
3 years, I think we can go to them and say, look, we have this strategic planning process underway so that we can figure out the right place to put the parking structure. So give us a little extra time. If we weren't doing that, they'd say, why do you need more time? You know, let's get it done.
So in listening to you and some of the direction, if I was to boil it down to direction, one is direction of the board is to say, deal with rebuilding and recovery. You want to be self-sustaining. That you've said that repeatedly. So whatever your business plan, whatever these other things, that's a filter, right?
Yeah.
Evolve to incorporate new uses that support direction B. Environmentally good stewards.
Yeah.
And E, understanding of our current limitations, current requirements, requests of other partners, regulatory entities.
Well, and I would add, or to that, where you've got, is it item C?
Evolve to incorporate new uses that support
Direction B, but I'd also say, and our mission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I want to make sure in that, we could do that and really be way outside what our mission is. And I know that folks have brought up several times the idea of affordability.
Yeah.
You're going to have some things that are definitely market priced because that's what you need to be able to be on sound financial footing. But there are other uses that may not be at market prices because you want to create the intersection, the diversity and the inclusion, and you can't do that if everything is at, coastal prices.
Absolutely.
Becky, can you put that up again?
Yeah, I just wanted to write intersections down because she's using it in a very interesting thematic way.
Yeah, a good example of that, Joyce, is if we had an RFP and we had a lessee that built a hotel, that's going to be, I would guess that the bulk of it is going to be at market rate. And it would be incredibly unique. I mean, how many hotels are there adjacent to conference facilities, which we have, to the utmost degree, but how many of them actually have access to a beach?
Is it going to be pet friendly?
Pardon me?
Is it going to be pet friendly?
Absolutely.
Okay, just checking.
Anyway, this is probably one of the most unique venues in California, if not the world, to have a conference hotel.
Right.
It could just be incredible.
To the ecosystem point, that hotel could support a beautiful garden that doesn't generate revenue.
Exactly.
But as a whole,
Creates
you
a
can
central
have these
park.
non-fiscally sound things in isolation, but in combination, the whole thing works.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
Can I ask a process question?
Yep.
Because it's ultimately going to land on, I think, the committee members and the board president and CEO. I need some direction here. So we need to figure out to what extent, if at all, can we embark on anything now? Say somebody approaches us tomorrow and says, I've got this terrific opportunity for you that we want to consider. How, if at all, or is it impossible to be able to consider that and the other myriad of opportunities we've discussed and not get in the way of your master plan or the master plan? Is there a way, or are we putting it all on hold? Yeah, I'd like to know at the end.
And the answer relates to what we're talking about with Horse Park. And the answer is short-term leases. So if you got a use that'll, can work for 5-6 years, great. But if it requires the capital investment or otherwise requires a longer term, that's going to get in the way of our planning process.
Unless the longer term serves many interests.
Yeah.
It would have
Depends
to
on
fit
what
the
it is.
filter extremely well
Right.
and be physically positioned on the properties in a way that it's not going to get in the
So
way.
the sooner we get the lens done,
Yes.
sooner we can get to.
Yeah,
And the starting point for that discussion, committee-wise, would be strategic planning.
Yeah.
To be able to vet it, to determine whether or not that's even a possibility to embark on that discussion as we continue to go forward with the creation of the ultimate strategic.
I don't know
And
if that's there yet because we haven't created the lens and the filter through which it.
See, that's my
goes.
question,
we need
is
the
there
purpose
anything we
statement. We
can
need to-
do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything we can do if approached tomorrow, or do we tell the person X is the date or X is the thing before we can entertain any opportunity? Does that make sense?
Yes, because what I'm hearing in that, which would be my concern as well, and I get saying, well, only short term, but we could lose out on the long-term possibilities.
Exactly.
If we're saying right now we can only listen to things that are, 3 to 5 years in the making. And partly because for those longer term, it's not like we would hear that and they would be breaking ground tomorrow where it has that impact, but it has to become, evolved into it. And as your CEO, I can tell you right now, there are some opportunities that we need to figure out how to apply the lens to sooner rather than later, or they will be gone.
And they could
And
help
I'm
you.
not saying that there are opportunities we want to go with either,
Right, but they
it's
could
one
maybe
of the
help you on
challenges
that
is
lens.
how we
They're
get
used
there.
to doing
So
these big
there-
projects.
Becky, given our dynamic, how long would you think it realistically takes? What type of a window do you think, time frame, to have a lens dialed in? Well,
So what I would suggest on the, so lens, some call them strategic goals, right? One way to efficiently go about this is you've got these directions that have been summarized, lots of other information. You send it back to a committee, strategic planning committee, and you say, we would like to have strategic goals, which then are going to get broken down then into objectives and action plans, because we don't want this sitting on the wall. So I think, I don't know, in the next, easily the next 6 months, you could have this all, in the next 30 days, you could have your strategic goals figured out. You need to bring it back to a full board meeting for review and approval.
Yeah.
And you also need to decide, because the other component that happens and is happening right this moment is that there's a public component to it. And how are you going to communicate that out? Are you going to communicate it out with purpose? Are you going to communicate it out with, you know, wrapping up that we're in an opportunity to rebuild this? You know, one of your community members already said that. How are you going to rebuild, and how we don't want you to go away, and how do you communicate all that? So there's some layers to it, because the planning is good. And, you know, maybe you decide 3 months from now, you bring back a whole lot of detail. Because it seems to me there's one component that needs immediate look. And that is, if you're going to shift and have your property involved in long-term leases, like a sports team or whatever, that's going to take capital. What do you do with some of your short-term rentals? And do you want to continue doing short-term rentals? Not the leases, I'm not talking about that, the tennis clubs and all those other things that you have, volleyball. I'm talking about, do you want the bird shows to continue? Because the assessment, is it mission driven? Does it help to address the interests in the community, interests and the passions of the community? Is it an economic driver? Is it staff intensive so that it's not cost effective? Is it chasing when you're limited resources? Is it, because that group is going to come back to you too.
There's the potential for us to jump on our horse and ride off in many directions. And so
that's a good analogy.
The piecemealing notion of the development of these properties is not only problematic from our perspective and a planning perspective, but it's problematic from a coastal commission standpoint. They literally hate piecemealing. If we had one coastal development permit process going for a hotel, another going for a parking lot, another going for a sports field, their heads would explode and they would say,
no,
you can't do this. You need a master plan. So we're kind of forced into it one way or another.
But, and I guess one of the questions that I have is like, and then how specific does a master plan have to be? I mean, because it seems like that there are, you know, options you can put into certain spaces that have kind of equivalent levels of impact or similar levels of impact without saying this is specifically what we're going to do. So within the master plan, how much reasonable flexibility can you sustain?
Yeah, I literally did that with this property in Newport Beach, where we changed the zoning, and it's called a PC text. It literally is a multi-page document that explains those parameters. That doesn't specifically say this is here and that's there.
Well, and I think that's important to talk about, because when I think in some people's minds, when you think I've got a master plan, it's I've got something and every dot is, I is dotted, every T is crossed, and that's not necessarily what it is.
No.
So we need to be making sure that we have kind of a common understanding of what it is and what it isn't, because otherwise, I mean, I think it can be a lot less daunting if we understand that we're moving towards something, but it isn't,
This was more like bubble diagrams with text explaining the parameters.
And do you have a sense that your existing master plan is inadequate?
Yes.
It is? So you know that this existing needs to be updated?
Yeah, I'm not sure revisiting is,
Yeah,
it's more like,
We don't really even have one
Yeah.
as far as I'm
Okay.
concerned.
Yeah, creating it is probably more.
Yeah, I wish
Okay.
But I
Justin
still
were here
think that
because
it
there
would
are.
be helpful for us to look at it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We all know where its limitations are, where it's concerned.
Well, I think that's
But
in
can I
the
just-
coastal permits, that piece.
Can I just quickly answer Pierre's question? And I think that happens as quickly as you and Michael
Get it done.
can sit down and do it and get it done and bring it to us.
I'm wondering if 2 or 3 board meetings and bring it forward for discussion, take public comment,
Revise it.
make a revision, come back again, and then on the third one, maybe
Yeah.
we adopt.
We have a May
Something
board
like
meeting. We
that.
don't have June, so you get June and
What-
potentially July or.
Or do we need to
Special meeting.
revisit having canceled June so that we don't
And
delay
just have a
ourselves further?
strategic
And
session.
just
Yeah.
have it be a strategic, I mean, we control
be
our
great.
agenda in that way, where that's really the only item. I mean, outside of public comment and, the few housekeeping things, but I mean, that's versus, I mean, that's a 60-day delay.
Is that
by
okay for staff?
missing that.
Would
Yeah.
you be okay with that?
Yes,
It
I
actually
think
better
keeping
if
these
that's all we
things
focus
moving
on.
is
Yeah,
really
it's
important. I was
important.
thinking the
Yeah.
same thing.
And then I want to just add one other point real quickly, and that is that I do clearly understand any concerns where things are, as you said, Carlene, where there may be opportunities and we want to be opportunistic, but I really want to caution us against taking things in the first to the trough kind of model. And again, that's why I like what Pierre is saying or said earlier, and that is to potentially say we are open for ideas. Because the minute we take a first to the trough, somebody is going to challenge that they weren't aware that we were taking these ideas. So I just caution us. to-
Absolutely. Once we have the filter, the next step is, we've got this list of ideas, but bring them on
Bring 'em
in,
on.
because we're going to do a financial analysis of all this stuff and then prioritize.
As part of that, I know we discussed our values, we discussed the mission, which I know could be tweaked. And the other two components, I'm assuming, or maybe I shouldn't assume, that part of what the committee would come back with is a vision statement and a purpose statement based on all the input. So that becomes part of the filter. Is that? And then you have the other criteria that we have to look at, like financially viable, coastal mission.
Now, I have trouble with the timeline because I envision that things are going to be pretty uncertain until next fair, the 2022 fair, because we're still going to have uncertainty about large events into the fall. And the recovery period, the plan for recovery period, I think ought to first be to restore our core functions, the fair and the racetrack, and try to get those working well. And think about hiring back people and how many we need. And when we start expanding our opportunities, I think that should happen after we get some level of stability. And that means we're talking about at least a year from now. So we've got this planning period, but does that make sense to people? I mean,
No, Dawn, you can't. These opportunities won't be here.
So I think a couple of things is that it does actually make sense in terms of which is to really, in this short term, and this goes back to, as Kathleen was saying, where, staff and coming back with that 12 to 18-month plan, but not then waiting for the rest of it. And to your point of within that and staff's bandwidth of the fair and horse racing, and maybe it isn't, some of the other things that they're way back on an old piece of paper that we're talking about in terms of some other kind of business units or things like that. But to do that, but simultaneously, and really when I'm talking about these potential, ideas or interests in terms of long-term, it's not because I'm saying we need a way to bring this forward and get a decision made and start breaking ground. It's that we need to sooner rather than later have this filter, have this lens, have this process by which it would go through in terms of our long range planning. I would not be anything that was like, hey, we can do this because we'll start making money on it next month or something to that effect, but that it fits within it.
Okay. And you have to show an interest now in them.
Yes.
Because if you don't go, believe me, Aztec Stadium is just waiting.
Yes.
Okay? You're going to be history. We're going to be history here.
Yes, I think that's what we're,
yeah.
I mean, I do think that's what we're saying is that we can't wait.
Right. And the second thing is we really don't do anything with the horse track. DMTC handles all that as far as hiring everybody back, and do you do anything for DMTC? They do.
Yeah, we have staff that is.
No, but I mean, you
dedicated
have
to
staff, but they make the
helping
decisions
with
of,
that.
they know what they're a well-oiled organization, right?
Right.
I mean, yeah, I don't think we have to do that much with DMTC.
I just wanted to go back to one thing in terms of direction, which is one thing I didn't see in terms of that is kind of neighbor engagement. And I'm not, we talk a lot about like the public, but in terms, when we're looking at, doing things in an environmentally good way and understanding, coastal and things like that, I think part of that lens and that filter is to understand from especially our neighboring communities, but the county as well. I see a piece of it being the civic leaders' engagement into helping us with some of that lens, so that the lens isn't just crafted by us and taking into account that public input from before, but meeting with them.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out too,
that make
unless
sense?
the public record shows something different, is that there are kind of allusions to sports teams and interest, and that understand that there's at least a portion of the board who has no idea what that is.
Yeah.
So I just want to.
Yeah,
clear.
no,
So
we
it-
know that.
I don't-
That's the problem we have.
I know, and I just want to make sure that from a public perspective,
Yeah.
that there isn't something, concrete and at the board level that's
No.
been discussed that
Correct.
they missed, because
Correct.
that's not the case.
I want to make sure that Don has some peace of mind, and I think it goes in line with what Kathleen was saying earlier, that we can't just avoid the short term, and I don't think any of us are saying that that's what we're doing or will do. I think these two things can coexist, where we're long-term planning while also dealing with immediate challenges that we have.
To that,
I mean, staff, you give us feedback if we're taking away too much time from you achieving that, but certainly those things have to happen.
to that point, I think that's what you've already been doing, is you have been preparing for things taking longer than we anticipated, and that we're going, I think that was your zero some budget assumption was terrible next year. What do we do in that event? So that's already what you've been doing. And then you're, changing as the landscape changes, right?
Right, and we probably need to be coming back with, updates and report and understanding for this board of what is changing and what that plan is and how that's adjusting that next 12 to 18 months.
So that's being done, and then we can just add whatever time frame we can go forward with discussions, if at all, of potential or possibilities.
Okay, so to add some structure to your good thinking, we're going to articulate what are the next steps. We're leaving today, and then what's going to happen next with this process. And one, I always start this process. Also, it's action oriented. What is going to be done? Who's is responsible for getting it done, and the deadline, or the time frame. So there will be notes created from this meeting that will be then given to the CEO and to the strategic, or whoever you want, but most likely the strategic planning committee to review, to edit, to make sure it was stated correctly. And we already have a meeting set, don't we? And I forgot the date already. May something?
Yeah.
Well, our board meeting is.
No, it's strategic planning. committee
Right,
meeting.
but our board meeting is May 11th, so that what you're talking about has to be done in terms of the board packet and what's going into it by May 7th.
Oh, yeah. All right, then I wrote, and if there's another step before that, so in other words, this work all comes back in notes, in minutes, so to speak, of for you to review and approve. Action item, right? Secondly, then it's the preparing the lens. I heard vision and mission, maybe purpose statement for board review and approval. Prepare that to again come back to the board for review and approval. And I wrote your CEO and then your strategic planning committee, if you want to change any of that, let me know.
To clarify that step.
Yep.
There would also be a community outreach vetting process for the lens. you know.
I agree.
Okay.
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
Before it comes back for review. and
No,
approval?
we'd bring it to the board,
Yep,
but we would also seek public input.
okay.
And that would not just necessarily be like one of our typical board meetings where the public has, you know, an opportunity to comment. It would be some outreach to community leaders and, you know.
We should solicit it.
Solicit it, exactly.
So perhaps then one of those next steps is for the committee, is in essence creating a Gantt chart. You know, we talked about
Thank
that
you.
a little bit. You know, creating that timeline of what some of those key steps are along the way as well.
Okay. I got so many talking, I've gotten lost. So do you want to add Gantt chart to this little bubble here?
Yeah, I do.
And when do you want it done by?
Well, I guess I would say perhaps make those two steps, because I think bringing back at least comprehensively what the committee has taken in to the board, to get the board's input back on being a step. Another action in there is creating that Gantt chart, because that just might take some time, but from the board reviewing and seeing, and are we headed in the right direction with it, to go then have some of those meetings again with other, you know, with elected officials, taking the public's input. Not that the board's going to finalize it when we bring back to them the summary of all of this work here today.
Last year, when we were holding our strategic planning meetings, we made a list of the stakeholders we specifically wanted input from.
Yep.
Do you think that it'd be realistic timeframe wise to reach out to those specific, the list we already have, and request suggestions for their lens that they would, like we're talking about? Could we do that in this timeframe, so that by the time that we come to the board, we'd have ours, and also be able to say, we also have Solana Beach and everyone else who.
Or, and I don't know when you expected this.
For that one, yeah.
Was this June? I heard some, well, you decide.
Oh, no, actually, it'd be the first one.
So I guess I see two steps: preparing something
Yeah,
for the board to look at and
Draft.
redigest and see a draft version.
without
and-
outside input yet.
Without inside input yet. Then from that, so the board just got, there's some consensus around it. Then a separate step being that input, seeking that out from our stakeholders before we finalize anything. And so the final step would be the finalizing of that.
Yeah, I think that when we go to the stakeholders, at least them having an idea of how we saw the lens is
So
probably
they can comment on it.
important. Because otherwise it gets to be a little bit amorphous as to what we're asking for, or you know, what they're kind of, or what we're actually, what we need in terms of lenses. So I think them being able to critique something that we have offered as a draft, or as a prospective set of lenses would be important.
I think it's really important to reach out to the city council meetings of Del Mar and Solana Beach in the next few months. I will tell you that Sandag already has a presentation scheduled June 7th for the Del Mar council meeting about the new tunnel alignments.
Sorry, the what?
Tunnel alignments for the train tracks, getting them off the bluffs, which will be a lot of interest. But when you go to Del Mar, you're going to hear about affordable housing and traffic and sales tax revenue. So they want more sales tax.
Right.
So we don't have dates on any of this yet. I'll come back to it. But after you seek the stakeholder input and review of the lens, is a next step after that to make adjustments, right? And bring it back, okay, to the full board?
We adopt at that point, or get input one more time? We're getting
I think
input.
that's enough. At that point, there'd be community input at the board meeting, but we can adopt it at that point.
Yeah, don't give them any more.
Well, you could go on forever with
Yeah,
iterations.
otherwise it's gonna go on forever.
All right.
I think it's really important to take community input, but at our first strategic planning meeting I went to, we had 68 comments for bigger gun shows. And I think 4 comments that were more broadly, showed more broad interest. And so we need to plan to structure our community input in a way that it actually helps advance the strategic plan. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's
I
a
agree.
challenge for Richard.
All right, so
Being proactive helps that a lot, Don. I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where we're going specifically to the Del Mar City Council and saying, what do you think?
So this draft, do you want to put it, we know that the minutes are coming back to the next board meeting. Do you want to put a deadline or a time frame by which this draft is going to be completed? Is it, do you want to prepare this for a June board meeting or a July board
Yeah.
meeting?
June.
Or
Let's say the June board meeting.
a June board meeting that doesn't exist?
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Guess what'll be on our May agenda, folks?
Should we pick a date now?
Should we
Everyone's
just,
calendar?
so our board meeting would have been June 8th.
Second
That's
Tuesday.
the second Tuesday.
Okay,
Mhm.
so that, so that takes us to June. We've got the draft. Then the strategic planning committee can then start working on the Gantt chart that shows process and timetables and that sort of thing. This, so this is a lot of work right now for your CEO and your strategic planning committee, and I think they're up to the task. I'm throwing it out on this other, where you're reaching out to, for input and review from stakeholders. Is that something you'd like to divide up and have other board members involved or take responsibility for? Or do you want Melinda to do it all? Katie?
I think the Community Relations Committee can handle some of that.
That's a good idea.
and Is the appropriate committee to do it. And I also think that outreach during the summer time gets difficult because a lot of people are on vacation and the boards are, Del Mar and Sauna Beach are quiet during August.
Right.
So realistically, I think the best time to talk to them is when things are fleshed out a little more and you're into September. You know that you'd like to move things along, but I will tell you that outreach in July and August in the past has been very ineffective because people aren't paying attention or aren't around.
I have a question, and this might be crazy, but is there any type of input that would be reasonable to gather and make any sense to gather at actually the unfair, the homegrown event? Is there anything from that group of participants that we might be able to elicit as community input if we structured it properly at a booth of some sort where they could interact and answer questions that might give us some insight?
Or a survey, since they
Well,
have to purchase their tickets online and ahead of time.
Yeah,
I
whatever
mean,
makes
something
sense.
of that. I
Yeah.
think that is
Or maybe
a
both.
possible
I was thinking a
outreach
dunk tank.
mechanism.
Dunk
But I
tank,
do
yes.
I do like the idea of some of the other
Yes.
committees
Both.
also. And
Mhm.
perhaps we look at that even in terms of if there are other committees who can help with some of this outreach as
Right.
well.
Right.
But I agree with you that, government community relations definitely has a piece in that. And so maybe Fair Ops could look at how to do something, like through Fair Ops, we could figure out how to do something with the homegrown fun event.
Right, and yeah, and homegrown, we have, we have the racing's gonna be into, I mean,
Right.
you're gonna get different cross sections of people, so maybe there are other ways to gather broader community input. I know we're going after the usual suspects and the people who are on our leadership and thought leaders list, but if there's some way to actually get valuable input, and I know that's the struggle. What are you going to get that's really of value from that in a way that will be meaningful and helpful?
Discount tickets if you fill out the survey.
Well, for next year.
But it's a good idea for getting, because yes, we did have, those, the public workshops, a year ago, and there was the survey and things, but that survey, if you look at it now, to your point of like good, useful and relevant information.
Right.
Times have changed since those questions were asked. And then whether or not we really heard from, as much as we sent it out to folks, but whether or not we heard from our fair audience or racing audience, or things of that nature. And so if we could also, and I think we can take that into consideration as we build the Gantt chart too, of how best to engage.
And I think you really need to get some really good support in terms of figuring out what questions to ask, so that in the end, you don't have garbage in and garbage out. I mean, I think you could really harness something there, but it's tricky. Can't be too many questions. and you have to really know what you're going after. But I think there could be some real value. I mean, just like the things that we generated, you know, what's important to us, this, you know, what do you get out of coming to whatever the event is?
Thank you.
I was reminded of we did a search for stories of memorable experiences at the fair. And this woman wrote back about the time that she rode the pony ride, and the saddle was loose and she went underneath the pony. She thought it was the best thing that had ever happened. She thought it was mortifying. Now, how mortifying is that?
You don't want anyone to take a picture.
Yeah. She's underneath the pony.
One of those memorable moments.
Let's work backwards. When do you want to bring this back in a more finalized form to the board for review and approval? Is this something in October? Is it something in September?
July.
We do have a July meeting.
I would say July.
Well, you skipped a bunch of steps there.
But that's, you're talking about the formal after we've gotten that input.
Yep,
Then
the
we
input
probably
and
are
your
looking
Gantt
at
chart
fall.
and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna, if we come back at the June meeting with a preliminary draft, a first draft of a lens.
That's when we requested.
Right.
And then you're
Then,
You request.
right, so now from the June meeting, another
July.
60
Then-
days.
then we are
of
August.
Going out to this, you know, community and getting more input.
Unless we can request for some input from them.
From right now.
And we're
I think it's.
soliciting in May. I mean, we're just, well, yeah, we want them to see ours.
They gotta see ours first. So I think you got.
And then
July-
part of it
probably
is the
August
delay of
meeting
the
would
city
be the earliest.
councils.
Yeah.
That's what I think pushes it
To-
to
yeah,
like a
to Don's
September
point.
or October.
But I'm sorry, they're taking off 2 months in the summer. That's, we should not be beholden to
There
their,
may be an opportunity in
to their
July.
schedule.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're meeting in July. It's August, they take off.
We could get
It's
on
just-
their.
I would get on
calendars
there
now.
in July then, because really to wait till September because they're not meeting, I just don't think we should be beholden to their schedule.
No,
We
it's
should
it's
move at
not
our
only that, it's
pace.
just that people don't pay attention to meetings in July. So when we ask for
That's
community
a
input.
shame. Imagine if we said that,
Yeah.
we'd be
they're-
crucified.
they're Going to the horse races, you know what's happening
Oh,
in
come
July.
on, that doesn't,
Guys,
I'm not going
apologize.
every day.
I have to get going to another meeting that I have.
Oh, fine.
Is there anything that I can get some final input or?
What's your target? You want to bring this back, your final in August?
Yes,
August.
August.
That's all I needed.
Thank you guys. Great,
Thank
great,
you.
great
Thank
meeting.
you.
Oh, before anybody leaves,
We're
I
not
have
done yet.
parking pass. I know, but just in case they keep sneaking out.
I'm going to do one last thing quickly. It will take you 2 seconds. And my guess is that your strategic planning committee or your executive committee, others are going to talk about doing other sessions like this. So if you can spend just a quick evaluation.
I don't see it come through on.
Maybe not.
of- All right, evaluation. What worked well today? What did you like? What did you think was accomplished? What could have been better? What worked well? What did you like?
I like the fast pace. Everybody was on it.
That's funny, you like measured pace when pace.
Hmm?
You told me you like measured pace earlier.
Oh, it was measured, but it was fast.
Okay. Fast pace, whatever. What else?
Full engagement.
By everyone, right? I'm going to write that I felt you were all very prepared. You had done your work ahead of time. You had completed your surveys. You had talked in pre-planning interviews, so you came already thinking about stuff, and that makes a big difference. What else worked? Do you have a sense of consensus?
Yeah, well, I was actually saying, I liked this configuration in term, oftentimes you're set more in a square, but this was, the U was actually really nice. Social distancing
Yeah.
gave us a good layout. Yeah.
To your question, yes, I think we reached consensus.
Do you,
I thought it was,
Go
it
ahead.
was really good. It was so great to see everybody in person. That helped a lot, but I thought it was respectful. Everybody got to talk and everybody made serious comments.
Mhm.
Compared to some other strategic planning sessions I've been to, this one rates world class. That's
Best show.
Best in class.
Do you like the 8-hour day? Katie says yes.
I think it's necessary.
Okay.
Although I think there probably should be a walk around the building in about the middle of it to air things out a little bit.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot we didn't even talk about yet. Anything that you'd like to see changed?
I think
Oh.
you should stop picking on the bird people.
Have you met them?
the only other suggestion I have is I've been in some planning meetings where there's a cocktail out at the end, and the best ideas always happen at the cocktail.
I like that idea, Don.
But we can't do that. Not because of the cocktails, but because of Bagley Keene.
No.
I'd like to get a
The
legal
public
opinion on
can
that
come.
one.
Yeah. You can go to dinner. You
Yes, you
We
can
just
have
can't
social
talk,
about
more than two of us
But
can't
you
talk
can
about
think
it.
of the idea.
Yes,
There's plenty to talk about other than that, Michael. It's okay.
that we could do.
All right. Add a social element.
And I'm going to really, this is going back to some of the things that work well, not just about today, but I think the pre-work that was done, the committee's focus on those things as well, even in terms of, just the survey, the discussion that's been going on and the information. I think is part of what led to today being such a good day.
Well, yeah, in that regard, we have to thank Becky because she, the interviews and the whole process, I think, was really helpful.
Yeah,
thought
no,
out process.
yeah, you guys committed to it, so you guys did the work. I just wrote it down.
Well, we'll give you more credit than that. There was more than writing down going on, so.
Anything else that you'd like to add? Because I think this is helpful if, as you want to go forward, because sometimes, like your strategic planning committee is a force to be reckoned with. So if I'm in a meeting with them and they say, no, we want to go for 16, I'll be able to say, no, your board works well in this kind of process. All right.
I think also is the Zoom element to this, because for those who did listen throughout the day versus, in the past, for a public to really see and be a part of this, that meant setting aside their entire, and having to physically come as well. And so I can see where this is going to be a more permanent change perhaps in the future with regard to public meetings. It's actually made the work of the board and the work of all public boards more accessible. So they've had that opportunity to see it at work, and it will be on our website.
I'm writing down too, you were big thinkers. You didn't get caught up in the weeds. It might have been a long list from one person, but it really wasn't getting caught up in the weeds.
There were no weeds in it.
There were no weeds.
They were all flowers.
Big ideas.
Big ideas. All right. We're at the conclusion. If anyone has any final thoughts, or if anyone wants to give a toast for, here's to the board of directors and staff of the 22nd DAA. Long may they prosper, long may they, we don't even have any.
I think you just did.
I know, that sounds good to me. May the wind always be at your back.
That's right.
What's the other one?
And the next time we'll bring more paper.
The rain falls softly on your fields, whatever.
Awesome.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Congratulations, you
Cheers.
did a good job.
We are adjourned.
A drop.
I'll bring my own big sheets next time.
Whoa.